know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way, they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright, I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars, I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars, I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I'm leading an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild. I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Lions, tigers, bears are my king of the jungle, I stand for the pride. Beat on my chest, that's the rhythm inside. I got so much heart, I'm burning with fire. Can't stop, won't stop till I drop. Keep climbing for the top. Simmer down, you too loud, people around. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. No more sleep till I rest in peace. No excuse till I die. No to all negativity. This is how we were living free. Dumb to anyone who wants to celebrate from where they came to the outcome. Then from now, what a change. Pick at the pace, no way I can slow it down. Give me a minute of your time, I can guarantee all things work for who believe. All it takes is the faith of a mustard seed. Who can stop what was meant for me? For me, yeah, this for me. For me and I ain't for free. For me, yeah, this for me. For me and I ain't for free. Pick your head up, no more defeat. Get up off the ground, move your feet. Get up, get up. It's time to get up, get up. Can't stop, won't stop till I drop. Keep climbing for the top. Simmer down, you too loud, people around. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Stop, won't stop.
Yeah, gotta aim for the top like hold up. Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles. Said I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me. Putting on for my city like O-A-G-Z. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babylon, they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. God got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. water, I'm forced through the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% and be trying to stun on my enemies, in my element is crazy as that might sound. I'm in the zone. Give me the tone. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas.
Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of the Rainbow Six North American League. I am Doa. With me, as always, are my analysts, Jacob Caliber, Jacob, whatever you want to. Caliber Jacob. Sometimes I think your last name is Caliber. And also Jesse Chick, whose name is much more clearly defined.
Keep it simple.
You didn't have anything creative for yours. You just stuck with what your name. Do we need to remind everybody what your username used to be?
No, we're fine.
Because
Jesse J. Chick,
because I can
analyst for the North American League.
Definitely remind people what it used to be.
What's on the ballot today, Doa?
I don't know. Well, we got a lot of great matches to talk about, that's for sure. But first, let's do a little bit of recapping as far as day 1 went. Now, we had a little bit of issues with the replay machine, so let's have a verbal discussion about matches 1 and 2. And the thing is I feel like things got off to a fairly expected start.
Yeah, I mean, immediately Beastcoast out the gate against DarkZero, right? That was a game that DZ kind of rolled over. I mean, Beastcoast not...
Major champions.
Yeah, I mean, it was expected, right? And I think there's still going to be tests for Beastcoast that will be a little bit more reasonable for them to walk away with and take some dubs. So we'll see. Certainly, we can see some opportunities for that today and going forward as well. But it's very, very promising to see DarkZero coming back strong after the major and having such a dominant performance.
Yeah, but then we move from a 7-2 right into our first 8-7 of the day, which just goes to show that even if DarkZero seem like they're on a roll, that's not going to be the same case for everybody else. The Astralis is there, even if they had to play with a coach yesterday, which is interesting considering that was still really fun to watch. It's nice to see Call kind of like get his reps, so to speak, but they're not going to be playing in that same situation today, which means if they had a buff from Call Out yesterday, it's not going to make itself manifest today. And even in spite of a loss, the Soniqs honestly still looked pretty good. I wouldn't say they're back yet, but I'd say that they're on the right track.
I think so, and I mean, they're going to have a chance to prove that in our first match today. We'll get into that a little bit later. Now, we do have some clips and highlights from our last 3 maps of the day, and we go right into another 8-7. We had 2 matches go the distance in a row.
Yeah, we sure did, though. We were able to see a couple of teams battle back and forth in this 3rd match on Theme Park as well. Parabellum taking on opponents there of, was it Astralis yesterday?
No, it was Parabellum and OXG back then.
Parabellum and OXG. I need my glasses checked. That was a wild
Not
game.
wearing any.
No, we went all 15 rounds back on that map once again, and there were some really, really fun plays coming back with like flanks going down around inside of the lab bomb site as well, and continuing on Oregon as well. Some great games.
This was honestly pretty interesting just for TSM to kind of have this comeback moment. I didn't know if they were going to come out of the gates looking really, really good, but they did. And the same applied for SSG through the first half of Oregon. And then from that point, it looked like there was a bit of a slip, and XSET start to get more of that momentum underneath them that they had from when they were at the Charlotte Major. And that trend is nice because this is still such a young core. They're not operating with the same coach they had behind the scenes who gave them the push they needed and to kind of wrangle all of them together to get to this point. So operating without that, I think, is a nice sign of maturity for what is still a very young core. But again, it's the trend for the first week of the stage. It's only 1 game. It's not definitive. It's only 1 game.
That's definitely a big part of it. I mean, at the end of this week, at the end of today, too, no matter what happens, we're going to be saying it's only week 1. It's only week 1. And to follow up on that only week 1 moniker, like XSET, we saw last stage, week 1 was rough for them. They came back and did fantastic, right? So speaking of XSET, someone who already was doing fantastic yesterday right out of the gate was Spirits, man, our MVP of the day, getting the ace in that final series of the day and just kind of playing amazingly well right off the bat. 21 kills as well in his first time out the stage.
You love to see the Canadians doing well in the league, and Spirits.
You love seeing that.
You sure do, yeah.
Hey, we're a North American league. We're happy when anyone from this continent performs, you know?
Fine. But Spirits I'm especially proud of because I think he's a player that has had his ups and downs through the league. You know, he's not been a player that's been super consistent throughout the first stage of the NAL. He went to the major, and again, his highs were very, very high, but his lows were not, not the greatest things that you want to highlight. But he was running through the map on Finca, he was on Yana for a lot of those rounds, still playing that entry role, being able to get aggressive, get a lot of those opening picks for his squad, really shutting down the roamers of Spacestation like Rampy, who's having a really tough time against him. And yeah, it was a great performance overall from Spirits.
I don't want to say every MVP that we've ever picked is somebody who is like crazy statistically, but you can't really ignore that kind of KD.
That's
Obviously,
insane.
we had Forrest had like a 14-0 KD the one time he won MVP for Astralis last stage, but when you have a performance like this, there's not really anything else that can necessarily beat that. I do want to make more of a point this stage of finding times where we can give our support players MVP. It can't just be only based on stats. So if Dream goes crazy, if Foxay has a good moment, if somehow Super has a fantastic day, I do want to give those highlights out. But this is still mighty impressive for Spurs.
As a support main in basically like every game I've ever played, I'm 100% in agreement with you. Yeah.
We should do that.
Support
Bosco,
solidarity.
it's your time, man. Let's do it.
Indeed. Well, moving on, today's schedule is going to be equally crazy. This is going to be an interesting one because I'm especially excited about our first match of the day. We've got a couple good ones, right? But we'll take a look at that in a moment. We're starting things off with TSM versus Soniqs, which after the way last stage went, after the way that the last year went of competition in Rainbow Six, this one has a lot of implications, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, these are the two squads that last stage really underperformed. I mean, there were a lot of teams that didn't make the major that we expected to make the major, but these two teams were bottom of the barrel. They were not playing well at all. Soniqs and TSM both struggling. So now it's time for them to come back and say that was just a fluke. We're here to play. TSM world champions, Soniqs North American champions. So that should be a big battle.
So then we got XSET versus Soniqs. Obviously, XSET doing great yesterday, or XSET versus Mirage, my bad. Mirage having a couple new members, still kind of working things out. They're kind of seeming to be this year in that perpetual state of working things out, so we'll see how they do. Astralis versus Parabellum, another team with a couple new players, but those players performed well yesterday. Heads were being clicked, weren't they?
I'm not really certain about Parabellum's overall point, but here's the cool part. If they were able to take a team like OXG, who I called the major favorites back in Charlotte, to all the way to round 15, I do expect they'll be able to do the exact same thing to Astralis, who themselves took all the way to 15 rounds to get that dub. Now, obviously, DP Fire actually is playing for Astralis today. However, the team is under some different conditions. They will also be playing from home. So because we've got that matchup on paper, maybe Parabellum after one game, they kind of already understand this is where our capabilities are. Now it's time to flesh things out. So this game, honestly, to me, if you're not putting this as your match of the day, might be the most underrated. But again, all of these games, with the exception of maybe perhaps match 2, are all going to be stellar games to watch today.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, DZ versus TSM, OXG versus Beastcoast, both should be pretty explosive matches as well. Should be pretty fun. But I want to, I mean, especially the DZ
Come
space.
on.
We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment here. But OXG versus Beastcoast, do you think, real quick before we move on, do you think Beastcoast has a good shot of performing better than we saw yesterday?
I'd say so.
We gotta see something, right? It's not DarkZero as their opponents anymore. I think they can get a little more active on their roams, maybe a little bit more dimensions to their pushes. Yeah, I think maybe they can have a better day today for sure.
We'll hope so. We like the close matches. Well, let's go into our headlines for today. We're going to focus in on two matches in particular. You've probably already figured out which ones those are. The first one is going to be, of course, TSM versus Soniqs. It's going to be back with a vengeance? Because that's the question, right? I mean, they want to be back with a vengeance, but which of these teams is really going to show that that's what they're doing? Which of them are going to prove it on the map? And, we're going to make our predictions later, but I want to chat a little bit about that right now. I mean, who do you think has the better shot? Because I think Soniqs performed pretty well yesterday, despite the loss. But TSM looking pretty good out of the gate as well. Bolo putting up numbers. I mean, what do you say?
I made the prediction before this stage started that at least one of these two teams is going to be going to the next major. One of them. I don't know if both of them will, but one of them is going to not only combat all of the new teams that have risen to the top of the North American League, but get out of their own personal rut, find a way to fight their demons and get back to a very high stage. I don't know which one of them it's going to be, which is where I wish I could be more firm. I wish I'm like, yeah, TSM's going to the next match, Soniqs. it's a really tough call because both of them have the same level of pressure on them, and both of them still have some similar problems to work through.
Well, so let me ask you this then. How much will today's result influence your thinking on that?
I think today's result matters more for their own personal growth. It's not indicative of how far they're going to go in the stage, but today does matter, if only to give us more of a basis for where both of them sit. Because if you're a team that has problems facing another team that has problems, it might mean it's a close game, but it might not mean it's a very good one. So if we see good quality Siege today that we all can see is of a very high level, then yeah, that might be a good trend to follow for the rest of the stage. But yeah, today could be a good catalyst for something like that.
Yeah. I mean, these are two teams, right, that I think yesterday performed well. I did say both were back, and I want to stand by that because I do think they're both back. I think you look at how poorly their first stage went, and now in the second stage, even in one game, they're clearly not going to replicate that same performance from last stage. Now, are they going to make top 4? That's a completely different question. And this game, I still think could be a little lopsided. I thought TSM performed better than we saw from Soniqs yesterday. Obviously, TSM had an easier opponent, but I do think still, just looking
if you had to put them side by side, yeah.
Yeah, I still think that they performed better overall than Soniqs did, but Soniqs had a better end to the last stage. Soniqs kind of had that, back a couple of months ago. They seemed like they were kind of on the upswing. TSM, we never saw that until just yesterday. So if yesterday was a fluke because they were playing against not the best opponents in the world, then this could be a tough game for them as well.
I mean, the answers will come soon because that is our first match of the day. Now, we're going to jump into our 4th match of the day and chat about that a little bit as well. That's going to be the one and only DarkZero, our Charlotte Major champions, taking on Spacestation Gaming. Event horizon, that's the edge of a black hole, right? So that's where, like, the space station gets close. Will it be sucked in and destroyed, or will it escape?
We were looking for good puns. You have
exactly. We're trying to make this work.
Do you like this chat? Yeah.
Of course they do. Of course they do. But this is going to be a great match, right? Because obviously there is that grudge element to it. These teams with a lot of history with each other. Going right back to very recent history at the end of the last stage, where DarkZero basically punched their major ticket by knocking out Space Station. So a lot coming into this one on the emotional level, if not in the map.
Yeah, and these two teams have been going back and forth for so long, right? It's
been like 4 years.
It has been like many, many years, even back before the NAL days, where Space Station and DarkZero have battled back and forth. Obviously DarkZero had taken SSG's captain a little while ago now, Troy, leading that team to be major champions. I think we always see these two teams butting heads at the top of North America. SSG, I'm sure they've got a chip on their shoulder now because they didn't make it to the major. They didn't manage to qualify, and that's all because of DarkZero and that final Playday last stage. So this is where they get to collide once again. Both these teams get very creative, very fun with their attacks, so I'm really looking forward to that today.
Yeah, should be great. What do you think, Jacob? I mean, if you had to call it right now, I'll let you change it later if you want to. But if you had to call it, would you just go DarkZero, or based on yesterday?
Would. Yeah, it's the combo, right, of seeing what DarkZero did against a Beastcoast squad that could very well have gone to the major, and understanding that Space Station were in a very similar position last stage, and thinking that if we're going to keep on using something from how stage 1 operated into the modern day, we're looking at two teams who were in very similar spots, both of which are playing DarkZero, and DarkZero seems like that role could very well be underway already. The train might have left the station, and there may not be a way for like SSG to bounce back around DarkZero's adaptations. I love the fact that when they played at Charlotte, they punished stupid stuff, and then when teams didn't do stupid stuff, they found a way to still play aggressive and against the grain that we know DarkZero can play. Right now, my question overall might be, is Space Station themselves in a rut where we've criticized DarkZero of being in a pretty similar position in the past? So I'd say DZ at the outset, but once we get to the rest of the game, I'll actually go into more detail on it for sure.
All right, yeah, we'll find out. Well, for now, we're going to step away from the games for a moment and step in the domain of the internet, the domain of social media. That's right. It's time to look at some tweets, and we haven't seen any of these yet. So we're going to be taking them in just the same as you are, unless you wrote them. Then in that case. See, all right. Well, anyone else?
Oh, the screen shake change.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were able to take that out. And for me, I mean, way back to like slappers and GoldenEye, the sleep darts and Perfect Dark. Like, I don't want anything messing with my screen, so I'm happy with this change.
Yeah, maybe Iconic is, I don't know what he's doing in that clip,
shake,
but I mean that's an old clip, right? Because he's in the old jersey. So that's back maybe when there was screen shake, and that's what he had to deal with. But I'm glad that that's now an option that you can turn off.
He was shaking at the same rate as the screen, so for him it appeared everything was staying still.
See, I do kind of understand where Hyper comes from, and maybe Chad can back me up on this. Because screen shake is no longer a thing in game if you want to turn it all the way off, do you know when stuff is actually exploding? Like, there will be times where sometimes it's a distant sound. I can't quite tell, but having the screen shake at least lets me know something nearby has occurred. A world event has gone on, even if it's very subtle. So maybe some other people like a little bit of screen shake, but not to the point where it affects your aim.
We should do a survey. Do a survey sometime. I'm curious to see what the
I'll do a
results
Twitter poll and see how that works out. Yeah.
Let's see what our next tweet is for this one. Tweet, yeah. It's that kind of morning. Love how competitive the NAL has become.
On God. I agree.
Yeah.
See, this conversation was interesting because Fresh also responded to this tweet I saw on that thread. It was about how it kind of looks like the EUL in a similar way has like a lot of things in place, but it feels like there's always a storyline around NAL games. There's always like a hype match. I posed the question yesterday, find me a game tomorrow that sucks. There's not really one, and that just goes to show how close everything has become.
After doing a lot of seasons and a lot of different games, this is definitely one of the most story-rich seasons of any esport I've ever seen.
That's crazy coming from you too.
It's real. I'm not exaggerating either. It's really cool. All the storylines come together in this particular stage. Let's move on to tweet number 3.
A whole thread.
You know what was on Collie right now? This game would be over. If you know, you know. A truly horrifying experience, Lafau. No, it's true. I feel like this is some Scrim energy that is going over my head, but
before my time, I think.
Yeah, perhaps. Listen,
I'll be honest there.
Collie is maybe not the greatest of ops, but if Kino's nasty with her, then hey, I say throw him on it.
When was the last time we saw someone like main Collie for any span of time? Was it Laxing back in like classic OXG days?
I don't think we've ever had a main.
No, not a main, but if anybody was running
play it every now and again,
even at like a 15% consistency rate, it was probably Lax. So if someone wants to take the mantle, I'm cool with having a bona fide.
Fill us in. Hashtag R6NAL. Let's move on to tweet number 4. See what we got for that one from Super
I love this one. I'm so glad this one's here.
Different fonts.
Bro, he's not wrong.
You know?
He's not.
You know?
He
might be on something there.
Before Skies cut his hair, I'd agree, but it does they very much seem like the same person, just slightly tweaked every once in a while. I saw that like a while ago. Like, back when we saw like the SI headshots like after Media Day and when they'd all come up on screen, I'm like, which one am I meant to be? Like, if you were new, you wouldn't exactly know who's who, but they let themselves show up on the server, just not on screen.
That's Super Guy. He might be onto something there. That's possible. All right, let's move on to our final tweet here. Laxing, theme park. Well, there you go.
I mean, listen. Lax can be a clown. His team still slams on that map. I don't care. Laxing needs to be the clown sometimes if his team's just going to keep winning that map over and over and over again. I think
that map's so rich with flank opportunities. I'm actually kind of surprised he hasn't been able to get going in the same way. Like you're doing good, Lax, but still, come on, don't beat yourself up. Your team's doing great.
I mean, hilariously, I feel like theme park is a map that's made more teams look like clowns than like any other map we've had in NAL this season. I mean, just ask TSM, right, from last stage.
There probably were a lot of clowns too before it got shut down and
that's true.
Overrun by vines and such.
It makes sense, yeah.
And then rebuilt and like completely reworked and then shut down again. What do we have against theme park, man?
I don't have anything against theme park.
What do we as a community have against theme park? Okay, flash rating. If you had to rate theme park, of all of the competitive maps, on like a 1 to 9 ranking, 1 being the best, where do you put theme on your list?
I'm high on theme. I probably put it as high as like 5.
Really?
I like theme a lot. That's like kind of my dirty little secret.
It's still kind of average. He likes it a lot.
I like it.
It's a 5 out of 9.
Okay, theme on some people's radar is a little lower.
This is harsh. Dude, this is like the Gordon Ramsay of map ratings. Just harsh, man.
Kind of.
All right. Well, we got some. Don't forget that if you want to participate throughout the day, hashtag R6NAL on social media to let us know what you're thinking out there. Also, don't forget that you've got an opportunity to fan vote as well. So jump on Twitter as well. Get your chance to vote for who you think is going to win the next match throughout the day, because now we're not just rating the analysts, the coin, all that stuff. We're rating you as well. So don't forget to get your vote in and make that happen. That is going to do it, though, for the pre-show. Everybody, thanks for watching. Do not go anywhere, because Rainbow Six NAL Stage 2, Day 2 starts in just a minute. See you then.
For you ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem. I might let them know. Squeeze you like mouse is on my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like a mouse is on my let it go. Yeah, know I'm sturdy like a Millie Rocket. Skin clear, still look young, Andy Miller knockers. Money in my pocket, don't call me a money pocket. Engine get to rocket, it sound like a thunder rocket. Yeah, I still love my baby even when it's toxic. Crazy like she Britney, but no, she don't shade the knock. No, Russell Wilson way I get low and stay in the pocket. I get paid and do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, I can't do no time, don't leave that gun around. In my teens, we were acting up and running around. Now we're grown, still get to it if it's necessary. On the ground from January to January. Never met nobody who retired when they were young. So I guess I gotta get it to the cemetery. Getting paid just for rapping is fun. I lit up around a month in February. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Yeah. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Couple of money in my head just to say they did it. Can't lie, I'm so paranoid and the windows tinted. I own everything around me, you can say it's rented. Not talking phone numbers when I'm talking 7 digits. Earn it by the day, every second minute. Used to pay me none, look, now they pay attention. Everybody say they drip, but I banded it. See them copy all the looks, but I stay switching. Pick up the loot, then hit the bank. Can never change, still wrote the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Yeah. Told me feeling bubbly off the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the slow way. Friends turn to foes, haters tell them go away. Rappers make a shiggy dance like a soul train. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Yeah. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh.
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control.
Raps one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory from Spacestation.
XSET, they play it out perfectly. And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive. Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Hey, we're back here for day 2 of stage 2 of the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doey here, along with my analysts, Caliber Jacob and Jesse Chick. That's right, welcome to the desk for another day of Rainbow Six. And it is gonna be a good day because we're still learning a lot about where all the teams are at coming into stage number 2. And there's so many questions, so many storylines coming together. It's just gonna be a great day, isn't it?
Yeah, we theorized beginning of day 1 that like, oh, we're probably gonna have a pretty close league here. We think all these teams are pretty close. And then we had day 1. We were absolutely correct. Every single single team pushed maps all the way to 15 rounds. We had so many close engagements back to back. There was one game to start us off that like wasn't super close, but otherwise every single matchup felt like it could have gone either way.
Two teams that really stunk last stage started a comeback, maybe a bit, coming back into the fold. One team still has a lot of questions, but they're already beginning to look a lot better. I don't really know if after maybe like the first week to 2 weeks of this league, if all of these teams might very well at least be like top 5, top 6 contenders, and if the teams that end up being at the bottom of the standings at the end of the stage, that might just be because everything was so close and it was only by a couple of points. We've seen that happen in like APAC South before, where all like 7 spots aside from like the very top one have yet to be decided until the very last play day. That kind of feels like what this league is already shaping up to be after just one day.
Yeah, absolutely. There are going to be some good teams that don't go to the major after this stage that would crush a lot of teams that will be going from other regions. It's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes up. But since it's the beginning of the stage, let's take another look real quick at our format, how everything is coming together this time around. As you can see, if you watch stage 1, it's pretty similar. In fact, it's the same. 10 teams, 9 play days, a full best of 1 round robin. Everybody gets to play everybody. And let's see what they're playing for as well. The prize pool, of course. It's going to be some cash on the line, those 6 invitational points as well. And remember, if you make the major, you get even more points too. So it's not just what you see on the screen right there. Those top 4 teams get to add to that when they go to the major as well.
Yeah, and in the major, you get to play against international teams. So that should be easy, like clean sweeps for the North American team.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically free SI points if you go to the major. So that's great.
World is free for NAL, yeah.
Of course. You put it that way.
It's true, it's true. Let's take a look at today's schedule and see what we've got to look forward to. We're starting things off with a banger. It's going to be Soniqs versus TSM. Both teams trying to make that comeback here for stage number 2. Then we got XSET versus Mirage. Astralis versus Parabellum. DarkZero versus Spacestation. Going to be awesome. Then closing out the day with Oxygen taking on a Beastcoast, trying to find a little bit of redemption themselves for what was a pretty lackluster start. But hey, it's only one day in. A lot of teams still with a lot to prove. A lot of teams still shaking off the rust, reworking the strategies, putting into practice what they have been practicing. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
I think a lot of teams,
like 6 teams here might be in contention for top 4 race
6
already.
I raised you 9.
6.
I raised you 9. I think literally
9?
Every team but Mirage, right?
Maybe 8. I mean, like Beast Coast, I want to see a little bit more, so maybe 8. I think Mirage maybe need to show a bit more in Beast Coast, but yeah.
And even with Mirage, there's some individual skill there. It's just, it seems like there's a long way to go before that can really be brought out in a way that wins maps. But I digress. We'll see what happens in match 2 there. Let's talk about match number 1, though. Soniqs versus TSM. Gonna start things off by saying, obviously, these teams, rough stage 1. Despite that, we know there's a lot of talent on both of these squads with how things went last year. Obviously, TSM won the 6th Invitational. Soniqs won the NAL and had a deep run at the Invitational. So we know there's a lot of skill on an individual level. We know there's a lot of skill on a team level too. Stage 1 was crazy though, did not work out. Stage 2, will it be different? That's what we're all kind of asking. That's what we're all kind of like waiting to see, right?
Yeah, I think the meta got shaken up a bit, after Invite when we came into our first stage with Attacker Repick coming forward. I think teams were struggling with that. We got 3 new maps into the pool, and TSM lost all of them. So that was a really struggling point for these squads as well. And we just didn't really see these squads waking up the way we expected them to for the first stage. And now that they can come back into stage 2, I think both of them played pretty solidly in day 1. Obviously, it's one game and they didn't play against the best opponents, but I still think that they showed at the very least they're not going to be the same team that they were last stage, and so that's a positive point for me.
Even in a loss yesterday for the Soniqs, there's some growth and some maturity I think to be shown, because they were the ones that had a bit of an upswing at the back end of last stage, whereas TSM didn't really have that. I think they're the ones that kind of wish they could excise that from their memory and just be like, stage 1 never happened, it was a brick stage, we played scrims, we didn't take it seriously, whatever it might be. I'm not necessarily saying TSM didn't play last stage seriously, but it's a matter of how they improved over time, which didn't really seem like it was there. For the Soniqs, in spite of a loss yesterday, there still seems to be more progress made in a short span of time, and they had more issues that they made public that they had to correct over time. So it feels like there's more of a tangible upswing for the Soniqs, even though they didn't come away yesterday with a W.
I mean, the fact is, too, that one bad stage doesn't necessarily mean a bad year, right? So a chance to kind of start fresh, and we're going to start with Soniqs as far as who we're talking about for this match today. And you're right. I think yesterday, despite the fact that they took that loss, they still did show progress. And this is also the squad that looked better at the end of the stage as opposed to TSM that kind of looked pretty lackluster the entire way through.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments and a couple of players in particular that really stepped up for Soniqs yesterday. I thought a big one, maybe not the flashiest that most people will think of first, but I thought Yeti had really good performance yesterday, despite the fact that I think he was a really a struggling point for Soniqs last stage, right? He was one of those guys that just wasn't really popping off on the scoreboards, maybe later in the stage, but that was kind of all of Soniqs. Later on, kind of finding their stride. Once he was able to roam a little bit more with the rest of his team, it felt like he was being able to find a lot more success. Now against the in their first Playday, it did feel like he was back. He was playing around the rest of the team once again. I will say, still for the Soniqs, a lot of those rounds that they were winning were coming off of the back of somewhat individual plays. When they were coming out of their slump towards the end of last stage, it was teamwork on the roams. It was Grixer working with Kansan, working with Yeti, whoever had to be on those defensive halves. And now they've played their first game, it felt like a lot of those defensive wins were, Rexing clutching up with a 4K in stock. It was Yeti flanking up main stairs. It was Kansan going crazy in the clutch. It was these kind of individual plays, and so I want to see them playing more together today.
I'd say the fact that they went to Bank is also nice because that was a map in best of ones. They just said, screw it, we're not worrying about it. They didn't play it at all back in stage 1, and that's one that we know historically they are very good on, if only because when you think of Kansan, you think of his clutch against Dom1 Kia back at SI, and of which he had 2 more of those clutches in that game from yesterday. But this is a map that didn't really see much play in the NAL for them, and one of the big points they mentioned was map pool expansion. Take us to battlegrounds that you traditionally haven't seen. Remember back in the online days with that one stage where they played Consulate like 5 out of 8 games or something like that? It was nuts how often they would continue repetition on similar battlegrounds over and over again. But if they were to go to more of them, it's not to say that you're going to keep on exposing your strats more. It's that if you go to a wide swath of maps, you're not going to be able to pinpoint those strats nearly as much if you don't show it time and time again. So I like the fact that we tried something different yesterday for the Soniqs.
Yeah, it's a great start. It's a fair point. Let's talk about one person that stood out in particular. Kansan had, I would say, the highest clutch factor of the team yesterday. Jesse mentioned some other performances, but check it out. 136 EPS, not a bad start. He did have I think there were multiple 4Ks or something like that. He had some big pop-off moments in there.
Yeah, he had a 1v4 clutch on defense on the top floor bomb site, and then he came back and had a 1v3 clutch when they were attacking down onto the open offices. He really did crush it for Soniqs and really bailed them out of a couple of bad situations, which was important.
Also, look at that. He's playing Sledge. What are the Soniqs doing playing Sledge of all operators? They deliberately avoided that for such a long period, if only in standard league play. I'm happy that there are some things that they're trying to crack a little bit out of a shell. They might have found success before with the specific formula, but they, among any other team, understand it's time to shift things around a little bit. If that's what they play, if that's where they play, if that's how often they do it, I like the fact that they understand sometimes there are some slight patterns that we have to break and then finding a way to excel because of it.
I will say there were a couple of times where I wish you would have done more on Sledge. A lot of the times Soniqs attacks, they were really site focused. And I think that comes off the back of that, Astralis had played Bank quite a bit. Soniqs did their homework. They likely knew exactly how to hit those sites without having to deal with the roamers. But because they often didn't take that top floor control, they didn't take a lot of map control, they weren't able to use that vertical pressure.
They were scrambling a bit,
Yeah, as well as some teams could have. So I'm hoping today that we see Soniqs maybe take a little bit more of that map control, maybe try to get a bit more of an advantage early on, rather than just hitting the site over and over, kind of quick takes that they like to do yesterday, because those can work, but once your opponents figure out what you're trying to do, it kind of falls apart.
Yeah, very true. Well, meanwhile, on the other side of the arena is going to be Team Solo Mid, TSM now. I guess everyone just says TSM now. They're officially TSM.
They say TSM FTX now.
They got rid of the old name anyway. Yeah, that's right. There you go. Well, they won the 6th Invitational, came into stage 1, didn't look great. Now in stage 2, things looking a little bit better. They got the win yesterday, a good start, obviously, but we need more. I think we need more of the old TSM back. You said they were back yesterday, Jesse, but are they really back?
I think so. I think Big Bad Bolo came hard yesterday. He was their second highest rated player, 11-8 overall, a classic 1.0 even KPR. Is very, very hard to maintain in Siege, but he was able to do it in their first match back. And yeah, I really thought that they were looking like a complete team. Now, obviously, there will be many more challenges ahead, right? They're gonna have to take down a lot more top teams in this league. But I still thought that, like, even in that matchup, when we got to watch them play against Mirage, they were doing well. And despite the fact that they weren't really on an upswing towards the end of last stage, I would say their performance yesterday was strong enough, with Bolo fragging out on defense, with Achieved hitting some really great nades. I think that they may even just be the favorites coming into this game.
We highlighted how.
Wait, hold on. How much of that was TSM and how much of that was the fact that they were playing Mirage?
I mean, okay, it's like, sure, Mirage may not have been putting down ADSs, but Achieve still has to hit those nades, right? There's still a major component in TSM that has to make things happen, that has to make things work. I think Bolo still being able to run around on those defenses, and the Azami usage as well from Bolo, being so proficient and so aggressive with it. I thought that was huge, and I don't think that's like Mirage floundering. Maybe there was some of that, but I do think most of the rounds that we saw from TSM were legitimately good, regardless of the opponents they were facing.
This is just more of a true test, though. So if they can carbon copy, like just Control-C, Control-V in today, that is what's going to impress me the most. If anything, we gave them a highlight about how like abysmal their stats were overall in stage 1.
Yeah,
how most people, like aside from Merc, didn't have like a 1.0 rating like normally. If we were to use that same comparative rating to now, all of them 1.04 or better, with Merc leading the charge. That man had like phenomenal Ying plays on for most of what they had on Oregon. His flanks with Wamai usually were on point as well. But I do like how they usually are like new map adopters. They're also usually new op adopters in the event that they can find something else that really shifts up the meta. So they were on point with Azami, like you mentioned. That's what Bolo was doing. He'd throw them up, leave for a bit, come back, find a way to use them late round. That is what is really making Azami so potent, is because of where she's utilized and the fact that a roamer is usually tasked with taking her and then trying to find a way to work around the map. So I like that they're using everything at their disposal, and it kind of feels like even after one game, this is the same TSM attitude that we've always come to expect.
They're going to need to bring it against Soniqs for sure, but we're going to find out where they're going to bring it right now. The bans are in, so we're going to find out what map we're going to. I'm excited about this one. We did see, of course, Bank being played yesterday by Soniqs, but what are we going to see today? Border and Cafe out of the way right away.
Cafe, not surprising. This version of the Soniqs formed on February 25th, 2021, and in that time, they have not played Cafe a single time. It's their permaban. It might be the longest streak of not playing a map that we've seen from any team. It's going to be taken off of the board. Then Chalet goes next from TSM. That's a bit of an interesting one. It is Soniqs' favorite map, so clearly taking a map away from their opponents. And it's the one that they played last stage. The Soniqs and TSM played stage 1 on Chalet, and Soniqs won playing with their coach. So I can understand not wanting to run that one back. And then Oregon and Skyscraper are going to be the next two to fall. Oregon's a bit of an interesting ban to come through from TSM. They did manage to win it yesterday against Mirage. So despite the fact that they looked good yesterday and they liked it, they're saying doesn't matter. We don't want to take Soniqs there.
Bank is still in the pool, which obviously Soniqs played yesterday and very nearly beat a handicapped or somewhat handicapped Astralis team on yesterday. So that is up for grabs, as is Villa, but that's something TSM would rather not worry about. And it's Clubhouse instead, which is curious considering TSM never played it, and it was one they didn't really show a willingness to try back in stage 1 for any reason. Obviously, the last time they would have played Clubhouse was the first map of 6 Invitational Grand Finals when Team Empire selected it, and that was supposed to be the map that Empire were going to win because that was the one they picked before any maps got banned out, and TSM had to scrap, but they were able to secure that one. Meanwhile, for the Soniqs, they used to rule Clubhouse way back in the day, to a point where this has been banned against them in every single series from stage 1. So they never had an opportunity to even play it because other teams were like, screw it, we're not taking you to this battleground for any reason.
It was a very successful map for the Soniqs last year, but TSM were one of the few teams that did take them on it. They actually beat the Soniqs on Clubhouse back in stage 3, 7-4.
There we go.
All right, well, we'll find out who's able to take it pretty soon here. I mean, the thing is that both of these teams want this so much, right? I mean, I feel like despite the fact that this is only day 2 of the stage, this is a very meaningful match already for both of these teams. But
I'd say, just as one aside, it's not a case where either team really, really needs to win it. Again, we're only in week 2, but it's just more of a proving game because both teams did have struggles in last stage. We're going to a common map for both of them. They like going to it. The only question is, how much does this really matter for the future? I'd argue because we're so early, it doesn't matter too much. It's just nice to get it's nice to get something going. That's more the point here.
They won't feel that way in a couple of months' times when they're missing out on the major by 2 points.
I mean, you're gonna hope so. True.
True enough. Well, let's go to our predictions and see what people are really thinking. It's time to make a decision. And first, we'll send it over to our casters, Blue and Stokes, standing by. We've been mulling it over. I'm sure you've been listening to every word we've been saying, obviously.
Of course.
So, you know, has that helped inform a decision? What have you come to over there?
You know, I'm going to delegate this to you, John.
Stop it. Advocating responsibility.
First. Once again, just like the end of the match, or the last match we did yesterday, I think this one's going to be fairly close, especially since we're going to Clubhouse too, which is another map that we've seen played out quite a bit. I feel like the Soniqs just have a little bit of an edge right now based off of the performances that I saw yesterday, so I feel like they've got this match.
All right. I mean, that's fair. I'm still going to give it to TSM, though, just because I can. I think that's really, I think that's all I'm going to do. You know, somebody's got to be the difference maker, and I think that TSM, especially after what we saw from yesterday, I think they're starting to work back into some better graces. So I'm feeling them today. We'll see how it goes on Clubhouse.
I think it's a hard one to pick. So we have our casters split 1-1. Are the analysts going to be the same way? You're both kind of in accord here.
I agree this is a very difficult one to pick up on. I'm probably going to lean TSM because in the recent results that we've seen, I thought that they played a better game yesterday than the Soniqs did. Soniqs maybe relying a little bit too much more on the clutch factor, on the individual plays, and TSM playing a little bit more as a team. So I'm going to go TSM for this one. Jacob?
Okay.
It's really difficult. I'm leaning Soniqs, though, for some reason. I wish there was a better method of explaining it other than we're going to club, and their attacks have usually been super plan oriented. Make sure we get super with his protection detail onto site, get him in there fast, plant, get the heck out, post-plant coverage. Clubhouse is a pretty optimal map for that on certain sites. So for some reason, and also given the fact that, again, TSM played Mirage yesterday, probably not the highest quality opponent you want to face going into a match like this. Sure. In a best-of-1 scenario, TSM were afraid of trying to make the big plays or the big risks that meant they could actually win in a best-of-1 format, whereas I don't really think Soniqs have much of the same fear. So I think, I like this more. I'll go SQ with this game.
All right, wow. Split caster desk, split analyst desk. We'll see what the coin has to say. That's right. The force of chance says.
Pretty good
it's first of all.
It's been 60%, right?
It's been 60%. It's been okay, yeah. It's going to be heads Soniqs. It's going to be tails TSM. Oh, it says tails. The
all
coin
right.
goes
take
TSM.
Those. I like that odds.
That's not good for you.
It's Morbin time.
The coin's over 50. And the coin picks agreed with me.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I think it could go either way. I mean, it truly is random chance at this point, which will, determine the coin's win. That's how it goes.
The only question is, which set of stands, the Bolo or the Super stands, actually won out on Twitter this morning? What did they say?
Don't mess with Bolo fans.
The answer is, and the survey says, TSM. There you go.
That's going to happen every time.
Good.
I'm in your head. I know TSM is going to be picked every time.
No matter what game it is, the fan base is rabid for TSM.
They will.
No doubt about it. So the fans going that way. We will see what happens. But for now, the question you need to think about is our community poll. And the question is, for today, what is it? It's not in my car. I'm going to read it. It says, who should be the CEO of NA League, Super or Bolo? The CEO?
TSM already has a CEO, but he plays in a different game.
And Super already has a CEO, and it's his dad. So
true.
Oh.
We'll let Twitter decide. I don't want to answer this.
I don't feel qualified
I'll let you talk about that.
Yeah, that's right. You can answer that on social media, hashtag R6NAL. Let us know what you think. And go on Twitter to click that poll. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, the day begins. TSM versus Soniqs. Who takes the first win of Stage 2, Day 2? We'll find out right after this.
So we go shout, need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, dope. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's in the way we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nation, I don't
Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I'm needing an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah.
I'm Grixer, and this is
Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Lions, tigers, bears are my king of the jungle, I stand for the pride. Beat on my chest, that's the rhythm inside. I got so much heart, I'm burning with fire. Can't stop, won't stop.
I'm Grixer, and this is NAL.
It is indeed the NAL. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get ready for our first matchup of the day. Bound to be a close one as well, as we've seen both the Soniqs and TSM start to rebound a bit from their Stage 1 performances, which, we're not going to beat around the bush, was obviously not that great, but already showing some signs of rebounding here from their first matches in Stage 2. And now we get to throw them at each other and see who comes out on top.
Yes, indeed we do. Soniqs versus TSM on Clubhouse. I honestly don't think we'd have it any other way. This is a North American staple with a few of our staple teams, and obviously both of them not having the greatest start to these stages this year overall, and mostly because of SI. Both of them getting off of SI and having some really good showings, especially for TSM, lifting the hammer this time around, but obviously Stage 1, they were just kind of dead beat. They really were just tired, couldn't get into the games like they wanted to, but they both seem ready to play this stage. I'm extremely excited to see how today goes, especially with both of these teams actually finding some fire, or some fuel for the fire rather, yesterday instead of their first matches.
I know we talked talked to Bolo during stage 1, he had been telling me that there was like maybe some communication issues, some like smaller things happening inside of the match, but definitely going to need to see a big improvement on that, and plenty other factors if TSM is going to want to continue to find impact here and continue as well to surge higher in the stage 2 rankings to try and qualify for majors. Obviously, with stage 1 not going that great for both of these teams, that does mean that both of them missed out at our recent major on home turf. You guys have been seeing the rumblings. It seems like the announcement of the new majors or the upcoming majors location seems to be on the horizon potentially, so keep your eyes peeled for that, as these teams will soon be finding out where exactly they'll be battling to head towards in just a few months' time.
Yeah, it's somewhere around here. I mean,
somewhere on
we may know,
planet Earth,
exactly.
assumably.
We may know, we may not know, but you'll never get it out of us, I promise. But looks like we've brought the banana to the stage. TSM ready for war, but it's Chala this time around. It keeps moving. Originally, we had it on Merc. I mean, now we have it on Chala. I believe we had one with a Chi before as well, maybe Geo. Also had some action with DarkZero.
Yeah, I was going to bring that. I was like, DarkZero stole it last night, I guess.
It was amazing to have crowds back and have a moment like that. Probably one of my favorite moments from all of Charlotte overall. But getting into this match and seeing what we're going to have here on Clubhouse as the players get warmed up and into the lobby. The Soniqs yesterday performing pretty well on Bank, just falling short just by a small margin. But a couple of things to really notate about this team. First things first, Kansan yesterday was firing on all cylinders. He looked so very solid. Excited to see what he can do up against TSM today, especially on a map that has a little bit more rigidity like Clubhouse.
We also have the mainstays, of course, that we've come to expect to frag out here. I think Grixer being the most notable one indeed, that had been really topping the charts in so many different stat categories, going back to, of course, SI earlier this year. Overall, for the 2021 season of the NAL, this man was absolutely destroying multiple stat categories. So definitely one that we're going to be keeping an eye on. And this is a factor that probably won't change anything too heavily on the overall game scope here. But from what I remember, going to Clubhouse is actually one of the maps where Super can perform a little bit better too. He seems like he's like a bit more confident on this map and has those capabilities to make plays. So we actually see him kind of have his day in the sun a little bit more often on this map than we tend to see on some of the others, if my memory is correct about that.
I feel like it is, because for me, when it comes to Super, like his performances when it comes to maps, he does the best on the maps where you would assume that he would do the worst. When Coastline was in, it was one of the best maps for Super to play. It was actually incredible.
That was the other one too.
You go to Coastline, you're like, oh, the Super factor's coming in now. Dropping double digits here out of nowhere. Mr. 1.6 coming back with a vengeance. But we'll have to see if we can have it here today on Clubhouse as well. As you said, he seems to be able to find himself here when it comes to this German map.
That point as well, if we're correct about that, and we do, and Super is a little bit more confident on a map like Clubhouse here, that may play into the point that Jesse was talking about as well, or actually, sorry, I think it was Jacob that mentioned this, where he was referring to the fact that this team seems to be a little bit more well put together on maps like this. Their execute's really on point, the attacks seem to be coming together really well, and that, in part, may be due to the kind of comfortability factor that's coming in if this is going to be an area where Super, and of course the rest of his teammates, feel that they have really played out their strategy and are confident in it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing when it comes to Clubhouse is what are these clears going to be looking like on offense? Because we know both of these teams are more than likely going to try for a roam game eventually when it comes to club, or try and stack some heavier utility around the area, especially with a zombie in play now. Honestly, I'm expecting a zombie ban here just because she is such a solid option, especially for rafters right now inside of Garage. You can practically make that thing an impenetrable fortress with the way that you're able to set that up because of the panels that are on top of that. You can just throw those Kiba barricades or barriers in between those two rafter panels up top, and it just makes it so much easier to play. You add the Wamai discs, give him some extra space to work around there, and you can just see how much of a problem that could potentially be. And that's just one area around that map. That's not even including, you know, potential angles you could block off from like the kitchen hatch or anything downstairs. And this is what we were talking about yesterday, especially with like Newers when they were talking to him about a zombie and just how much she's going to change the game. She really changes up every bomb site and makes it a little bit more difficult for these, offensive units to clear things out.
Well, while we're waiting for our players to get themselves ready, we want to learn a little bit more about TSM and what they've been up to in between the stages. Let's go ahead and take a quick listen to see what TSM has been working on.
It has not been good when it comes to TSM's overall gameplay for this map.
I would say we were pretty confident coming in. Like our first game, we just didn't really play like ourselves, and then like the last few losses, I feel like we've just not really been able to recover from them.
I don't think it's that bad because like same thing like last year is like last year or most of the year was terrible. We just for some reason can't close out on the best of ones. And I mean, we ended the year in a great note, but I mean we're still obviously not happy with like how the whole year went, right? So for us, it's about just finding the solution to these best of ones, and then just showing up on game day.
We've been going since like pre-November just to like go to SI, and then when we got back from SI, like we had less than a week off basically until we were back practicing again. So I think the team desperately needs like a break and a little bit of time off.
I think obviously like for example, our team has been together for like 3 years now, so I do think it's easier to fix problems with a new roster change or like a younger roster than like obviously 3 years. You're kind of like in each other's like head, and you're like kind of like it's easy to get annoyed at someone right after 3 long years of being together. But for us, it's just about like fixing our mistakes.
I think if we can get some good practice in with some international teams and really like hone in on like our core issues, that's gonna be our main goal in the off season.
Like I said, I think for us it's not like we're playing to win. We're not playing to lose. So I think that's like obviously like our main thing. So we just gotta focus up, I think.
Show me what night is made of. Feel you above me. Look in your eyes, storming. Up in the sky, warning. We're gonna fly over. Here we go. We're gonna fly, going up. Just you and I, we're going up. We're gonna fly, we're going up. Just you and I, we're gonna fly, we're going up. On another level, gonna be to ease my mind's eye. Watching the colors die. On another level, my mind is where I come alive. Waiting for the sun to rise. We're gonna fly, we're gonna fly. 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 On another level, I'm so faithful. We're shining like diamonds in the light. We're gonna fly, going up. Just you and I, we're going up. We're gonna fly, we're going up. Just you and I, we're gonna fly, we're going up. On another level, gonna be to ease my mind's eye. Watching the colors die. On another level, my mind is where I come alive. Waiting for the sun to rise. As the sun goes down, waiting for the sun to go down. The sun goes
Right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud, and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. All my exes just drinking themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion on how you know just what I'm.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League here for Rainbow Six Siege. Apologies for the delays in getting this match started. I believe we are working on sorting out a small technical issue. I believe we have resolved it, so I think it's a matter of just getting our teams into the server now, so we're just waiting on that. And then we should be good to start this match. If you are just joining us and you're unfamiliar with who the matchup is between, well, it's the Soniqs versus TSM, and we're going to be going to Clubhouse for our map.
Gonna be a pretty interesting one, as it always is, in between TSM and the Soniqs. One of the funnest matchups to watch when it comes to the NAL, and one that's become almost a classic when it comes to this region. So excited to see them both come to Clubhouse and see what they have to offer on a map that's a little bit more rigid than the others. I want to see how this offensive side can go. We're just waiting on them to finish up getting into the lobby, and we'll launch it for you guys momentarily. But while we were getting to that point, still have some things to cover overall. If you guys weren't tuned in with us yesterday, first things first, what are you doing? Second things, go check out our YouTube channel. You guys can always go back and watch any of the VODs from our broadcasts on there, as we have them all uploaded by the end of the day. But either way, Soniqs had a pretty interesting game on Bank, where Kansan actually ended up popping off, but just could not get the W at the end of the day. But for TSM, actually able to edge things out in their matchup yesterday, and coming into today with their heads held pretty high.
Absolutely the case here, just falling off a little bit towards the end of the matchup, unfortunately, and allowing their opponents to come back and ultimately be victorious in that game. So an unfortunate start indeed to the stage, but also a bit of a hopeful one considering how stage 1 went for them. This is already a much more improved squad from the looks of things, and we're going to have another test lined up for the Soniqs roster here today versus TSM. As we explained when we were on earlier, this is also another team that is looking to rebound after a really successful SI, and that's putting it lightly. Unfortunately, we saw this team drop off to a huge extent in stage 1 of the NAL, and they are now looking to kind of rebound as well here to once again earn a major spot, hopefully at the upcoming major, and a few other things as well. Just kind of trying to retain that top 4 positioning here inside of the NA region, where they believe they certainly should be in a spot, and I would tend to agree with that given their SI run.
Yeah, it was a pretty big conversation for a lot of these teams that went to the Six Invitational with just how draining it was for them, you know, traveling all the way over to Sweden, going through the boot camp and everything else. Yeah, and even more for them, more than likely, because they stay there a week before we get there, which means they're probably over in Sweden for 3.5 weeks, which is just so much time to be away from home by itself. But also you have to go through the entire mental battle of going through that entire tournament, playing your hardest every single day, and then, well, for TSM's sake, winning the whole thing, right? But after that, you're so drained. And like they were saying in their video, especially from Poge, you know, they only had about a week's worth of time when they got back to take off before they had to start up practice again for the new stage. And, you know, it's just, it's a very difficult time frame in order to try and have that turnaround. So for TSM and for quite a few other teams for that first stage, just lackluster due to the amount of, you know, strenuous time they'd put into the game. But obviously paying off for quite a bit of North America, and both of these teams having quite a bit of history on being on top in North America. So more than likely both of these squads willing and up to the challenge when it comes to taking on some of these new full-on youth, full new blood teams like Astralis and whatever else you want to root for at the current moment.
We were talking earlier about how we have Azami in play now, and I think for a Clubhouse game, it's going to be really interesting to see how she plays out. I think I'm mainly concerned with how basement roams are going to go, because we'll more than likely see her try to be used in those situations, and having those additional barricades to be thrown out, I think, is going to add that extra level of complexity that can allow that sort of sandwich roam we see a lot of teams doing on basement to kind of last a lot longer, just because of the annoyance factor that could come from those Kiva barricades. This is on top of course, infinite possibilities for how she could be played in sight, just on like a casual extension towards like construction or the bedroom if you're playing in cash, and many other examples aside from that as well. So there's a lot of possibilities for how Azami can make things a lot trickier for the attackers here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, she's a brain blast when it comes to Siege. You can just sit there and just keep mulling her over time and time again, theory crafting, and you're probably going to be able to come up with something new that not necessarily everybody has looked into. She's just got a lot going on, and I think it's definitely going to be something that opens up a lot of the defensive playbook, because, if you do end up banning Azami, you open up a lot of other defenders that are really important to the game of Rainbow Six, like Mira, for instance. If she ends up making it through the ban phase, quite a few of these teams don't really play Mira anymore. We see her quite a bit on Oregon. We don't really see her anywhere else. Sometimes we see her on Club. I think we've recently seen her a little bit on Cafe, but even that, I believe, was more international competition more than anything. So if, Mira starts to work her way back into the meta, then it's going to be quite difficult when it comes down to it.
Definitely will be the case. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue to see how this will build up as we get closer to the matchup here. What's going on here?
Rexon was in the TSM huddle right there. I think he was just spying on everything, maybe getting some good communication here from Gotcha. Trying to figure out exactly what was going on with the team, but you can tell quite a few of these NA pros really good friends with each other, like to have a good time on the stage and everything else in between.
Our production was trying to point that out to me, and I didn't even believe them for a second there when they were like, "Oh yeah, why is Rexon in the huddle there?" And thank you for pointing that out though, because indeed he was. So interesting as we have him joining up with them. So some good vibes.
Poge just slid him a 20 and was like,
"He's like, come on over, come on over."
Round three. I need you to run out jacuzzi wall.
We're gonna have to pay very close attention to his gameplay now. yeah. After seeing what just happened right there.
right when he sat down, Super looked across the desk and he was just like, "Is there treason among us? Like, what's going on here?" Acting a little sus over there, Rexon.
Let's see,
they're going to re-huddle now.
Yeah, I was about to say, did Rexon come back, or is he? I saw him dash off to the left a few minutes ago. But
did you see? Jason literally just looks across. Bolas is like, is he coming again? Okay, no, we're good. We can talk about this. TSM making sure that nobody can potentially hear what they have in store for the Soniqs, and the Soniqs already prepared, as they have finally gotten all of their players into the lobby. We were just moments away, folks, from jumping into Clubhouse for our very first matchup of the day. I hope you guys are enjoying the NAL so far. Yesterday, already quite the day of games, but we have another set of 5 here today for you. And it's going to be pretty much a banger, honestly. We got a couple barn burners today. I believe match 3 was the one that you and I were looking at that was going to be pretty interesting. Astralis versus Parabellum. Obviously, TSM versus Soniqs is going to be quite a bit of fun as well. We just have, good vibes overall today. So it's going to be a pretty good time. Make sure you guys stick with us, as we are just moments away yet again from getting into the game here. You only have like a couple of seconds to run to the bathroom, maybe grab yourself a drink or some food from the kitchen.
Yep, TSM has returned to their desk, and I can confirm we do have all 10 players in the server, so it should just be a few seconds away from getting things started here. Once again, folks, I know we were supposed to start a few minutes ago, so apologies for the delay in getting things going, but I want to make sure that we've got the most competitive environment possible, so we had to make sure that we sorted out a few things before we went live here. I believe that has all been taken care of now, so we are going to be, as Stokes mentioned, just a few moments away from hopping into the server, jumping into Clubhouse here, and finding our first winner of the day between the Soniqs as well as TSM.
I just want to see this ban phase so we can start talking about this map. That's what I'm excited about, because I don't know what this defensive ban is looking like. The offense is more than likely going to hinge upon hard breach, as it usually does when it comes to Club. We'll probably see a Thatcher ban. Maybe Soniqs double down and ban Maverick. Really don't know, but we'll have to see. Soniqs will be starting off on the offensive side, TSM on defense, so obviously that'll play a little bit into what they want to do, but more often than not, when it comes to Siege, a lot of teams just ban things out that the opposing team really wants to use, or something that is just very strong on the map, so that the opposing team can't use it when they end up switching sides later on. TSM will ban out the Maverick and leave up Thatcher to be able to be banned by the Soniqs. How do the Soniqs feel about this? Have to see. Obviously, Maverick, a huge component Clubhouse when it comes to getting things like the CCTV wall as well as hatches. This is also going to mean that Kaid has went up in importance as well, especially depending on what this ban looks like. And it is indeed going to be the Hibana, making quite a bit of sense. We talk about Hibana quite a lot, especially with the fact that she is indeed the hatch queen. She's got the best utility in the game when it comes to disrupting those hatches, and Clubhouse, a map that has quite a few of those. What's the defensive ban, though, for the Soniqs? It's going to be Azami. This is exactly what I thought. Actually, Pengu and I were talking about this yesterday when it came to the Soniqs. I really did expect Super to lean into an Azami ban and try and force some teams back to what they were playing before previously, just so they don't have to deal with any of the new stuff. I think it's a really, really smart ordeal. They're also going to get rid of the Kaid so they don't have to bring the Thatcher. That's something we've seen in recent history. Just kind of a respect ban so they can work in other things on the offensive side. But there you go. That's how things are set up for the bans. And that's exactly why I really wanted to see what we were going to see on the defensive end, because now we have Mira in play as well for that basement setup.
Yep, absolutely the case. It is going to fall back to a more traditional style of play here, more than likely, though. Unless the Soniqs really want to throw us for a curveball and try to add some sense action in. They, of course, haven't had a whole lot of play just yet. We did see it used once in yesterday's matchup, but it didn't really lead to a whole lot of success just yet. So it's going to take some more time before they're potentially incorporating the team strategies a bit more purely here.
I'm really respecting the Azami ban here from the Soniqs. I think it's extremely smart. Clubhouse is a map where I felt as though Azami was going to get some of the most play, just because of, like we were talking about inside of the pregame. This map's quite rigid. You know, like there's a lot of different things you can do, I guess, but when it comes down to it, you're really looking to clear Clubhouse in like one of two ways. So it's really not that big of a deal when it comes to working this map. But obviously TSM, they're going to be going for the roam strategy. This is something that we also touched upon. This is usually the extension that you see from the basement just to make the clear a little bit more complex, and that's what we were talking about. There's about two ways you're going to clear out this map. We'll see which way the Soniqs want to go. They're going to go direct downstairs. They're going to go for the full clear on the top floor. If they do, they want to set up for that hammer and anvil, get somebody across the map to make sure that TSM's fallback strategy does not work out as beautiful as it is intended.
Interesting bandit setup over there inside of Strip for Geo. We're actually going to see two of the batteries committed to that along with the reinforcements there. So definitely a pretty heavy emphasis for Geo to maintain this current position here and be able to play it out for a bit longer than we might generally expect. So going to be very curious to see how that leads into the late round more than anything, as the Soniqs may have to spend quite a bit of time clearing that out. At the moment, though, more concerned with the upstairs play more than anything else. So that is what the focus is for the clear at the moment for the Soniqs here, trying to flush out the one or two players from TSM. They're going to be maintaining that position, and we'll start with Rex and potentially one other player to group in and try to flush that player out.
Really like the positioning from Geo as well, because he's got the secondary super shorty, so he can just simply, oh, nice shot there from Chala. Sweating it out there for Yetis. He tries to creep up secret, but doesn't work out for him. Chala more than likely heard the window hop, and that's going to be a freebie over to TSM there, as he's going to lose out in the 1v1 situation. Also going to be one of the hard breach members down, so now Super has to pick and choose these hatches. No secondary hard breach available either. Rexon's going to be inside of Garage, does still have the availability to drop down into Oil Pit, but Merc's going to pick up Kanzan as this continues to get more and more difficult. And in fact, Merc's inside of Bar at the current moment. Grixer is upstairs waiting for him to make a misplay. Won't be able to find it, but finally, as Merc stumbles back into the angle, Grixer will be able to pick him up with the LMG. Won't be able to equalize just yet. The drone game's spinning up for the Soniqs, but they haven't been able to discover too much, minus that refrag onto Merc. And the big issue is, well, you still have a Geo all the way over here inside of Strip, and as I touched on before, he's got a lot of different avenues that he can potentially rotate out of, just like this wall. You see, that's why Grixer is staring at this at the current moment, because he's just a nuisance. They can't play around the bar hatch. There's really not much they can do without dislodging him, because at any moment, Geo can simply slip him behind them and pick up some very impactful frags.
Attackers, unfortunately, don't have a whole lot of utility to force him out of here either. They've got the hard breach still on Super. Grixer can help out the three remaining players by boosting up their health and whatnot, obviously, but Rex, the only thing he's really going to be able to contribute here is going to be those stuns to be chucked in, and that's assuming he hasn't already used both of them. He does have two of the lifeline charges left, excuse me. Could be a 1-1 split, but we'll get a better idea of that when they start to move in. It looks like, yeah, we do have those stun charges remaining, but they're going to be used to attack the site here. Excellent start to it from Super as he gets the entry, but Bulo immediately trading out both of those kills. It's all brought down to Grixer here inside of a 1v3. He'll have to make this push all on his lonesome here. sneaks in, will get a free kill against the smoke. That's achieved going down. Nice insertion, but won't be able to take it any further than that as Bolo is immediately ready to exchange that out and lock in the round for TSM.
Yeah, TSM probably pretty happy to be back on the stage where they were playing from home yesterday, so already feeling themselves inside of the first round. The Soniqs cannot deal with the roam game. They get some solid info on the top floor, but they instead go for a mid-floor entry, all except for the Finka taking up construction upstairs. It did assist them in getting control of Merc, but past that, it was the TSM show, constantly applying pressure to the Soniqs on different stairwells and different angles, as well as Geo really not having to do a whole heck of a lot. Just sat inside his script.
Being there.
It was annoying. That was it. That's all he had to do, and that's why that setup worked so great for them. They reinforce the outside and make it to where the Soniqs have to dedicate so much utility to try and clear out that area, and since they didn't bring a Thatcher, it makes it even that much more convoluted. So instead, they're like, all right, I guess we have to just go for the direct building instead of trying to get Geo out of here, and that's also ill-advised as well because TSM gets so many picks on their roam game that are simply not refragged by the Soniqs. Nobody really inside of the same zip code to be able to assist each other, all except for Grixer that we saw on that top floor being able to pick up Merc. But even then, Merc definitely had an opportunity to be able to slip through the cracks there. He just happened to move the wrong way.
So, time to see if TSM can continue their reign of terror here after having a pretty confident initial basement defense. That is somewhat the expected win for the defense, as it's a fairly defendable site. It's time to see now if Soniqs, with a few more opportunities to breach through and actually pierce the veil, get themselves inside, will be able to have better results now. On an upstairs hold, inside of gym and bedroom as well. Not going to go for the expected second site over here towards Cash, so TSM will throw a slight curveball at it. More than likely just testing their wits a bit here to see if they're truly ready to play out this side of the strategy yet. We are going to see quick work made, however, of the main balcony wall. The Soniqs will waste no time in getting their access to the building.
Fantastic adjustment here from the Soniqs. Bringing in the EMPs on Yeti is going to make it to where the rest of these offenses are going to be pretty solid if they continue to bring it, obviously because of the strategy that we just seen from TSM. It makes it to where you can potentially get some EMPs in to not only break up like things like ADSs and stuff like that, but those bandit batteries especially, so you can have some influence over a position like Geo's in the last round. They've already gotten the wall open. This is exactly the first step that you want when it comes to a CCTV offense, as well as clearing out the top of red. That deployable shield, so very annoying if you don't get rid of it, as the smoke player, anybody else can simply sit on that and try and play the crossfire for the breach. So always good to give them as most minimal cover as possible. The drone's now in for the Soniqs as TSM is backed up, playing more towards construction as well as secret, just seeing if they can actually wrap themselves around the Sonic setup as they're starting to work their way into garage. Merc also has denial with this Nitro cell, but Soniqs, they know it's not going to be that easy. They'll more than likely look downstairs before going for this plant, as Rexon has quickly put us into LA Noire. Merc also along for the ride here. I feel like we have to switch up our accents, John. Really don't know what we have to go for the rest of the time.
We got the color back.
We got it back. We have entered the 21st century. Very, very proud of the Rainbow Six stream.
All right, so the Soniqs still working on getting their way in, and they'll be able to find a good jumping off point here with Rexon being able to get the entry against Bolo. Rest of the team ready to move forward and swing their way into logistics primarily. Kansan will entry in from there, but Grixer gets a double frag kill. Geo and Chala both fall victim to that. Another entry's picked up from Yeti, only leaving that bathroom position alive for Achieved, and that won't stay alive for very long either. Soniqs immediately changing up the pace of this game after a rocky start in round one. They give us a flawless take in the second.
That's a huge, huge difference between those two rounds, and it mostly benefited off the fact that they brought Thatcher. Made it so much easier for them to gain access to a lot of parts of the map that are extremely influential and force the defense into some pretty dire circumstances, especially after they get rid of the top red position and make that even more complicated to play. TSM tend to fall back, and that's exactly what we see. They start working their way towards Master, and Soniqs are ready for that, taking down quite a few members, especially from the logistics hatch as they clear in through construction and actually apply pressure to TSM's hold over on that part of the map and practically just decimate them from that point. Not a single refrag coming through, and even that last kill, you think just for a second there that there is some potential to at least get a couple of kills as an undiscovered smoke just sits inside of the shower for Master, but even then, still have a beautiful shot from Rexon that takes him down from the window. Just a simple face peek from that moment. No extra info needed. Flawless round for the Soniqs. They're on the board, and now TSM back to CCTV to try it yet again.
Yep, TSM realized the potential misplay there, just extending the site out a bit too early on, so they're going to go back into cache and CCTV. Important to note that after this run through, they'll re-unlock basement, so it's unlikely we'll see the return for at least 2 additional rounds to the gym and bedroom site here, even if they lock in this one. For the Soniqs, not going to see any huge change-ups to their their own attacking lineup. You can bring a pretty straightforward amount of play here to this map, and it'll generally work for most sites. So once again, we'll be seeing that usual lineup of operators here. Rexen's adding a secondary hard breach for the ace in the event that we need that, but we have already been seeing that for previous rounds also.
Yeah, we've had Rexen on the Zofia for one round. He was on the ace the last round, so more ace than Zof inside of this, and that's allowed Kansan to go over to more of a soft breach option. And as you guys know, Sledge, always a fantastic choice. Great utility usage there from Achieve, but oh no, Rexen catches him off guard.
Wasn't expecting
he pre-fires the breach. Able to take him down in top red, and that's going to be the batteries gone, although the job was already done for the Soniqs. So they're able to get that outside hole open. Now Super going to be able to get the second part of this breach as well. That will more than likely not be able to be bandit tricked in the first place anyways, just given the circumstances. Might have gotten an impact on that. Should have been Geonidas here. So I don't believe that wall got open on the other end. Geo holding down onto that, and obviously, like we were talking about before, this Raptors position quite influential when it comes down to it, but since a zombie is not in play, it won't be nearly as defendable when it comes to common day standards. Drone in now. Geo will try and get rid of that as we'll continue to try and build up these discs to apply to the situation.
Lots of the hard breach gone as Rexen uses his final Selma. So excellently played here in terms of utility usage, as they're going to run out of hard breach just as they get everything open. It would have been nice to have access to construction, but it shouldn't be a requirement as Geo takes a dirty fight versus Yeti and comes out as the victor here, evening out the kill count for both teams and bringing it down to a 4v4. Nade going long, fortunately ends up a little bit too short ultimately though, as no damage is struck against the members of TSM. They'll keep themselves alive and at the same HP. And the Soniqs will sit here wondering what the next move is, as they're now with less than 1 minute to go until they'll lose this by default.
Well, it seemed as though Yeti was really hoping that Geo would just give Garage over to him. He tags him up a bit, but obviously sitting in the angle really punished him in that situation. But finally, Super will be able to refrag him. That'll be Garage control for the Soniqs, as they'll immediately hop to, because they must. Big issue is this wall is indeed banded, but it's banded on the Raptor side, so should be fairly straightforward for them to be able to get that open and attempt to plant. The big thing is this, oh my god, Merc gets well merked. Rexen will take him down. That's going to be the Nitro cell out here, and potentially the last stop for TSM. Bolo does indeed still have one. Super's going to smoke this off so that he can hold on to the cross, but Bolo does indeed have Warden, so he'll be seen through this smoke. He'll be able to potentially get some big kills, but oh, a big miss onto Super. He tags the backpack of the Thermite. The smoke will actually smoke him out. Prone now for Bolo, as Grixer will pick up one, but Rexen will pick up the second. The Soniqs able to work it out after Geo goes down in Garage. Soniqs take full control and able to try and fake things out with the plant to not only bait the utility, but to bait the frags out from TSM. Soniqs up 2-1.
Entry game from Soniqs there was just absolutely so clean there, with the exception being, of course, that fight between Geo and Yeti, that the only one that didn't really go their way. After this engagement, though, every single kill, starting with Super's pickup as well. Now, Rexen's also just goes exactly the way they needed it to, and unfortunately, all the setups from TSM just failed to yield any results, especially that hallway play right there. So.
Yeah. What I was going to say is, like, it's always really difficult when you see one of the best players in the whole world miss some crucial shots like that. And it's really just down to the track. And you got to remember, when it comes to these hitboxes for these, operators inside of Siege, it's not the clothing, it's the actual person inside of the clothing that you're trying to tag up. So hitting a backpack, hitting the top of a helmet, anything like that, it's not going to deal any damage. And unfortunately, in that situation, that was indeed Super crossing. So if he gets that kill there, that's cased down inside of a smoke that he's allowed to see through and nobody else is. That sounds like a perfect moment for Bolo, but unfortunately, just misses his mark, and that'll be the second round there for the Soniqs.
Important to note that I believe TSM are going to be a little probably awkward here in these first few rounds, just on their general gameplay, as they're now having to readjust to the LAN client after, I believe, yesterday they played from home, so that means they would have played with the online client with ping. So they're having to go back to LAN now, playing on 0 ping. That is a little bit of an adjustment. It's not an excuse necessarily as to why they're losing these rounds, but it may explain why some of the gunfights are going the way they did, like what we saw at the end of that last round there.
Yes, indeed. But either way, though, a little bit of a tech pause as we get everybody back into the server here. Once we get them all back into the server, we'll have things started up yet again here on Clubhouse. Hope everybody at home is having a fantastic morning, evening, whatever part of the world you're in at the current moment. Things have been pretty chill here so far in California this morning. Pretty nice weather outside. It was a little gloomy. But past that, though, it's been a pretty good start to the day here for some Rainbow Six Siege. Already seen some pretty interesting stuff when it comes to the Soniqs as well as TSM. Hoping they can bounce back on this defensive end at the current moment, just because of what we were seeing inside of that first round. Thought it was so very creative, but it seems like the Soniqs have really dead set their eyes on what these defensive ends could potentially look like from TSM and have brought the exact chemical makeup to try and counter it.
All right, so we've got everybody back into the server. We're just waiting on TSM to get themselves readied up, and then we should be good to hop back into this round and see if TSM can rebound at all here after a great start to the game, to be fair, on their basement defense. And now, with the 4th round coming up here on this upcoming round, they should be able to return to that, hopefully giving them a good springboard that they can use to get back into this game. And should they win the round, that will tie us up at 2-2. Dead heat between these squads here. TSM will then try to use that to get a few more rounds going into their favor before the half ends, and they are thrusted onto the attacking side of Clubhouse, where some of our greatest teams tend to struggle from time to time. But the Soniqs at the moment, not so much, as they've had 2 excellent executes work out so far in their favor on the upstairs sites, and now they need to test themselves for yet another engagement here against that basement assault.
Well, TSM is going to stick to their guns and bring a very similar setup to what we'd seen previously. The big game changer here, though, inside of their defensive lineup has got to be the lack of the castle. We saw the castle have some heavy influence inside of their last defensive round like this, but it's still going to be similar circumstances as Merc will be on the Oryx and they'll more than likely be going for a roam game. They're going to dedicate themselves still across this time, though. Geo's just going to be on the mute instead. And we'll see if the Thatcher's working its way in for the Soniqs, and in fact, it's not at the current moment. So what we thought would be the counter here for this position, if they really wanted to dislodge Geo that badly, they're actually not going to have access to it. So might have to try and circumnavigate him yet again and just be hopeful that Geo doesn't come back to bite them.
All right, well, let's see here. As you said, that setup is going to stay alive this time. It's going to be a little bit more aggressive, I would say, though, at least going off of Geo's position now that we've seen the members of the Soniqs spawn out. Looks like he's going to be potentially playing around with the bathrooms area as well as that strip setup that we saw in the previous round. So more likely fall back into the strip position later. This is a risky play from Rexon, but it works out so well, taking the pre-fired shots against him as the door was being opened as well, down to about 75 HP. But Chala, just no way to expect such raw aggression to move itself in through stock. So he goes down with complete surprise on his face as Rexon takes him out.
You know, I still would be a little worried about Kansan shooting me twice in the back trying to break the door, but I think that's for another time. It worked out. Chala's dead, Rexon's still alive, and really, why wouldn't you be happy about that as the Soniqs? So still plenty of utility to be able to work through all of these situations. Rexon's going to have secondary stuns instead of secondary hard breach, so won't have that for the hatches, but will have the burn for the site, and that would be a little bit more important in a scenario like this. But at second glance, don't really have any other options when it comes to their hard breach at the current moment, so it's going to be the funnel strat for the Soniqs, which could work out for them, as they've already gotten the lead when it comes to this first kill on T'Challa. Merc has already fallen back more towards the stairwell as Rexon awaiting the arrival of a player up main stairs, but instead it'll be Geonidas from down low to take him out from Church.
Tries to go for a quick pre-fire into Blue to see if maybe anyone from the Soniqs had already taken control over there. He's right about the fact that Blue has been taking control, but the Soniqs is wrong about the positioning. His Yeti is going to be safely tucked away behind the AC unit, so is not going to become a victim of any potential spray from Geo here. Achieved also catching on to the dirt tunnel play, as we saw our stock players quickly transition into that, but still, they're not going to be able to stop this execute. Soniqs are walking right in, and TSM still have a roam game being played out on upper floors, so they're going to need to call that back, bring everybody to the site, and look for a retake here. To some extent, TSM locked themselves out of a retake with these toxic babes. Grix are on the cross through one of them, and Kansan in another department are able to pick up 2 additional kills here against the TSM retake. It's Merc and Geo that are all that's left here. Geo's been waiting for his chance to strike from inside of Church, and he may soon get it here as Merc moves in, but the timing on the unscope is awful. Kansan is able to grab him because of that and then clean up shop by getting the last kill as well.
Very well done from the Soniqs. The recognition of the lack of players inside of Armory allows them to slip through, not only on the secret side and get into Blue, but also come through dirt in a very convincing way, forcing back the TSM setup. Really, the only counter that we saw out of TSM was that nice shot from Geo onto the vertical player inside of Kitchen, and that's going to call for a TSM timeout. Very respectful at this point. It's 3-1 in favor of the Soniqs as we lie.
Big respect to the Soniqs here. Massive change up to the game plan and the execute strategy compared to what we saw on that first basement attack. It was pretty much just a default from the Soniqs on the first round. They're trying to play it slowly, going for a usual top-down clear. This time it's way more direct, getting that drone intel inside of the drone phase that there was going to be a player roaming around its stocks, immediately focus targeting them after they reconfirm that they're still there once the prep phase ends. That gives them the first entry cleanly. Then they just laser focus on getting into the site, paying no heed to any of the first or second floor roam game that was being played out there, and it just worked for the Soniqs as they're able to walk right into Armory because TSM were still messing around with the upper floors.
It was super solid recognition of what the play was going to be from TSM, because that doesn't work out if it's not a roam strategy. Especially with the operator lineup that we saw from the Soniqs, that is only going to work on a setup like that because they don't have access to dirt at all. They don't have any secondary hard breach unless those reinforcements happen to be on a jacuzzi or a CCTV wall upstairs and you don't dedicate them to dirt. And then I can just sledge in and have my entire team in your back door in a moment's notice. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. That was more than likely Super's thoughts. He's like, you want to put the reinforcements upstairs? All right, cool. Watch this. we're going to come direct. Amazon 2-day delivery, my boy. We are here.
And even stranger choice, in my opinion, here from TSM as well, to go back to gym and bedroom now after seeing what we just had play out on basement. Still had the option to go back to that, of course, and just a quick correction of their strategy may have led to another successful round, but instead, they're going to go to the site where the Soniqs picked up a flawless round back on round 2. So this is an interesting choice for TSM. Won't judge it too harshly yet, though, as they just had a tactical pause, so they're probably going to be coming into this one with a refreshed mindset on how to handle it.
Yes, indeed. They're bringing plenty of throwable denial here with Wamai and Jaeger coming in. Also, extra pickup here that's became a pro favorite the last handful of years here. Alibi working her way in as well. So we'll have those prismas around the windows just for the pre-fires of the offense to potentially catch somebody off guard, get some free info, and just be a nuisance overall. She's also got a really solid gun, the MX-4 Storm. Amazing rate of fire, and rate of fire is king when it comes to the game of Rainbow Six. So definitely a favorable gun. Recently got changed up a little bit more, well, a little bit ago though, where it has more recoil. So now, Chief going to be on the forward position here for the defensive end, as he'll be holding things down inside of CCTV, but more or less cash, as he'll just be playing back and forth in between those doors. Rexon now will be taking control of Garage. Has the Selmas for the single panel, as that's intended to block off the angle for the cash door. Quite the important one. And speaking of importance, the Flores will be of the utmost importance when it comes to this setup. Rexon almost dying as the Chief chucks a nitro cell through the new hole inside of the Raptors wall, almost killing Rexon, but at least takes away the Selma. Now Kansan back to drone duty to continue to try and clear out the TSM position.
Gonna see these players start to move forward here as the Soniqs look to clear out the extension over towards Cash. Achieved, ready for the battle though, as his position is primed and set for this type of a push to come in from the Soniqs. Has that back support as well that you can see on the alibi from Bolo. So TSM very well prepared for this. You can see though, Achieve gonna test his luck a little bit, tries to peek out into that corner. Won't be able to spot any of the members of the Soniqs. Luckily for him, there's no peek in the direction either to knock him out. Merc will eventually be able to find some success here, and Bolo too is not going to be caught here initially. He'll get a second kill also over to the Bailiff to quickly exchange that one back out. We will see a few more kills rattle onto the board here for the Soniqs as they're able to knock out Achieved as well as Chala on further back positions, but that's still not going to give them enough control over the site. They've only got the lead up towards it here, so a little bit more work to be done at the moment here by the Soniqs roster.
Incredibly smart from Bolo to drop this off right here. TSM still has control of main stairs, so he can just rotate back and help his team out. Rexon now creeping his way into sight. This could be the play that wins the Soniqs around, but Gio's covering it. It's all down to Super, the IGL, to win out the situation. Has some more smokes. He's going to try and work his way in through Stash, but Gio will take him down as well. TSM's timeout works out in the end. They'll pick up another round and get them one step closer to tying things up at the half.
Overwatch from TSM in multiple departments was just way better that time. And not only that, but actually closing out their fights, especially as we see for Bolo over here on the red stairs. Makes a mincemeat of that push that's working its way in through main balcony, and then the rest of the play to go in through Logi is scattered at best in its capability to pick up entries for the Soniqs. Their TSM scrap their way into a second round here, and are going to try and lock in the third as well. Heading into the final round of the half now. Soniqs still in the lead, but only by one round, so TSM can equalize it if they make up for their mistake on the last basement defense, heading back to it for the final round of play.
mulling this over, don't really know what Soniqs are going to do with the strategy overall. They can't really go back to what they had just done previously and try and go for the AK plant. I don't really think that's going to work out for them. They're more than likely switch things over to the Thatcher. Yeah, we're going to have that in. Super's going to be bringing the Thermite here. Kansan more than likely, actually no, he won't need secondary hard breach because yet he's going to be bringing the Selmas. But the big issue with those is that obviously those usually end up being used on walls as well. They're terrible for hatches, as you need 2 of them out of 3 to get 1 hatch open. So Super more than likely be dedicated to those. Yet he's just filling in as more of a flex pick. Here is that AK-12, which is also a really strong option. If they have to, they'll use the Selmas on the hatches if something goes awry. Past that, everything else making quite a bit of sense, including Rexon usually in on the flex pick. And this isn't going to change up too much, as they're just trying to keep that Thatcher in play for these walls. First Selma will go down, yet he'll still be able to maintain 2 as he'll open up the CCTV wall. TSM, not overall strategy really dedicating themselves to this top floor. They're really just trying to hold onto it for a time, make their presence known, then dip off and try and delay some more of this Soniqs clock. But they're going to begin breaking up this map, including the bar connector.
So Soniqs a slow roll on things, as while we did see TSM's hand get played on the initial basement defense, Soniqs made the same error, potential error, I should say, by playing out their own hand on the second basement attack. Can't really replicate that type of strategy 2 times in a row, as Stokes was mentioning at the beginning of this one. So we're going to have to see the Soniqs go back to a more slow-rolling style of play that we saw used back in the first attack here. Unfortunately, this does re-enable the freedom for TSM to reignite their own roam game here, as we're continuing to see presence built up, mainly around main stairs right now. There were players playing around Logi and bedroom area right here where Kansan's currently holding earlier in the round, but they've since pulled that back and are now restraining it mainly towards that main stairs area, just trying to slow down the top-down angle opening that the Soniqs are probably trying to prioritize at this point in the round, given that we're down to the last minute and a half. This is so much room that Merc is going to be able to rotate into, though. Very surprised that Soniqs don't have Overwatch on this area at this point in the round here. Thankfully, drones are working their way through, so they should be able to spot him out as long as one goes deep enough, but still, they will regardless have to deal with him. This is not an easy position to bake him out of.
Oh, I don't think they're going to check billiards here. Nope. This is really, really bad. Oh, he's going to actually get one of the drones sitting on the bar table. I don't know if they'll know that that got destroyed. I don't know if anybody was on it, so extremely unfortunate there. But Kansan was in the area, so he more than likely heard the shot. He's playing on main stairs. Merc has to check this. Kansan going to be tight in the corner here. This is going to be hard fought for Merc. If he wins this, it's going to be a big frag for him. Actually going to end up he moved on first from Kansan. Very simple kill here for him, as they knew Merc was already in the area. So, speaking of which, Rexon actually even closer to home at the current moment, been able to take down one inside of Church, and this is going to blow the entire site wide open. It's going to be more difficult for the Soniqs to try and work in from the main stairs, but they've got blue control. Chala working the cross here from deep inside of Armory, and the Thermite actually sliding right under this. He's going to begin his plan, but he finds the elbow of him and be able to take down Super right in the knees. Geo not able to land his shots initially there for Dirt, but unfortunately enough, now the Soniqs starting to land some big shots. The SMG-11 doesn't come out fast enough, as he just stands there, gun in hand, and being gunned down from the Soniqs. It'll be a 4-2 lead for them at the half.
Some excellent work once again from the Soniqs. There definitely had a lot of factors playing out against them, from Merc's position over by Billiards, where he eventually rotated into bathrooms, getting spotted out, to a very clean entry, losing their planter as well. They're having to kind of juggle through that, but alongside the very powerful entries we saw them pick up before they even went into the site, starting the site execute from a 5v3, thankfully made things a lot more palatable at the end of the day for the Soniqs, and they're able to trade their way into a winning position, and now lock in a 4-2 advantage as they switch over to the defensive side. Things certainly looking good at the moment for the Soniqs as they try to conquest towards their 7th round.
How are we going to start the glass meta now? Are we coming back achieved? What's happening here? We'll have to find out. I don't want to go too deep into it. I don't want to harp on it too much yet, John, until it's locked in.
It's been soft locked so many times, and I don't think we've ever seen it actually make it through. It always gets repicked.
Not getting baited. This is not the Cyclops, so I'm just not going to trust it.
There's one. They're starting to show up now.
There it goes. There he goes. Depression. Depression. So Sledge will get picked up at the glass. Jackal will work its way in for Bolo, and Geo, well, Geo's going to do Geo things. He's switching over to Ace from Ace. So looks like TSM ready for this full clear here, and they're definitely prepared for this top floor clear, and that's why we've seen Bolo come in on the Jackal. It's going to be free information for them, and they'll be able to see where these Soniqs members are throughout the building and potentially get some free kills because of it. Super's going to be holding things down inside of Garage with some ADSs here. This is not exactly the craziest thing in the world. I definitely say it's pretty unique. This position could be pretty heavily abused depending on how the situation goes, so I'm excited to see how Super tries to work his way out of this.
Pay close attention to that. Yeti as well. Already trying to get adventurous here now that he sees the Selma going down onto his balcony wall. No immediate fraggable targets, as you're going to notice, as there's plenty more business to take care of over on the TSM side of things. The Hard Breach player has already rotated, I believe is working on opening things up over here towards Jacuzzi, but never mind. That's not going to be the case, as it wasn't even reinforced. So that's soft breachable. That'll be done by the secondary shotgun in Bolo's pocket over there, as he is able to knock that out and give his team a bit more access. Possibility that we see this bathroom position not go noticed, but we'll have to follow it up in a few minutes and see if that's going to remain to be the case. Yeah, looks like the player actually moved away from that. It's not a big deal there, as Bolo now has full construction control. He's going to try and pinch out what would have been the cash setup, and I'm pretty sure the Soniqs have peeled away from that as well.
Yes, indeed. Really like this clear from TSM. They pop the CCTV wall, then throw themselves all the way over to Jacuzzi because they know it's soft and clear from that side instead. Only big issue is they didn't really have any counter for anybody rotating off of the site, but it's not all doom and gloom at the end of the day. They still have hatch control and everything else in between. Super's also going to get out of the balcony space there inside of Garage, but that's going to give over to his ADSs, any of them that were dedicated in that area, and I don't exactly know how many were. There could have been 3, there could have been 2. It's one of those 2 numbers. But past that, the Soniqs will be able to maintain their man count as we start dwindling down to the last minute of play, where TSM will definitely need to get these hatches open, start working their way in, applying pressure to some of these harder to reach positions.
So TSM looking to still lock in onto a way to get themselves down into that basement position. Haven't even actually managed to get themselves kitchen control to start looking towards an opening towards that yet, and potentially may not even go for it ultimately, just given the kind of lack of hard breach they're working with right now. Chala may want to be saving his to be able to open up the church wall and get them easier access to site. It all depends on the route they want to try and take here. And I think that is being decided now. Really needs to be decided now as we're coming down to the final 40 seconds. So going to see those top downs begin to be open, mainly in the hallway leading over up top, as you can see right now. Nitro thrown out to try and stop what would have been an attempt to breach out through the kitchen hatch, but obviously way off. No targets anywhere near that. First kill of the round finally seen at 28 seconds. Geo able to knock out Yeti here, give the team a little bit more access leading in towards blue. Super still here, but Chalva going to be able to deal with this here. TSM has to play it in, and they make it work regardless. Geo and a few other members of the squad clean up shop, as the Soniqs unfortunately just cannot contend with that entry power.
It was a mass extinction event for the Soniqs as they just get bowled over there on the side of the defensive setup. Had everything going their way when it came to those dying moments, minus the verticality, really. I mean, the timer and everything else in between, all in the Soniqs' favor. They just can't win their gunfights. They get taken out from TSM's resurgence into blue as they continue to just try and fight against the Soniqs. And now, I honestly think that we might eventually get a glass on the TSM lineup. I can totally see the way that they're trying to work this in at the current moment, continue to pick it on the offensive side, switch it off, switch it off, switch it off, and then have it for one round. And just see what the defense wants to try and potentially do with playing around smokes and things along those lines. You gotta remember, Thermite also has secondary smokes as well available to him. So a potential of 4 smokes here. Also with Sense working her way in, we're gonna have some new smokes available overall that could be utilized and quite interesting for a lineup like that. But with Glass switched off, that was more or less what everybody's been really talking about. Him being a 3-speed now, as well as that bearing 9 coming in, and the potential for some of these smoke plays to come through. But the big thing about smokes right now in Rainbow Six is there is a whole heck of a lot of counters when it comes to the defensive end. So I would say that it's kind of difficult to put all your eggs in that basket at the current moment.
So TSM having locked in their new lineup, of course, changing away from that Glass, bringing the Finka in for Achieved instead. And actually, I believe 3 other members of the team also going for a repick at some point during that prep phase as well. So lots changing up for the team, but mainly just having to shuffle a couple operators around, notably Merc having to pick up the sledge, since we would have seen it on Achieved in the previous rounds and need to transition that. And Yeti, oh, I love this position, just not going to be able to line up anybody on TSM with it, and obviously can't really stay here now that it has been breached.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of breaching, Geo, he's blown open a new hole in the side of the building. Jacuzzi now gone, and TSM working their way in as well. Merc will be coming in through Strip. So he working his way towards the bathrooms. This mid-floor seemingly clear. They do have a Soniqs member deep in the depths of Oil Pit at the current moment, all the way across the map with potential to flank much later on. You got to be holding on to the site with the remainder of the Soniqs members as TSM continues to break down the walls around them and continue to forcibly apply pressure to the Soniqs, making it more difficult to play around some of these easier areas that initially you can hold on to. But Bolo is going to take it one step further. We be bringing in the Rotero drones just to get rid of some more utility, but fortunately enough, Kansas in the area to be able to deal with the initial one.
So Yeti still waiting for a challenge to work its way over towards the windows near him, but it may not come from that direction, and indeed it does not. Geo lines it up from another position instead. Merc and Bolo, look at these executes. They are split second, and they leave absolutely no room for any adjustments on the Sonic side. Rexen gonna try and reinsert, but there's a whole nother layer to this onion. As Achieved works his way up the red stairs, Super will get the only exchange I believe they're able to find in this round, and he's quickly knocked out as well. So another nearly flawless round thrown on the board by TSM as they are shutting down these defensive setups from the Sonics with seemingly not much of an issue.
Yeah, Bolo, I'd be smiling too after that. I mean, my God, just run at him, I guess. This is incredible. First kill goes in, all of the TSM squad on deck for the remainder of that round. Fully in control of the site from that moment onwards. It's not a single Sonics member is allowed to even come within a country mile of that area besides Super, and he just sneaks up the main stairwell there. So for the Sonics now, it's going to be a tied ball game here. Really got to figure something out when it comes to this defensive end, as TSM has time and time again taken it to them. This offensive side seemingly favored, but right now it's TSM all day. We really need to see the Sonics make a grand stand at some point.
When will it show up, though, is the question, as TSM already catching up to the scoreline of the Sonics, now potentially just primed, really, to take control away from them this upcoming round here, unless the Sonics bring up a massive change to their own game plan and really hunker down on their site defenses, which just seem way too loose at the moment here, leaving way too much room for TSM to strike true and get those entries going. So I don't know if that means the Sonics need to play things more passively or more forward to try and stop TSM or even having the possibility of getting into the site, but it's all up to them here as we come down to the final 4 rounds of play at the end of regulation.
Well, nothing too crazy for either one of these teams. Dirt will be left soft, and obviously the natural move would be to try and take control of Dirt with somebody like Sledge, and that's exactly what Achieved will achieve. So pushing this drone forward through the barbed wire. This will just be a sign of the time to the Sonics as soon as they hear some footsteps inside of that barb. As for Kansan, he's going to be the lone soul on site at the current moment, with Rexen holding things down inside of stock. He'll have control of the blue hatch, and you can see how the Sonics have kind of layered themselves one on top of the other throughout the map, making it to where you can have some pretty quick responses if necessary across the board. TSM, though, they've occupied the other area inside of the map, just across the way, as they'll be over the top of bar, as well as have full control over Strip at the current moment. Chief will be holding things down inside of Dirt. They're going to check it really quickly, but he's playing quite patiently in here. This all rests upon the rest of TSM to push in first. He's just simply going to hold this soft angle until his time is needed. As for the rest of TSM, though, Merc will continue to clear things out upstairs inside of Garage. Shaw is adjusting over on the roof right now as TSM is trying to wrap their head around this defensive setup.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Nice little hidden camera from Valkyrie, spotted out there, unfortunately, by the members of TSM, so Sonics won't be able to gather the intel from that for too much longer. They will lose it, and as well, the first kill finally going to be picked up here by Achieve. Patience works out very well for him, as I think he catches potentially an over-aggressive Yeti trying to swing his way out from the inside of the site there. So knocking him down gives TSM as well that extra player that they can kind of throw at the Sonics lineup here in order to trade their way into a win, if that is TSM's wish, of course. They've played things all together, however, so we're more than likely going to see a much more conjoined effort than that as they try to line up the appropriate angles needed to assault the site, and that should be coming pretty soon with all these top downs being opened by Achieve up top.
You can see how worried the Sonics are about a player coming in from Dirt. TSM finally stepping to one coming inside of Blue. Bolo, back and forth he goes. Swings coming off of the main AC unit. Chala's going to be the first one with a big frag, though, as the kills come in hot and heavy for TSM. Only one refrag, and it's all down to the captain yet again, Super. Some important shots, and he'll get the first one as he knocks down Bolo, but the readjustment will get him killed. Tries to slam a new mag as he walks into Moto, but he gets gunned down in the process, and TSM claim the lead.
Well, I talked about at the beginning of this game how we talked to Bolo in the middle of stage 1, and he was claiming how TSM had a few communication issues that they were working on ironing out. I think that they've ironed those out because the amount of snapshot trades that are showing up here, and obviously those need to come off of communication, are incredible. Even when you see players getting away with one and then trying to dash away, they just have never been able to escape on the Sonics side here. It has been clinical execution from the TSM lineup. Obviously, it takes a while to build up to that point, but as soon as they're ready, it is absolutely clinical in the way that they are able to knock these players out with seemingly no issue whatsoever all throughout this half. And to really no surprise, we're going to see the tack timeout come in from the Sonics because they need to figure out how to stop these from working.
They have got to slow down this play from TSM. They have some denial when it comes to the plant setup, but they have no utility they're bringing at the current moment that literally slows down the offensive game plan. Nothing like Malusi or Legion or anything of the sort when it comes to that department. Could be a good, solid adjustment for them, as especially it seems like the roam game for them isn't working out. TSM's just taking their time, finding the holes and exploiting them, and it's working quite handily for them, just like it did for the Sonics on very similar setups. So for the Sonics now, gonna try and rethink their game plan. Honestly, in my less professional analysis, it's got to be Super's fault for cutting the beard off. You always got to blame it on the lack of facial hair. Come on, Seth, what are you doing? Grow that beard back, and I'm sure that Sonics will be back on top inside of North America. TSM, though, they're going to continue to fake out this glass pick. You can see Achieve just loving to do this with the attacker repick at the current moment.
It's not fooling us, thankfully, so not going to see that locked in as it's already been swapped out towards Zofia. A few other changes, too, is, believe it or not, the Finka is going to be removed from the lineup. That sticks instead. We're going to see, oh, it's happening. Okay, yeah, no, yeah, Achieved swapped into it, so.
Spoke too soon.
Just flipped them, basically. Achieved still to mess with us on the glass pick there. But yep, the Finka comes back for Achieved, and we will see the Flores remain in play as Bolo will actually undo his swap.
I can almost guarantee you what that conversation went like. Achieved realized he was on Sledge and that they were picking up Flores instead of Finken. It was like, well, we really don't need the Sledge, do we? Like, I can just play the Fink. I mean, come on, guys.
Not for this site, especially considering they got Flores, too. Those Rotero drones actually are going to have a pretty powerful explosion radius because most of the utility, at least the ones that are inside of CCTV, are going to be pretty claustrophobically put together, just combined in these big units, which means you can probably get a few combo hits off of those Rotero drones to knock some of that utility out.
And wouldn't you know, the Sonics not only bringing the Malusi, but also bringing the Legion. A sign of the times inside of this game and what we've been seeing from TSM and their offensive clears. Very hot and heavy when it comes down to the last 30 seconds. Very fast clears and very potent at that, like John was touching on during the tack timeout. This seems to be what Sonics want to do to try and put an obstacle in front of this game plan. They're going to be holding some map pressure down low as well. Very smart positioning here for Super, as Lounge is of the utmost importance, but when you cross like that, that's what's gonna happen. Usually somebody holding down bar connector, Super thinks he can win the fight, but he's been gunned down instead, just awaiting the bleed out timer or another bullet to claim that life.
We're going to be able to strike true and knock out Super. He's finally finished off Rexon to fall that closely behind, as I do believe the Sonics try to get players in position to trade that out, but have only pushed themselves further into the depths, it would appear at this point. Kansan nearly throwing the team even further into it. Grixer, in the meanwhile, finding success. He does eventually light up that kill versus Bolo, knocking out the remaining Rotero drones, if there were any, from his pocket as well here. So a momentary glimpse of the light is seen for the Sonics, but they need to really hold on to it here, as this is still going to be a desperate scenario when TSM are able to recenter themselves, especially when you look at Grixer as well as Kansan's HP at a little around half for both of them.
Oh, Yeti. I'm crossing my fingers at the current moment for this man. Xander in such a strong position, but if he plays this incorrectly, he can be discovered from the Thatcher that's currently inside a bar connector. Chala's going to start working his way up garage. They have plenty of time to be able to play out the situation as well. To see if the adjustment came in. I do believe it did. I think Merc is upstairs inside of Rafters with our Thermite at the current moment, and he is indeed. So that means that Yeti can continue to play along down low. Grenade in for Greenbox almost takes out Grixer, is more than likely the single panel getting taken care of here momentarily. And yes, indeed, Chala will start the plant. He's been found from Yeti underneath, but Yeti, he can't land the shots. Chala will readjust. Geo will take down yet another one, as they're just going to try and fight the members on site. A nice shot here, but Yeti will take down one before. Cross your fingers here, folks. Sonics are not going to be able to win out the round. Yeti just can't land the shots with the MP5 coming up red, and there's quite a few other members in the area for that refrag in the first place. TSM just too strong when it comes to this offensive end.
They managed to accomplish one goal here that we were talking about in the post round there of slowing down the attack from TSM. Probably as it came at the cost of still losing like 2 to 3 additional players before TSM was even ready for the execute. So while, yes, they have been able to push these executes towards a later point in the round, it's still that same situation where TSM just has ultimate control at that point. They're able to bully their way in and ultimately just win it off of a haphazard gunfight. They don't have to worry too much about controlling there.
Yeah, for a defensive setup that's intended to slow down TSM, I don't necessarily understand the initial engagement from the Soniqs there either. I think it was a little too hot-headed to go swinging like that into that situation. You're trying to wait out TSM and see what they can potentially do with the remainder of that map. And for instance, like the situation with the Super, like he still has the entirety of the bottom of Garage to play out, but he's swinging the bar connector instead. Just situations like that, if it did get played out in a different situation, has a lot more potential near the tail end of the round to be able to assist things, but also a lounge, a very difficult area to play out in the first place. I mean, you have Secret window, you have Secret in general for somebody to, try and crawl in from someone like Dirt, coming in from down low, that bar connector, as well as if they quickly take Garage and know your location, it's just a quick pre-fire and you're dead there on that stairwell. So sometimes things can get antsy. I think that's exactly what we saw in the Soniqs round. They thought they could just get one over on TSM, try and catch them off guard early, and unfortunately enough, did not work out for them. But now into the round, and potentially the last one here on Clubhouse, if TSM can knock this out, 7-4.
Maybe feeling like they needed to some extent here, given how strong the intel game has been from TSM as well. You're not going to be pulling off executes like we've been seeing from TSM without having a rock-solid intel game. So maybe Soniqs was just trying to get more aggressive to hopefully get ahead of that a little bit and catch players of TSM relatively unaware of their intentions, which unfortunately just wasn't really the case there, except for a few gunfights that ended up going the Soniqs' way. So need to go back to the drawing board on that one, look for a way to recenter themselves. Unfortunately, they are running out of time to do it. For those who haven't already noticed, TSM now on match point, only one round to go here, and the Soniqs need to win the next 2 consecutively just to keep them in the fight and trigger overtime.
Absolutely, and it all comes down to potentially this for the Soniqs, as we've been touching on. TSM already inside of the building, beginning clearing things out. No real presence from the Soniqs when it comes to this mid-floor, obviously, as they will be defending the gym bedroom area, usually an extension out towards the east to hold on to cash, and that's exactly what we will have sometimes, also extending out towards the top of red with something like a deployable shield. Also going to have the single panel inside of construction blown up, and this is going to complicate things for the Soniqs, as well as getting rid of some of these easier to reach defensive points for these Rotero drones for Bolo. But back to that single panel, this makes it to where TSM can have influence through the middle of this top floor at a moment's notice and, refrag or just have a different entry point at any moment in time that could really catch the Soniqs off guard. Have some more Rotero drones rotating in. Not going to be able to get rid of that Banshee as Yeti will be able to get rid of that, but TSM has been able to dwindle down the Soniqs utility quite a bit. Only have access to that single nitro cell right now on Rexen, and past that, potentially some evil eyes and some impacts to try and stave off a plant.
Down to the last minute, and TSM has come to a little bit of a halt, but it's all for good reasoning achieved. Lining up another nade frag against Yeti from down below. Manages to eliminate him, takes him out, and leaves the members of the Soniqs again with that lack of a player just as we're getting up to the execute point. Bit of an overstep potentially here from Merc, and indeed it will. Super capitalizes on it, trades it back, brings us into an even term once again as it's brought down to a 4v4. Achieved will pick up one more for our attackers, but Grixer does the same for the defense. Kansan now taking control from the back of Jim. He'll shut down the first. Rexen will shut down the second. Just the third remains. So it all falls to Achieved here inside of the 1v3 to end the game here and now. But he only has 15 seconds to make that play, and he's quickly losing his control here. He's forced out with a little over half HP, and then finally knocked out by Kansan as the Soniqs survive with one of the 2 rounds they need to trigger overtime just being claimed.
Patience, patience, patience from the Soniqs, and it works out beautifully for them. A very nicely placed nade here from Achieved, but Super, really the star of the show when it came to this defensive end, although the multi-kills obviously came through other people. He was able to stop Merc from making that hardcore entry, and that was the big thing there. Merc more than likely would have taken out a multitude of Soniqs members. I mean, sometimes when he hits those moments, he just seems unstoppable, so you really never know how many people he's going to kill. You could be like, in a situation like that, a normal person would kill 2 people, and Merc's like, well, I killed the whole team, so I'm built a little bit different, you know, constructed alternatively, you know. But past that, though, the Soniqs able to pick up a very important round at that current moment. They're going to head back downstairs and play this one a little bit more defensively. Really like this Mira adaptation coming in here for this end.
This is it, round 12, the final round of regulation. Either the Soniqs will trigger an OT or TSM will win it in maximum time. It's 7-5 here. Important to note, too, the way our point structure works, you do get those bonus points for winning things out inside of regulation. So TSM will probably want that additional point here if they can come to terms with this victory at a 7-5 instead of having to push into OT and lose what would have been that additional point should they still win, with a worst case scenario going down to 1 point, obviously, should the Soniqs completely come back and manage to take it.
All right, well, Soniqs with an opportunity to force us into overtime. Be the Roman strategy yet again, even though we initially thought it was going to look a little bit more defensive, but the Mutant Mozzie usually tend to lean things up towards the sky, and that's exactly what we'll get out of the Soniqs. Past that, though, it'll be on to TSM to clear this out once again, as we'll start things inside of Strip with the drone game here from Merc. TSM's entire drone game more than likely quickly behind him as well. He'll discover that there's no one really playing around the main stairs, and that more than likely quite a few of the Soniqs members are in fact on the top floor. Already seeing that one of those laser gates is dedicated towards this top floor. They're going to clear it actually, but more than likely be reset later on by another one of the Soniqs members, probably Yeti, who's around the area at the current moment. So that hatch will continue to be locked up for some time. But for TSM, seemingly they found the answer. We're going to open things up on the Jacuzzi balcony and start forcing Yeti backwards. But it doesn't seem like he wants to fall back just yet. But as soon as I say that, find some greener pastures here inside of construction as well as cash.
So we've got TSM working their way in, but a lot of progress needs to be made before they're going to have the confidence to descend into the basement here. They have managed to flush the second floor hole down in through blue as well, so that's going to be both Yeti and Rexon now returning to the downstairs site. Super kept himself actually in this position, so he's going to continue to maintain garage control, but I believe he is also working on, obviously a bit of a longer one, but he's working on his rotation to get himself down below. Bolo is going to try and catch him out, but I don't believe we'll track the correct foot here, so we'll not be able to see him, and of course he's now made it into the relative safety of blue. So he as well successfully falls back, and that means the TSM have to deal with essentially a full bunker setup on their assault of the basement now.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful thing about bringing Mira in a situation like this, is when you fall back, you still have some super strong bastions of defense around the area that you can hold on to and really complicate the offensive push, making it to where they have to deal with kind of a ghost pressure. You know, even if somebody isn't managing the Mira, you still have to deal with it like there is. So TSM now trying to get some extra info before they inevitably push into this site. It's going to be hard fought, though. They still have a lot of utility to deal with, especially with these Banshees around the area that have the potential to slow down this push and make the fights a little easier for the Soniqs. And obviously with the man advantage, or rather man count that they had there for a split second, TSM's actually going to take down Rexon with a nicely placed nade. Kansan won't be able to win out the initial shots. He's missing so many bullets! Oh my god, not like this, Soniqs, please! Fight back! Achieved will get taken down as well. It's up to Grixer. He's in the smoke, but so is Chala. He's in your home. He's in your walls. As TSM will take down the Soniqs inside of regulation on an explosive play into the basement. TSM completely clean for stage 2.
Rough go of it there for the Soniqs as they had to fight for every single inch of this game here, and unfortunately, even though they came very close, taking it all the way to the final round of regulation, failed on that last round to pick it up, and so they will fail to take it to overtime. They will lose it out here 5-7. As Stokes just mentioned, TSM take the cake, take the victory, take the W on today's match.
And Geonidas, by the way, with some very serious numbers. I'm pretty sure that we had a rehost in the middle of that as well, if I remember. Yep. Yeah, he had 10 kills past that rehost, so he probably was sitting up there around like 15, 16 kills by the end of that. Extremely impressive stuff out of Geo and the rest of TSM, especially on that offensive side. I would assume that you, as well as I, am very impressed with how those executions were going. Incredible rounds from them, extremely explosive, and that's really what you want. When you go for that execution, you want to damage the defense so badly that there is no chance of coming back.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it 2 to 3 rounds in a row where the Soniqs were just dumbstruck, had absolutely no response to the execute, and the members of TSM basically just walked right in, found 1 or 2 weak points, and abused them as heavily as they could, just leading to chain after chain after chain of kills back to back to back, and so many successful plays from TSM. So a very well-deserved win from them. 2 of us are going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it to a break to you guys as well. When we do come back, we'll have the analysis desk ready to break this game down.
switch your peak up the loop, then hit the bank. Can never change, still wrote the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Yeah. Tell me feeling bubbly up the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the slow way. Friends turn to foes, haters tell them go away. Rappers making shiggy dance like a soul train. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Yeah. Told them slide, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money stabbing, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in the
Welcome back, everybody. The Rainbow Six North American League. Doa Jesse Jacob here with you on the desk, and over in the arena in Las Vegas, we have none other than Achieved from Team TSM getting their second win of the stage so far already. So not a bad start, Achieved, huh? You out there? Can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear you yet. Looks like we have some technical difficulties with Achieve. Hold on, one moment. Thumbs up if you can hear me.
He was dispensing wisdom for us.
Oh, all right. He can hear us. We're halfway there.
That's part of it.
So you know what we can do until we hear Achieve? We can just like shower him with praise. So hey, that's 2 dubs, dude. Seriously, already there's like a lot of progress that I'm seeing with this team that I like it a lot. I'm having a lot of fun watching them already for the first week.
We can only do yes or no questions because he can only nod or shake his head.
There we go.
Oh,
I hear him
I think
now.
we got him.
Hello?
Hey.
Oh, there we go. All right. So yeah, 2 wins on the season. Obviously, you know, stage 1 a little bit rough. Stage 2 starting to look good. What do you think was the biggest change in terms of the approach from 1 to 2 to get you those the wins now?
Well, we're not just playing one map like theme park, so you know that definitely helps. But yeah, I mean, last stage was definitely like a wake-up call to us. I think a few of us are maybe like a little burnt out because we haven't had a break in such a long time. But other than that, that's still no excuse. We played very poorly, and we just basically put our heads down and said that we need to get better. These are our issues. This is what we need to fix going into the next stage. So let's really focus on these and let's work towards them. Let's not make excuses. Let's put the work in and get the results. But with that being said, it's really nice to win the first 2 games. We got pretty much as many points as we did last stage already. But there's still a lot of work to do. We still got a lot of games to play. So just got to keep getting better and keep getting some dubs on the board.
Yeah, so far so good.
Achieved, I see you every single round hovering that glass. You have yet to pick it. And I have a theory. Tell me if I'm wrong. Are you just hovering an operator that you guys aren't going to play so that when you go to like repick your ops, nobody's kind of overlapping? Or what's the deal? Will we ever actually see you rocking the glass?
I don't want to say we're never going to play it, but, with attacker repick, yeah, I mean, I kind of just, like, pick whatever. I mean, that's just, like, I just click on that every round, and then, it also, like, helps remind me to switch my operator, because I'm not going to use Glaz all the time or even majority of the time, right? Like Glaz is, once in a while character. So it kind of reminds me to, use my drone. Like, let's talk about what these guys are doing and then switch my operator to that. Cause like for me and for like the past few seasons, I played mostly Sledge. And, that was kind of my default. So now I'm just trying to, venture out and play a bunch of other operators and stuff, especially when you don't need Sledge all the time. So.
Talk to me a bit about your approach coming into to this stage compared to last stage. We talked to Gio in an interview from a little while ago where he mentioned there might have been a problem with best of ones and actually wanting to take chances in a format like this where sometimes there aren't nearly as many rounds, you don't have nearly as much of a backup plan in case something goes wrong. I was wondering if there was maybe a bit of fear about how that was going to work in the last stage. Is that what it was? And is that something that you guys think you're able to overcome for league play going into this stage?
Yeah, so I mean, I definitely think that has a little bit to do with it, just because in best of ones, you don't have that much breathing room, especially if you start out on like say you start out on like a defender-sided map and you start attack, like you don't have that much to play around with. You need every round basically. So if you make a mistake and it costs you a round, like that's a big round, just because it's a best of one, first to 7 rounds. So I mean, I definitely think that has a little bit to do with it. So us like coming out and experimenting more, I think would definitely like help us. And it is a best of one. You're going to lose some games, so just go out, make a play. If you think it works, you think it works. You know what I mean? Like you can't beat yourself up over it too much, and just play free. Just play free flow basically.
True enough. Well, I got one more question before we let you go here. One thing I've been noticing, and one thing you're kind of known for, is your skill with grenades. So I'm kind of curious, like, where does that come from? Do you sit on maps by yourself late at night, just throwing grenades, finding the angles, or is it something that kind of comes naturally to you?
No, yeah. So it honestly it comes naturally to me. A lot of people have asked me, do I practice these nades in custom maps and stuff like that? And the truth is, like, honestly, I don't. I've maybe practiced I've practiced my underneath nades a little bit just because you got to get the timing right for that. But other than that, I mean, most of these nades just come naturally. I've played a lot of ranked, so that like I practice it in there if anything. That's like my practice area for it rather than custom games and stuff. So, and obviously when we scrim, I practice my nades there too. So I just basically play and just use them in the moment, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Fair enough. Interesting. Simple geometry. He just sees the angles. Wow. All right. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Congrats on the win again today, and looking forward to the games next week.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Achieved from TSM. That's right. Like you inside his head, you can see all the math angles and everything happening with the grenades. This is impressive stuff. And those grenades were kind of a big part of what helped them finish it off today.
Yeah. So many early nades on those attacks were able to get them that entry into the site.
That's a TSM trademark, dude.
They weren't often engaging super early on in the round, right? They weren't necessarily like hunting down those roamers. They really like their direct sight hits, something that Soniqs were actually doing a lot yesterday. But we saw TSM pulling it out today, and it really did seem to work well. And the fact that they always had those nades, especially in those latter couple of rounds, to open things up for them, get them that edge when they're pushing the bomb site, I thought that was huge. Otherwise, just the general pushing in through that site was so nice. The coordination, the teamwork, the timing, everybody was always going at a dime. You could tell somebody was counting down those pushes one by one, and it worked so beautifully against the Soniqs.
Massive part of that, Habana Mav ban. As soon as we saw those bans come through, that was going to present a problem, not only just with the hatches because you're playing so much from a vertical point of view, but it does reinforce the idea that maybe a direct side hit is worth it, because if you're not going to be bringing a whole bunch of hard breach utility in the first place, sometimes it's nice to have an option to hit directly towards site, which is exactly what TSM was doing. Soniqs were playing directly off of the intel that they used. Like as soon as they noticed something was easy to take advantage of or there weren't that many people on site, they said forfeit the roam or the roam clear, we'll just go ahead and take it. But every time there was a TSM attack, it felt like one guy was attached to another guy, was attached to another guy. They were a collective, they were glued together, and if someone died, there was an instant trade, and it felt like their executes were perfect because of that.
Yeah.
They always had the Thatcher, right? And then like 1 or 2 hard breaches. Thatcher is often being rocked by Merc, and that really did allow them to, like, if they were attacking onto Gym, they could easily just go through Jacuzzi. Or if they were attacking on the basement, easily just go through Blue. And it almost did like kind of force them to funnel in like 1 or 2 different areas.
Yep.
That seemed to work a lot of the time, and it seemed to help them get trades off one another.
Well, let's kind of dive into some specific rounds to talk about that a little bit more, because it really was like the TSM executes that were on, display today when it moved to attack. That's where the team really came alive. So we're going to take a look at round number 7 first, and this is one that you were wanting to look at, Jesse. This is just a really crisp execute from TSM. Why don't you take us through it?
I mean, the North American League has some of the best attacks in the world, and I think it's great how many different styles of defenses you can get. This is one where we've got Soniqs all in the basement. You can see 2.5 minutes gone by, no kills. The roam game didn't find anything. That's okay. They were happy wasting time. And TSM, I was so worried for them here. I said they've not got a man advantage. They've got 25 seconds. What are they going to do? But the fact that they're all going together here, they've got a couple of players over around main stairs. This blue push is going to be the brunt of it. Super a little bit overextending. Merc drops down, Grixer's going to get pinched behind them, and then here comes that second angle down through main stairs. Got to open the barricade, but they can help out, take down Kansan. It's honestly so crazy how they're all in the site at the exact same moment, despite the fact they have so much ground to cover, and despite the fact that they're coming from complete opposite sides of the map.
Yeah. They came all from from those sides into blue. Once they funneled, as soon as they were like through to dummy, like onto box 1 and 2, you noticed, hey, Rexon's still hanging out in dirt. Like there are some stragglers that somehow TSM still haven't caught quite yet. What happens? Quick flick over because there's 3 bodies all lined up at the exact same moment because they funneled in at the same time through one doorway that felt like it was a trend. It was like they were magnets attracted to one another and they just never left like one another's side when it came time for execute. When you're doing stuff like off-site, different story, but when you're pushing all at the same moment with the intent to get diffuser down, they just couldn't be separated today.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at another one. The very next round, round 8, showed us another example of that very crisp execution, but in a different way, right? There's a different execute, but still kind of showcasing how TSM is really kind of bringing together that team play that we knew they had in them. It's finally coming out here in stage 2.
It's a different bomb site, but it's a push so nice, they ran it twice. And we're going to see the same couple of angles coming through. We've got Jacuzzi being opened up by Charla. Again, that's the help coming out by the fact that you're bringing this double hard breach. Didn't need the MP there, and then boom, Geo drops down into Logi, does go down, bowled the third angle in through the construction single panel, and then achieved way at the back, still kind of working his way up red, but he's going to be perfectly timed to shut down Rexon, who's trying to make it into construction. There we go. It's beautiful how well put together these pushes end up being, and the intel that's required for these is really important as well. You could see they were down to 4 drones towards the end of that push there. That's because the first 6, and those last 4 as well, were all used to gather intel on positions, figure out where the Soniqs were, and that was able to craft the perfect push to execute onto that site late in the round.
God, it's so nice when you actually have Thatcher usable for especially for a map like Club, when you've got double hard breach and that leaves those options open. It's one thing when you have a Mav taken off the board and all of a sudden you're losing a set of nades, you're losing the ability to get hatches open from like a different method, even if it's a little bit more time conducive. But when you've got a Thatcher up, the world is your oyster. There's so many different things that you can do, even if it means just opening up like basic default sites with 1 hard breacher. This is still Clubhouse. It still requires 2 hard breachers to work within, and they were doing a really good job of utilizing Thatcher even when most people have kind of taken it out of their lineups at this point.
Now, we are going to go to break in a second, but I do want to touch on Soniqs real quick before we do. Now, they had a good start. They had a 4-2 attack start. Things fell apart from there. Really quick before we go, what do you think happened?
I mean, I would have liked to see them get a little bit more aggressive, right? When you've got these like really site-directed pushes, I'd like them to try to disrupt that before the push can get going. Sometimes it's hard, like on Gym Bedroom, it's hard to really attack the attackers because they are all outside the building. But on a bomb site like Church and Arsenal, you can get aggressive on the roam. You can try to flank up staircases. You can try to take that fight to TSM before they were ready for that execute. Didn't see a lot of that from the Soniqs. Maybe next time they can try to pull that out.
Yep, we will see. Soniqs still searching for that win, but TSM gets it this time. That's going to do it for match number 1, but don't go anywhere because we've got a ton of Rainbow Six yet to watch today. When we come back, it is going to be Mirage taking on XSET, another team hunting for a win, and XSET trying to get that strong 2-0 start. Don't go anywhere. Rainbow Six NAL returns right after this.
No, oh, I was feeling rich, but we turned out broke. North Pole, life so cold. Lukewarm love, should've took it to the stove. You were bad news, all kind, no pro. We grew apart fast. I guess we was reaping what we sowed in. I guess we was unequally yoked in. Guess if we was putting on the shoulder. Guess we should've tried to take it slow then. Guess I let my feelings take control. Guess I let my demon take the wheel. Used to think that we be growing older. Now I can't believe that it was real. It was back in late December when I did it. I just wish I could forget it. Cause I hate how much I love it. Oh, I hate how I just love to catch a feeling. Yeah. And you told me that you understood the gravity, but now I know you didn't. Better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember. Find a way
We have returned here at the NAL Doha Jesse. Jacob here with you on the desk, getting ready for our next match of the day. It's going to be Mirage versus XSET. Now, Mirage off to a rough start in stage 1, and in stage 2, it just doesn't let up. Mirage catching some bad breaks, right? They're trying to go through a little bit of a roster shuffle as well. They've got 2 new people in here, but we also just found out that Melted is a little bit under the weather as well. So Gara, their coach, is going to be subbing in. It's rough times for Mirage, right?
Yeah, that's not a great change that you want to see. Gara is a fantastic coach. You know, he's a great guy. I love him to death, but he's not a great player. And so him stepping in for Melted is going to be a downgrade for sure.
What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, if Melted's not feeling it, you don't want to put him through anything that's going to, make it worse, right? You don't want to put any more strain on him. I get that.
Your health comes first, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, shout out to Gara for stepping up and for making this happen. And, we've seen some coaches without a lot of playing experiences pop off before.
Yeah,
so who knows?
yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, call it maybe has a little more playing experience than Gara, but yeah, I mean,
the coaches winning games precedent has been set though. We've had it happen multiple times.
Yeah, we have.
We had Goddess, former player, coach, winning last stage.
Goddess
we had Call
did
Out,
it,
former
Kojo
player.
has done it, Gotcha has done it, Call Out did it yesterday. Gara has
there you go.
won
It's
one
time,
game as a sub. To be fair, he has one pro win because Mirage beat Beastcoast last stage.
Oh, true.
Here's the
That's
problem.
right. I forgot, yeah.
For Mirage, they just went through a role shuffle. Benji's on flank watch, is not playing a secondary entry role. Melted was the one playing primary entry because now that shift feels like it's been really good when he moved away from flank watch to do that, and Kento's coming in playing Finka.
Yeah.
But you're still having Gara replace the guy who's meant to be getting kills on a primary basis, and there's nothing to suggest that he's been grinding ranked since the end of stage 1. So
unlikely.
Is his shot on point, or is he going to be back on blitz like we saw from before?
Well, I mean, the thing is, too, is that, Mirage, like we said, they're going up against XSET, which doesn't really make anything a lot easier.
No,
so this is going to be one of those ones. We're going to get into teams a little bit more. Let's continue to talk a little bit about Mirage, but it's going to be a rough one today. Obviously, Kento and Nyx stepping into the roster in stage 2. Nyx returning. Kento coming up from Challenger League. And again, Melted, unfortunately, replaced by Gara today. Hopefully for just this one game. But this squad has its work cut out for them, don't they?
They certainly do. I thought that Kento had a pretty decent start the other day. He was playing the Finka, a classic, entry fragger, brought up from Challenger League. I thought he did well. I think he was positive on the day overall against a strong TSM, so it was a good showing. Nyx struggled a lot. He went 0-6 for the first 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Really wasn't finding any success. He was playing on Sledge, so he was supposed to be in a fragging role. It just never seemed to work out for him. It almost looks similar to last stage, where sometimes he was last time we saw him last year, where sometimes he was playing a little bit farther away from his team than I would have liked. Sometimes it felt like he wasn't really working together with the squad. There was never really a potential for a trade there. He had a couple moments for sure. He had a big clutch as well when he moved over to defense, so it wasn't all bad for Nyx, but it certainly wasn't a shining report card.
That was going to be the case for this Mirage team anyway. I feel like there would be some things to iron out. Where Kento was going to fit was obvious from where he got picked up when he played for LSR and all through CL. We knew he was going to be tasked with frags. We knew he was first in, sometimes first out. If he needed to be the one primary for executes, we knew Kento was going to play entry. The only question remained, how was Nyx going to fit back into this lineup kind of alongside that? Because we know he's got the reputation for being first in, but sometimes he can't do anything unless he dies first and then is able to call from the background. That was the reputation of Nyx from last year when he played for this exact same Mirage squad. I'd like to think he's adapted beyond that, but when we saw how many times he was first death yesterday, that alone is a cause for concern about how the leadership on this team is now flexing back from Thomas to Mirage again. So it's just these very little details that we want answered over the next couple of days before we really start to figure out, can Mirage get out of the rut that they've been in for so long?
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have XSET. XSET is a team that had a pretty explosive start yesterday. They're a team that is so much fun to watch. I've always said that. That proved true through stage 1, through the major. Now here they are coming into the bang in the very beginning of stage 2, and no one banged bigger than Spirits, who was our MVP for yesterday. The guy crushed it on the map, 21 kills. And so I feel like against Mirage, against a little bit of a Mirage with even more of a disadvantage than their roster shuffle going on, they're going to get an easy win here. I'm just going to say it.
They should.
You would hope, and Spirits will hopefully be leading the charge there. One of the few players that can really pop off in the NAL without playing that Finka role that we see so many teams really lean towards. Now, of course, XSET do have a Finka player, but Spirits typically on the Yana has been the one this stage that really has popped off and gotten so many of those entry kills. Against SSG, he shut down Rampy so hard on the roam. Rampy got nothing going on this defensive half, and of course, Spirits was the main reason behind that. Nice to see him having a good game. We've seen this before from Spirits. He is one of those really explosive, fiery players who has some games that just look ridiculously good for himself. He's had poorer games as well. I don't think he's been the most consistent player, but so far through one game in the NAL, he's off to a great start, and you can't take that away from him.
I love just like the boombox sitting in the chair next to him. They're just like rocking out like before the match begins, apparently. I was wondering yesterday, is that like somebody's PC that's just like sitting in a chair? But I'm pretty sure that is where the music is coming from.
Nah, this is just like the kind of vibe that they've got. It's a team of friends, but it's a team of friends that very clearly understands where they're all supposed to fit together in this puzzle. It's not like they're having a trip over one another for like access to what they want. It's nice that they're able to be like this relaxed and play their first 2 games of the stage from home, from a very comfortable environment. And all of them really feel like that this is just where they're meant to be.
That is like the most pro gamer house scene I've ever seen. Like everyone's got their feet up on the table, just enjoying some, like a shake or something, enjoying some food.
Everyone's
probably listening to us.
Yaga's somewhere off in his own world. Yeah.
Got a Pokemon plush over the monitor. It's all coming
Every
together.
time I've been to like a pro gamer house, that is the exact scene I've seen. Yeah, basically. Yep. But I mean, we talked about this team too, and like the fact is Coach Bodega is suspended for a year, so they're not going to have him on stage helping him out during the matches like they usually do. But when you're playing from home, you've got that comfort level that you don't get on stage. So that is not probably going to be as much of a concern early on. But remains to be seen. Now, though, we will see where the map is going to be, or it's going to be in the video game. It's in the computer. But which map we're going to be playing on. The bands are in, so let's see what it'll be. Let's find out.
Last time we saw these two squads face off in Stage 1, it was a game on Villa. 7-2 was our scoreline from XSET. I don't expect us to go back there because it was so devastating for Mirage. And they've made a couple of roster changes, but still feels like a map that they're going to want to avoid throughout this series. Looking forward to what they have otherwise. We have a couple of new maps that have been permabanned by these two teams. XSET like to permaban Theme Park, Mirage like to permaban Skyscraper, so there is still Border in there, which honestly XSET don't love playing either. When it comes down to kind of the maps that they permaban, they have played it in the past, but it's certainly not one they lean towards too often. So we'll see going forward into this map ban phase. Another Clubhouse is possible as well, although it's not a great record for Mirage when you look back to last year, and they didn't play it much, in fact, at all through, or they played Auction, okay. They didn't play it much last year though.
I think there's a couple of things you avoid. If you're Mirage, any map that XSET is good at. Problem is, that's just...
It's hard to find that.
Yeah, as the kind of thing, you can't really find a loophole because XSET have proven their map pool is really expansive. So are you going to something that you know your opponent isn't that great with, or something where you think you have a slight statistical or strategical advantage here?
Let's find out.
Let's get some answers. Oregon, the first one off the field for Mirage. They're on a 3-game losing streak here. They lost 7-2 to Astralis, 7-4 to Parabellum, 7-4 to TSM. You probably don't want to try to repeat that and extend that streak any farther, so it's going to go first. Theme Park second. Another permaban that I mentioned just a moment ago that XSET will take off of the board, Chalet and Skyscraper. Skyscraper coming through from XSET being a ban is a bit of a weird one for me. They played it twice at the major. They beat Liquid and then lost pretty hard to Astralis, but again, Mirage have typically permaban Skyscraper. That might be a ban that XSET just kind of don't want to show off that map because maybe they think, well, we're playing Mirage with their coach. Let's try to go to a map that we've shown a little bit more often already, and we don't have to worry about revealing any strats there. Border going next, and then Clubhouse to follow. Border's a weird one as well for Mirage. That's a map that XSET have permabanned right up until the playoffs when they let Astralis pick them, and then they won. So I guess maybe you're thinking it's a good map, but then you look at Mirage's record on Border as well, and that's where they beat Beastcoast when they had their coach 7-4 last stage. So I'm a little shocked they're taking that one out of the pool.
Mirage, I think, need to take Bank out at this stage in the game, and they do, which is perfect because that's a map that XSET have shown they're very proficient with. Even in that one loss they had to SSG back during the regular season, it was still a map I figured they could have taken before they really got on their hot streak. No Cafe for XSET because that's one that they have essentially permabanned all the way since stage 1, unless there was some other major play that somehow I'm forgetting, which means we're going back to Villa, which is the last map both teams played on. Like you mentioned, it was a 7-2 victory for XSET last time we were here. And aside from having Gara sub in as a coach, this is the time where we saw Marmalade try to go for plan attempts that didn't have much coverage. There was a lot of internal turmoil behind the scenes for Mirage. That map went essentially nowhere. So as far as I'm concerned, if you wanted a battleground that was kind of going to even the odds a bit, I don't think Mirage found it here.
Yeah, I don't get it from Mirage. I'm sure they've been practicing in the backlines, and scrim results have dictated that this is the best map for them of the ones left in the pool. But yeah, looking at their history, it is a confusing pick.
And it could be one of those things, too, where for Mirage, this is a game where, to be honest, you're probably not coming into this one expecting to get the win against a team like XSET, given the situation the team is in right now. So you're just going to say, hey, you know what? Let's use this as a practice one. Let's use this to kind of run some stuff in a real-world scenario and kind of see what we can do. That could be the approach, too. I'm not saying, like, they're not going to put everything they've got into it. I'm just saying that when you're a team in the situation, especially if you look at it from the coaching perspective, you ask yourself, how can we take this situation and turn it to our advantage? How can we use this to at least learn something, to get something out of it,
You're going to try, but the only saving grace is that this moment is happening within the first week, because you're only going to have 7 more games after this, most of which are going to be run through in just the next couple of weeks' time. So it's nice that if you had to have a hiccup game that maybe you didn't have big expectations for, it's now, but it's still a detriment. And this has to crush your mental because you had new players coming in hoping for a fresh start.
Well, we'll see what happens. Just waiting a little bit longer to get that start officially going, I suppose. But we got to get some predictions officially going here. Let's send it to our casters first to see what they have to say. Blue and Stokes standing by. Blue, you can't toss it over to Stokes right away. I'm just letting you know. Like Stokes even called you out on that last time. So I want the blue prediction first.
Well, thankfully,
let's hear it.
This one's an unfortunately easy prediction with the factor.
How dare you?
I gave you an easy one.
Did you hear that? Wow.
With the factors playing into it for Mirage and that they have a fill-in now, I really can't justify picking them in this situation. So it's going to go to XSET by default because of that.
You want to know what production just told to me?
What?
I'm the only one at 100%. So I feel like my choice is the only one that really matters here.
Sam,
but I got to
find me someone who cares, dude.
Yeah, that's true. You got me there, Jacob. You did get me there. And it's not going to last very long either. I'd be surprised if I make it through the rest of the day. But, I mean, that's the pick. It's XSET.
Well, there you go. I mean, 2 easy XSET picks for the casters. Our analysts, if you feel any differently, it's
ready.
Tough not to.
On 3, 1, 2,
1.
I was just trying to. Don't stumble over me here.
We're so synced.
Oh my. No, we're synced in reverse.
There you go.
It's XSET.
Just
throw it up.
It's XSET. Okay, yeah. XSET is going to be the pick for these two as well. No shock there. XSET heads. Mirage will be tails. Will the coin be? The coin doesn't think. It's an inanimate object.
I wouldn't mind getting a firmer lead on it if it picks Mirage.
The feeling on the back on my palm is telling me something crazy. It's tails. The coin is saying Mirage.
Nice.
The coin has picked Mirage twice in a row, by the way. The coin loves Mirage this stage, apparently, or at least this week. So, I appreciate that, right? I mean, everyone's kind of picking by the numbers. How can you not, right? But at the end of the day, Mirage, it's a tough situation to be in. So the coin has your back for what it's worth, I suppose. There you go. Let's find out what the community vote is going to be. I would imagine that one's going to be XSET as well, but let's find out. It is indeed XSET, well so there you go. XSET pretty much across the board, at least from all sentient beings anyway, but the map remains to be seen. You never know. Let's check out the community poll as well. What do you got to vote on here? Who's going to be the top fragger today, Spirits or Benji Mula? Oh, why you got to do Benji Mula like that?
What do you mean? I'm rooting for Benji.
I've always been rooting for Benji. It's just
the individual performance can happen.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
All right. Fair enough. Well, there you go. What do you, the viewers at home, think? Let us know, of course. Hashtag R6NAL. Go vote on the Twitter poll as well. But we're going to take a momentary break, and when we come back, the map begins. XSET versus Mirage. Let's see who takes it right after this.
When tripping, Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I'm Kino, and this is the NAL.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the NAL. Getting ready to hop into our second game of the day here between Mirage as well as XSET. Some unfortunate circumstances befalling Mirage. Of course, one of their players, unfortunately having COVID, is not going to be able to play in today's match. That means their coach, Gara, is going to be filling in for them. Going to a map like Villa, I feel like this is going to be a very difficult task, unfortunately, for the Mirage team to come out on top of, considering the fact that they have that fill-in and they're going to a map that's as complex as Villa. A lot to play into that, especially on the attacking side. And unless Gara's going to be, I imagine Gara's going to be filled into a pretty simplistic role to try and make up the difference, but there's still going to be kind of a lack there. And that's where it's really tough for me to see them winning this one. But I've been surprised before, and I'd be happy to be surprised again here. So we'll have to see if XSET potentially will give it up at all inside of this. We do want to give a nice shout out to Kino as well. It's his birthday, so happy birthday to Kino. Make sure you guys wish him a happy birthday on social media as well. He's going to be playing this match. We'll see if he can get a nice birthday W for himself. The odds are definitely looking good, but let's get into the map and see if it's as true as we've been prepping it up to be as we go live with the bans now between these two teams.
Flores will be removed off rip from Mirage as XSET will get set up for their offensive bans as we fly into beautiful Italy here for Villa. What does XSET feel like taking away from this offensive unit? We've already got the Flores ban in and potentially a change out here for DS as he'll be coming back in momentarily, I would assume. Thatcher is going to get banned out on the offense just to slow down some of the takes when it comes to this hard breach. We'll see how they want to slow things down on the defensive end this time around.
Yep, probably going to finish the bans, guys, in case anyone's worried that we're not going to rehost this. We probably will, so we just want to finish up the bans more than likely before we potentially do anything like that. So bear with us here for a moment, and then we'll figure out how things are going to roll after this. So anyway, keeping the discussion going about the bans, pretty straightforward here so far. Well, Mai's going to follow it through and keep us on that track as he'll be removed out. And then we'll leave ourselves with just one more here for Mirage to remove, and they're going to be knocking out. Let's take a look and see. It's going to be Mirage, so no real huge surprises here when it comes to the ban pull on Villa.
Yeah, fairly straightforward when it comes to the bans here for Villa. And again, you got to be feeling for Mirage when it comes to this matchup. Not the greatest of games yesterday, but definitely had a pretty solid showing, I would say, up against TSM on Oregon, a 7-4 matchup in between those two. As well as Benji and Marmalade both having quite the game yesterday as well. Marm with a pretty big clutch when it came to their basement defense. But, I mean, things are going to get even more complicated now for Mirage, and specifically Kento, as he's a fresh face to Mirage and is now playing alongside his coach that he's not really used to playing alongside of. So should make for a pretty interesting series here. Obviously, as you guys saw, all the sentient beings, as Doa was saying, picking XSET for this one. So I'm still favoring XSET in this situation. I think, if anything, that is even more detrimental to Mirage, even past what they've already been dealing with. So we'll have to see what they can possibly muster on this defensive end, as that's where it's going to start. We're just confirming that everything is right as rain in-game, folks. Before we toss it back onto your screen, and
we're live.
We're good as gold. We're back in. Mirage will be starting things off on AVG, and since we are done with the ban phase, yes indeed, folks, that means we will have a zombie back into play here for Playday 2 of the NAL, as Benji will be piloting this character throughout round 1.
Obviously, we didn't see her much in our first matchup, but she was banned out by the Soniqs. Not one going to have to play against that. Still did not help to save them, though, in their initial matchup, as, spoiler alert, they ended up losing that game, as TSM was able to come out of the gates, on their attacking side at least, swing it with some absolutely beautiful assaults. Was able to take quick control because of that. Away from that, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into this next game, of course, things are going to continue to move towards, well, either team's favor here, as we're still at the very start of it. Mirage giving us a pretty straightforward opening setup here on AVG. Unfortunately, will fall victim, though, in a very peculiar position, as we're going to see Kino get the first kill of the game here against Marm.
That had to have been from the study window. That study window
so,
through the
yeah.
soft breach panel and then killing Marm inside of bar. That's the one thing about Siege, just sometimes when kills like this happen, it's like, all right, time to break out the protractor here and figure out this angle. Exact trajectory of these bullets.
Put up the police tape. We got to investigate this crime scene real quick.
Yeah, I always feel like a detective whenever that happens. We gotta try and put it back together. I feel like
bring in CSI.
Exactly. I got to sit there and like close my eyes and let the room rebuild itself, see what happened there. But that's super unfortunate for Mirage. They're lacking their smoke quite early on. They are still going to have some forms of denial, mostly inside of the nitro cells, and some potential impacts if Benji wants to try and hurl that at a plant spot. But obviously, it's not going to be fatal damage, just some very serious damage unless somebody's already tagged up. But as you can see, XSET has been able to slow down their game plan overall because of that initial pick. They're just taking their time and seeing if they can potentially catch somebody off guard on this rotation, which would be Kento. He's actually standing on top of a drone at the current moment, so more than likely XSET is aware of his position. He's going to swing around, almost a freebie there for Yogg, but he's going to miss the head by just a pixel as Kento will be able to get back into cover.
He's being primed on point and nearly manages to grab Nyx. This is on top of some massive damage being done to Benji also, so that's 2 more players virtually down already here. Just need another bullet to send them into an actual down state, and this is on top of another player being fully killed. Benji potentially going to be the next up to fall victim to that. Kino potentially getting saved there by a nice little juice up coming in from the Finka being played by Spirit, so that brings him back up to a more palatable amount of HP, and ultimately all left on to Nyx here. XSET have no problem knocking him out though, as he's just a lone straggler against the entirety of the XSET roster. So they clean it up and get a flawless round to start things out here on Villa.
15 minutes ago, XSET were practically partying inside of this room with a massive JBL speaker and eating food, and now we're at a time where they're decimating Mirage.
I feel like that speaker might still be going in the back of the room.
I feel like it is, dude. They're just back there listening to Pop Smoke right now. It's like
production was like, all right, you need to get that thing out of frame though. But
oh my gosh,
otherwise they're jamming it.
They got everything, man. They got every Chicago drill rapper on right now in the background of this, dude. I'm telling you. But XSET, I mean, they're looking as right as ever. I mean, there's really not too much to talk on this. If you guys watch the Charlotte Major at all, this is just prime XSET. This is what they do. They decimate defenses, especially when it comes to a lot of their game plans, and nothing's changing up just yet. I think the only thing that's changed up from yesterday is that Spirits didn't kill 3 people in this round.
Definitely one of the most in-your-face teams that we have in the league right now with regards to how aggressively they tend to play things out. So no surprise they pull off the same exact thing here at the very start of the game, getting that immediate pick against, I believe it was a Marm inside of the site from their rappel outside of Study, and then following it through with a nice clinical clear, not giving Mirage an inch inside of this scenario here. A lot needing to be made up by Mirage, as they are indeed going to give up the AVG hold, transition over towards our secondary upstairs site. We will, of course, see the extension into AVG, which is going to be defended probably by at least 1 to 2 players on the squad to waste time, as XSET will try to clear this. But otherwise, of course, the defense will fall heavily into that trophy, as well as Astro rooms as we reach the later point of this round.
Doesn't look like we have any mute jammers on this triple wall here for Statue. With XSET's offensive lineup here, this is looking more like a direct route towards that part of the building. They more than likely aren't going to want to try and deal with any positioning over towards AVG, but we'll just have to see. Have to deal with Kento down low as well, so the potential for the player in kitchen to be punished is pretty high. Gomez is actually going to end up hopping inside a pantry. That was why you saw that silhouette fall down. Nobody paying attention to the hatches either. That's a really big misstep there from XSET, and one that we don't see too often.
Nyx gonna be able to get away with one as a result of that. So Spirits goes down. That means no mid-round boost to the health pools of XSET either, because the Fink was been removed. Should also mean, as a result of that, that the 6th set of nades that we saw from XSET initially is going to be brought down just to 4 here. Spirits will not be given an opportunity to use those. Yaga, though, has made up for the player difference now by picking up an exchange against Kento, more than likely roaming around here in the basement as well. That removes the Valkyrie from play, and like I said before, evens us out into a 4v4.
The good news for Mirage is that they're holding a lot of space across the map, but that also allows XSET some options to get some picks later on in this round as well, depending on what the defensive matrix is built up like. Do they have any supporting angles for these members? Exactly what is being dedicated to these spaces to make it to where they can actually survive the night? Well, for XSET, it's going to be back to the drone game to try and discover some of these positions that we were just talking about, as they're attempting to clear out some of the positions down low, as well as a round master. One of them will indeed tag up one of the Prismas here from Alibi. As Marmalade will bounce back and forth between this and the concrete door for Master. Almost a beautiful shot there from the AK-12 as a singular bullet rings out, but won't land true. Kino's going to hop inside of Master now as Marmalade will tag up Gomez. He'll re-peek here. This could get pretty dicey for these team members, but all beautiful shots from both members as Marmalade swings back into two separate guns on one angle.
Gomez going to be able to push things into the favor of XSET now with that pickup here. Marmalade now out for the count, not going to be able to help things out anymore with those aggressive swings from the Alibi. Nades cooking out directly onto Nyx's head as well. He just barely is able to get out of range of that one, thankfully. Keeps himself in the fight, however, and already to fend off some of the pressure coming back in as Benji also strikes true, I believe, from the inside of Statue, where indeed he's going to be able to find at least one pickup. Gara gets himself onto the board here too with one. So XSET needing to fight a little bit harder this time to get their W onto the board here, as they've only been able to bring it down to a 2v1, and that assumes too that Benji is not going to be revived. Probably a safe bet, considering of Gara's current position here, and as well, considering the time that is remaining in the round. But still, XSET need to isolate him, get themselves into the site. Oh, no. And they'll be able to do that. Gara thinking that maybe he wasn't spotted out as he saw the head from Diaz, but indeed, Diaz is able to spot him too. He picks up the kill, and XSET get the round.
It's so unfortunate. The last little hop up from that clamber ends up just seeing the top of Christian's head laying down inside of Trophy. And this right here, folks, this is what you'll tend to see, especially when it comes to like subbing in for like a coach or something like that, when it comes down to some more of those clutch moments where you just try and play it out on time and try and play quite safe. Now, that's the thing about pro play. When you are stagnant in what you're doing and you're not exactly too active, it's pretty easy to punish you. I mean, they do have a million different places to check, and if they do misstep into that room, then Christian more than likely gets one and has a really, really good shot of taking that round. But unfortunately enough, they clear out in an unfortunate way for the Mirage defense and end up winning the round instead. XSET with a very quick 2-0 here to begin us on Villa.
XSET starting things out with a lot of promise, and as well an interesting repick if Kino ends up locking it in. I'll kind of hold off on talking about it more. Yeah, we had a Kali being soft locked there for a second. Definitely would have been a point of conversation, but he's gone back on it over towards the ace. So nothing really to bring up there. Is obviously Kali is not an operator we get to see brought out very often at all. I'd say she's in the bottom 5 of attacker picks, if not lower than that potentially.
Now, XSET out and onto the field. They'll be attacking AVG for the second time around. And that means Mirage with the double defense on this, just shifting things over to Trophy and Statuary to try and get something done on this defensive side. Started out with some promise, but XSET quickly brought it back and winning it out in the 1v2 situation when it came down to it. So now for them, they have to try and reinsert themselves when it comes to this take. Last time around, we just saw XSET really decimate the site setup and eventually rotate around the entirety of this part of the building and take out a lot of Mirage's stragglers that were around 90, as well as Skull Door. Speaking of stragglers, we're going to have Kento off on an extended hold here for Concrete. Just going to be holding things down on Master. Spirits is going to pick up Gara. And now, with that being said, it looks like they've already got most of the control when it comes to this area. I mean, it's super unfortunate for Christian. I believe he got taken down at the top of main. That's going to be both of those ADSs gone. They don't have a Wamai either, and with Nyx dead, this is already looking like an XSET round.
Once again, XSET just able to snowball their way into a winning position, it seems.
Oh, no! That's amazing!
So unfortunate for Spirits, as he was priming a nade as he went down, meaning a nade was left in his hands. XSET have already made up the difference, though, and are just leaving Benji off on an island here. He can't escape it. Gomez strands him there, and it's XSET, the lock-in number 3.
You know, I'm not going to talk too much on Mirage for this game. I'm just going to let you at home know, just because of the situation.
They've got a fill-in, and they had maybe like 2 to 3 hours notice that they were going to be playing with a fill-in.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Absolutely.
So.
And even yesterday, they had a really good game against TSM. And if you guys watched that game yesterday, I just want to remind you, Melton was not feeling great during that game. He was not. He is not playing today due to how he was feeling in the discovery of that, you know, he really couldn't do anything in this kind of environment. So, you know, coming into this and with Christian playing, I don't really think we're going to be seeing the best of the best when it comes to Mirage and what they've been working on, which again, super unfortunate. They've had some very recent roster changes, so not being able to continue to work on things and evaluate your progress as a team is definitely something that they're going to want back, but just unfortunate circumstances for them at the end of the day, especially going up against a team like XSET. This is not a team where you don't want your full power to try and take them out, because you can see what the results are already looking like.
Like the desk was saying, Mirage potentially just going to use this as a pseudo scrim to an extent, more than likely, where they just kind of try out their strats, try to exercise it across the map as heavily as possible, and then ultimately, at least with the way that things are currently going, they will probably end up on the losing end of it. But we'll have to wait and see. We have seen, at least in round 2, a moment of hope for them, as actually we're doing a pretty good job of contending, at least inside of the site fight at the end of the round. But XSET as well was able to kind of take a moment back, restabilize things, and still end up coming out on top of it. So we're still looking for that clutch moment to show up from Mirage, where they're able to negotiate at least a few rounds onto the board here, but at the moment it is very much an XSET-sided game.
You can already tell XSET as well is starting to adapt their play style on this offensive side to what Mirage is doing, and this is a beautiful thing to see. You know, even though you're up 3-0 and it's a game that has the circumstances that are going on right now, you want to continue to sharpen that blade and sharpen your mind when it comes to Siege overall, and that's exactly what they're doing. They continue to play at full power when it comes to this offensive end. They're not treating it like anything else except a match, and it's working really well for them. They're going to work in the Jackal as well as the Dokkaebi. This is going to help them with their clear. You can see Spirits is already called once, and that allows the entire offensive unit of XSET to start taking in from the AVG side. Look at this clear. Look at this positioning of XSET already, and that's all due to the Doke call. Marmalade's already dead. Gyro at least tags somebody up, but XSET already hot to trot when it comes through this top clear.
It's going to be Yaga, brought down to about 50% HP. Gara still trying to escape with his life here as he's now stranded inside of the master bedroom area, trying to catch at least one member hopping back in over the rappel here. Unfortunately, it's going to be hard to do that. The Dokkaebi call is coming. He's going to get some support, actually, from Benji as he rotates up through the Astro stairs, but it just leads to a 1-2 exchange. Benji gets one going. Kento's able to steal one away as well. So this is still actually a palatable situation for Mirage here. Wild positioning being played out by them at this point, though, with another member of their only 2-member roster now extending out to potentially play aggressively from Astro stairs. Case looks like it was down, too, but I'm pretty sure in a position that XSET does control, so I doubt that's a major issue for them at this point. However, we'll wait and see over the next few seconds how it potentially continues to evolve.
Yes, indeed. And if you think Jackal is annoying usually, he's way more annoying when it comes down to positions like this. Nyx is running out. Oh, Yaga! Oh, my! Nyx tries for it. He sprints through China, and he's gunned down by the quick prone. It's down to Kento to try and pick up the pieces. New member up from Mirage. He knows where one is, but it's a quick adjustment here for the member of XSET. Kento will at least be able to get one. Still has some stimmies in his back pocket as well, and he'll use those quickly to make sure he's at full HP, full capacity to be able to try and handle this situation. Definitely a winnable one at the end of the day if he can land some crucial shots. Do 1 versus 2. Has to know this cross angle's being held as well as he works his way into Kitchen. Knows this player's on Tetris as he's trying to deal with both of them, but Diaz too quick to the trigger all the way back inside of Memorial. He'll take him down, and XSET will go up 4-0.
And once again, XSET continuing to win these rounds primarily off of the gun skill, just completely out-fragging the members of Mirage. And this is on top of normally a pretty hefty advantage inside of the earlier portions of the round 2. But despite that, again, at least on this one here, as well as back on round number 2, we were defending statuary upstairs. Mirage still making these rounds close, making them entertaining at the minimum, as they're also finally going to go for a tactical timeout to see if they can do anything to change up their fate right now.
You know, I think the big problem for Mirage right now, while we're on this tactical timeout, is obviously they can't handle the aggression of XSET.
Yeah.
They're just simply being outclassed in the coordination of what's going on, and not only that, but the frag potential from XSET. Every single member of that XSET roster has such stellar gun skill that you're never going to be able to find a wink link and try and punish that end. So it makes it to where Mirage have to try and take these hotly contested gunfights all the time, and not only that, but obviously at the current moment, XSET have the offensive side. They just have the better guns, so it makes it to where that environment is even more volatile for the defense.
And you see Mirage is certainly no slouches in the situation. They're trying to throw everything they potentially can. That XSET, even putting the fill-in, Gara, on a roam, it looked like, at the beginning of that last round there. So really trying to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at XSET right now. But unfortunately just not really working out as XSET continues to win these out. Currently leading 4-0 over the Mirage scoreline here. A lot of repicks showing up for Mirage as a result of that tactical pause. At least 3 members of the squad changing things up, rather 2 technically, because Gara doesn't actually change his operator. He just ends up on the same one as he'll bring the cap can into the fold for this one. Maybe trying to capitalize on the kind of haphazard style of play that XSET are bringing to bear right now, so that may actually work out pretty well if XSET aren't going to be checking their corners. Aside from that, though, a few other trap operators coming in, as you'll see on Marmalade as well.
I like this a heck of a lot more from Mirage, not playing the site nearly as open as it once was, and this is going to force XSET to actually have to clear things and get these walls open, whereas before they had a lot of angles that they could already abuse because Mirage wanted to try and fight back against things like the Master take, but it played more into XSET's hands than they initially thought, so they're going to make some adjustments as well as bringing in that cap can that John was talking about. This is going to pair really well with Marmalade's Thorn. Then really is just going to focus on slowing down both of these teams. These EDDs have always been a very solid choice when it comes to try to, get rid of a very fast offensive unit, try and slow them down, force them to check all of those different door frames and everything else in between when it comes down to it. Christian's still going to have one of those EDDs in his back pocket, so we'll see if that gets allocated later on. Also, DS Lucas with the Hulk setup, if I do say so myself. Nix,
oh no,
love seeing it. This is exactly what we want, some aggressive play style, as XSET not really aware that Mirage also has an M&K, and they can hit some windows and do some aggressive plays themselves. Oh, Benji as well, going to take down Yaga. Mirage finally showing some signs of life.
Mirage is definitely doing so here as well. XSET's early advance is going to be absolutely shut down by the Mirage defense here, as both Yaga and Diaz are caught out with no real chance to respond to it. Not a single point of damage going back on to the members of Mirage, and as we saw at least in one of these players' case, not even going to be able to see it coming as they'll be caught on drone. Kenta will continue the streak here for Mirage as they're finally shutting down this play outright from XSET here, not letting them get anything done whatsoever, as suddenly it's down to just Gomez and Spirits here. Gomez trying to line up a good nade upstairs, but it's a little off the mark, so it just does about 10 to 20 damage to two different players. Goes for it on a second one, and now as well just going to get randomly shot at from the top-down angle. Nothing opened up that would have allowed the players on Mirage to see Gomez either. Just a lucky shot, but it's enough to scare Gomez away, and he will back up over towards Laundry here to try and reset his position, while Spirits is going to attempt to push in by Bicycle.
XSET getting a touch too comfortable this round and being punished for it severely by Mirage. Still have some opportunity though, as we've seen from Spirits. He is not afraid of taking a multitude of gunfights and decimating an opposing squad. He's got quite the position to do it at the current moment as well, as he's working his way in through Bench's Marmalade though. We'll be playing things pretty tight-knit next to the Wolf door. Gomez going to be able to take down one, Spirits with the other, and he's going to be able to heal himself back up. This is what I was really worried about. He's going to continue to check these angles. They do have a flank coming through for Mirage that could end up picking up one of these kills, but don't know if they have any insight on that location. Gomez now warmed up for his potential first death here, as he is currently 10-0-3, has no info on this player. Should be relatively easy for Kento, and that'll be Mirage's first round.
Mirage, a definitive stance finally going onto the board after 4 straight rounds for XSET. We'll see if this is a turn of the tides potentially, or just a passing wave, as Mirage once again still look to try and solidify themselves, pick up as many rounds as they can here, despite the circumstances they are currently facing against. For those who are unaware, of course, they are missing a mainstay member of their roster, as he unfortunately has a positive COVID diagnosis and is not feeling the best right now. So he had to step out for today, and their coach Garrett is filling in, trying to make up the difference here. But as you're seeing, XSET still in control the large majority of these rounds, but that tac pause doing wonders for Mirage as they flip that story completely on its head and give themselves a fairly one-sided round up until the 2vx there.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, that's also just the scary thing about XSET. Look at the opportunity that they still had there inside of that 2v5. You know, you have one more thing, just a singular thing go wrong for Mirage, and that has a lot of potential to yet again be an XSET round instead of 5-0. But fortunately enough for Mirage, they're able to stick to their guns and take the round there near the tail end. And that's a 4-1 lead instead of a 5-0 for XSET. They're going to sit back onto the Dokkaebi here as Spirit slinks back over to that. Let me making sure to fit the Fink in when it comes to the lineup, though, as well. These are very solid choices. We've been seeing her time and time again in the last 9 months, and we'll continue to do so until these LMGs get patched.
So XSET looking to make up for that dropped round and still give themselves a very, very definitive 5-1 scoreline. And Mirage, of course, looking to prevent that. Very spread out setup here to start things out on their kitchen defense with, of course, that emphasis on the living room downstairs here being played out by Kento and to some extent Benji too, although Benji's fallback is more than likely going to be a directly into the site play instead of having to go all the way around into the living room to support his teammate here. You'll see he'll have the window blocked off by the Keeper Barricades, but will not be able to pre-fire his opponent immediately upon its destruction. Should have another one, though, to chuck right back on there and continue to deny any potential entry from XSET here.
I mean, if I'm DS, I just keep taking this. If you're going to keep handing over the Kiba barriers, then I'll just punch them off a mud window so you can't use them in a more influential part of the map later on. That's going to be 2 of those blades already down. Benji's got 2 in his pocket, which means he has 1 more on the way. Benji already getting tagged up as well. Spirits is still alive as he uses his first phone call. Kendall, luckily enough, will be able to heal up Benji if he so chooses. There's a lot of different angles that XSET as well as Mirage have to worry about, though. Look at the amount of openings that there are around this area. There's only 10 people in the entirety of the map, 5 on each team, obviously, and there's way more angles than all of the people that exist currently in this map. So could be some mismanagement. It's all going to be on the timing in between these two squads as to see who has the leading blow on the other squad. Kento leaning into this library peak, but he'll get taken down by Spirits. An ill-advised swing will get him killed, and now Christian with an opportunity, but he's going to lose it out on the back end as well. Won't die, but won't be able to find the kill either.
Marm going to be dropping down, advancing back from that upstairs position as they no longer need to maintain it here. It's also a huge risk to continue doing so, especially with Benji being in a bit of a hot spot right now over here towards the Astros stairs. Yaga more than ready for the swing from Marm. Still trying to look for Benji, though, as the intended target. They'd already got damage onto him from before, but they find Marm by accident as she attempts to move out and refrag the damage done to Benji. Doesn't work out, meaning XSET has primed themselves for the execute again as they bring it down to a 5v3.
A little slow, but Benji will be able to take down Yaga as he did reposition himself into Pantry. Nice pickup from him. It makes it to where this is a little bit easier for Mirage, but as soon as I say that, Nyx will get taken out inside of Laundry. Diaz with a very sneaky play back into Pantry as well, as it's all down to Christian yet again. You have to feel for the coach in this situation. He'll get gunned down from Diaz. It'll be XSET with a 5-1 lead. A very smooth one at that. It's been a cool, calm, and collected XSET the entirety of this half, including the round that they lost. No sweat on these brows.
Rough play there for Benji specifically, as you saw him just inching his way out into Pantry, trying to get one more fight going his way, but could not make it happen, as he was playing his heart out there, trying to defend like 3 different positions on that site, especially after all of his teammates had gone down. Just no room left to play into that scenario, and ends up overpeaking just a slight amount into a member of XSET, who was more than ready to take him down. So XSET continue to lead here, 5-1 in their favor, just need 2 rounds on this defensive half, and the game is theirs.
I mean, you know, those rounds, especially some of the later rounds, it really did feel like Mirage was just bearing it all to XSET. Like, yeah, everything's open. We're just trying to take gunfights, and I guess we'll just see where the cards lie at the end of the round. And that's really the environment that XSET thrives in. I really don't think it was necessarily the best choice, especially with some of the later round decisions, like from the likes of Nyx. I mean, XSET has all of their manpower still up, and you're sitting inside of Laundry. They more than likely still have drones. They're going to search that area, you know. So some of those like one-off positions that Mirage have been adopting into their play just haven't been working out for them. And if anything, it's been something that XSET has been able to exploit to push themselves even further into the round, and while maintaining not only their advantage, but pushing themselves farther ahead.
All right, time to see if Mirage, the side flip, will change things up for them, give them that little bit of a confidence boost they need to pick up a few more rounds, maybe even run for the comeback, but ultimately XSET going to get quick control over this matchup, especially under the circumstances, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Yaga just casually shutting down Kento as he's out in the open, ready to take on anyone who would challenge him. And he does find a target, and unfortunately for the Mirage roster, it's probably one of the most impactful ones when it comes to utility as well. Finka, meaning no mid-round boost-ups on the health pools, and 2 nades also down before a chance to use them is given.
He made the most ill-advised thing you can when you're playing Siege Online. He held an angle, John, immediately died for it. Can't be doing that.
Oh, Nyx wants to test it now.
Yes, he does indeed. Gomez also playing around a stairwell here. Nyx actually going to back off and he'll apply the drone instead. Benji's going to try and come in and help him. He'll be able to successfully achieve that. Skino will go down. That's going to be the smoke player gone as he swings wide on the main stairwell.
Evening things out at least, keeping it in a close match right now. But Yaga wants to shut down all of this pressure from Art Studio's side, and it seems like he wants a piece of the main door action too. Benji ready for that challenge in the meantime. Marm trying to push somewhere upstairs. If I'm looking at the case position correctly, and she ended up going down there, potentially over towards Study, but she's going to end up falling just outside of the window there. Another one knocked out. It's also the hard breach gone. Keep a barricade just chucked out. And didn't really
Yogg's just free-balling it. He's just like, you know, this character's kind of cool. I'm just chucking these things. He hit the stairwell. It did nothing. He throws the other one. It doesn't even block the
I'm pretty sure they like both just like went onto the wall.
Oh,
so
gosh. I mean, at least Yaga can shoot straight. That's really what matters at the end of the day when it comes to Siege. But
he's playing around with these. Yeah. Trying to see what works.
Yeah, it's a new op. She's a lot of fun. I can't blame him for having a good time and just like picking it up. You know, those Kiba barricades are going to continue to be a nuisance for the offensive unit. Speaking of being a nuisance, XSET has done a pretty bang-up job of that this round. They constantly are getting kills on Mirage without a refrag. Benji will finally be able to find one that's unrefraggable from XSET as he'll take down Spirits, who hasn't been having the best game in comparison to what he was doing yesterday. Benji, though, has somebody to deal with in 90, but as soon as I say that, XSET's actually going to back off more towards site. They don't want to give up any more bodies when it comes down to this low time situation as Benji starts clearing things out to try and forward Mirage's position.
Mirage starting to get a little low on time here. 30 seconds remaining. They still need to get back case control if they're going to be looking to get a plant instead of just ending this on a DM, essentially. Gomez ready to check out the Nitro, but he's about 5 seconds too late. Still actually gets about half the health pool off of Gara, though, so not too bad at the end of the day. So he'll be brought down low. Well, yes, Gara will sneak out that kill against Gomez. He and his other teammate will be traded out, giving the round over to XSET, and leaving them with only one more needed to lock in this match.
Man, if my house is on fire, I hope DS is on call, because that was like the most instantaneous refrag ever. This guy's call time is incredible. I mean, look at this. Watch. Christian gets his kill, literally 2 seconds later, dead. Just, well, he's still trying to put a new magazine in his gun, for God's sakes. Poor guy. But XSET making mincemeat of Mirage here on Villa. Hopefully he'll pair very nicely with some spaghetti later on from XSET. But 6-1 is the scoreline in between these two. They're going to be going to trophy and statuary to try and seal the deal here and take a clean 3 points here on the second day of the NAL. XSET yet again looking like a team that will be hotly contested throughout most of this stage, trying to vie for that first position. It feels like we have quite a few teams that are going to be clashing throughout the stage. Stage 2 of the NAL, John, it's really warming up to be potentially the biggest stage you have ever had inside of North America. And that's even including like back when we used to call this Pro League, you know, and we used to, you know, just have an entirely different format in which we did these things. So it's pretty incredible that, you know, all the way in the year 2022 with Siege being what, released in 2015, that we can have such a season like we're having right now.
Absolutely the case. Things definitely keeping themselves competitive, as we saw in our first matchup. This one as well, starting to amp things up, although the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect it as, wow, Yaga wasting no time with his peek out here from the front door, or the art studio window area, I believe is how that would have had to play out. As again, man, Kento, and again on the Finka too. 2 rounds in a row now, the Finka has been dusted within the first 30 seconds of the round. Complete denial of that utility, as Mirage is just not even going to get a hope of being able to use it.
I literally looked at my notes and looked up, and Kento's already dead. This is, oh no. Oh, DS.
Okay, so
DS,
it's this game now.
No, not the default cam call. That's the worst thing that you want to see. Master side. DS, Lucas. I'm gonna tell you right now, if there was a team that I could just be a part of energy-wise, it would be XSET. I totally vibe with this energy so much. It's like, guys, you're not even doing the most default thing. Like, it's literally a camera that's been in the same spot for 4 years. Yeah, come on. Come on. Oh, Yaga, not again. Please, please. They've been punished enough. Mirage, I mean, like, I don't know how many Hail Marys I got to say to get out of this situation, man. It's just been very poor from them. Unfortunate circumstances once again for this series, but XSET taking it to them in every sense of the term.
Given the situation, once again, for those who are not aware, Mirage is currently playing with a fill-in, and they had, as far as we're aware, at least minimal time to prepare to play with a fill-in, so there's not really a whole lot we can throw on Mirage for this type of scoreline right now. They're just kind of vibing with it, and we do respect them for that,
as much as you can.
Yeah, pretty much as much as you can here, as they're having a good time in the chat, at least. But Mirage potentially being pushed to the end of their rope here over the next minute and 15 seconds. We'll see if they can make up the deficit from a 4v5. That's aggressive, but he can't even hear the pressure boiling down the Astro stairs. Kino comes stomping in with that shotgun. Gomez catching out Barm's position down below as well here. So XSET just rolling into him at this point here. Benji is able to fend off the aggression and finally shut down Kino at least. Their other player needing to pick up the pace though and work their way back in. There's an opening for Gara, but he's missed the opportunity to actually take out the player. Corrects on it, however, and does manage to successfully knock out Gomez. Diaz, though, inside of the connector, will trade it back out against Gara. Benji now left alone, and he will be outwitted here by Spirits. XSET lock in the 7-1 victory and take home the W here today.
Man, somebody's got to fix the coin. I don't know what's going on with it. It's a big Mirage supporter, but not picking Mirage on the best of days. XSET will take the dub 7-1 in convincing fashion looking as solid as ever for this squad.
Went for a bold prediction there, the coin, but yeah, just didn't want to pan out. As unfortunately, the situation that Mirage is up against was just too much to play with, especially on a map like Villa. Just way too much coordination and things that can go wrong. There are way too many ways for XSET to change up the status of a round 2. And we saw that on display. There was moments where Mirage had absolutely no problem picking up some of those opening kills because XSET was kind of playing it a little bit more straightforward, a bit haphazardly, may have not necessarily been checking everything. But the moment XSET realized, like, okay, we're pushing this a little too far, we might lose the round, they would back it up, they would reset, they would find a way to win it in multiple scenarios. So props to XSET for playing this out so well also and shutting it down without too much resistance coming in from the Mirage side.
Absolutely the case, my friend. With that being said, folks, that's going to be it for Game 2 of the day. We hope you enjoy, but we still have 3 matches to cover for the remainder of the day, so stick with us as we throw you to a little break, and we'll be back with the Analyst Desk.
Through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffing. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know the season what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high to aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina. I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is
like glue. The leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And you, yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me.
Here we are back once again at the Rainbow Six North American League desk. Doe with Jesse Jacob here with you, and that one was short, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're back here pretty quick.
We are.
I feel like we just got here.
Yeah, let's check out some stats from that last one. It was not a pretty picture if you're a Mirage fan. Again, like, to be fair, again, playing with their coach, poor Melted, feeling under the weather. We wish him the best. Hope for him a fast recovery. Benji Mula had a pretty solid day, but across the board, just tough situation. They're still in that roster rebuild, obviously, with Nyx coming back, Kento coming up from CL, and it was rough. Easy 7-1 victory for XSET. I've heard it's Kino's birthday today. Is that right?
Happy birthday, Kino. Gifted the win against a Mirage that just really wasn't showing up today. I mean, they had so much going against them. Not even that they were like a worse team necessarily on paper, but just the fact that they had to play from home and they had to play with a sub. I mean, they were never going to be favorites in this game. I think it's fair. A little rough that you brought in your coach to sub and he's out fragging half your team.
That's unfortunate.
That's
not
a
ideal.
concerning thing, yeah.
Marm is hard support, and especially in such a chaotic game like this where everybody is running around getting frags, you don't expect her to really be popping off. Nyx I would have liked to see a little bit more from. Unfortunately, he is yet to find a kill on attack through 2 games and 8 rounds.
And he's the one playing Sledge.
He is playing a core role that is Sledge, that's true as well. So it's not ideal, but it's really hard to like look at these stats and actually take anything out of it because this game was so dissimilar from a regular game.
No, this game's a throwaway. There's not really much to say about it. There are nice things to look at for the side of XSET from a team cohesion point of view, and looking at the way that they were able to, at the very least, secure rounds that felt like even if Gera isn't in the picture, it suddenly turns into a 3v2. They're able to lock those things down, but regrettably, Mirage did not find themselves in enough situations that were enough of a threat to the way that XSET were setting up on defense that there's not really much that you can dive into from XSET's point of view. So for both teams, there's not really anything that's tangible that you can really take into the rest of the stage with you.
We do have some highlights, though, mostly just of XSET fragging out. And, you know, what else can you say? There were some fun kills in that one, absolutely.
Totally, and it was nice to see Gomez having a big game, right?
Yeah.
It felt like yesterday, not that Gomez played bad, but Spirits really stole the show away from Gomez.
Gomez was just like the support medic on attack yesterday.
I mean,
right?
yeah, he was there with Spirits. He was trying to help out on some of those frags, and this time they kind of split that Finka roll up a little bit more. Both players tried to take it for a couple different rounds. I thought Gomez played very well here today, obviously. Cleaning up the players on Mirage. It was a nice game from him, and I think that's a nice little confidence boost to send him into week 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if nothing else, like we talked about earlier, I mean, it's practice for both teams. Like Mirage, of course, again, like Gara's in there coaching, right? And again, if I'm the coach of this team, I'm going to say, all right, let's focus on running some strats. Let's focus on doing what we can, trying to take away some learnings from this at least, because you don't want to call it a complete throwaway. No game is a complete throwaway, right? If you're, coaching well. So hopefully Mirage gets something out of it. Hopefully Melted feels better next week, and they come back a little bit stronger, able to kind of work those new players in a little bit more effectively, we'll say. But for now, it is a XSET win, and I gotta say that's about it for that one. This was a short one, but don't worry, we've got tons of Rainbow Six still coming at you. 3 maps to be specific, and the next one should be really interesting. It's going to be Astralis versus Parabellum. Parabellum, of course, in a little bit of a roster rebuild as well, but definitely showing some life from some of those new roster swaps. So do not go anywhere. Rainbow Six NAL returns with Game 3 right after this.
trippin', Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffinin'. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out the piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League desk. I'm your host, Doe. With me are Azami and Azami. Oh, wait a second. It's actually Jesse and Jacob. I almost didn't recognize you.
We were here the whole time. You didn't see us?
No, it's because you look just like the operator, Azami.
Styling.
From Demon Vale. That's right. And if you would like to look like Azami as well with these wonderful coats, can we zoom in on this? Let's look at the details.
Would you like to feel it?
We've got, it's shiny and satiny, and look at this. We have things like cranes and flowers as well, and a little Azami logo, just in case you forgot from all the cranes and flowers that are on the jacket already. There you go, and you can find it at merch.ubisoft.com. And it doesn't stop there. That's right, we've got even more. Let's bring up that graphic to show the more things, because it's not just a jacket that you can get. It is other things like the music changed too. I love it. The Demon Vale collection. We have the hat, we have the shirt, we have the hooded shirt, the hooded sweatshirt, and the jacket, of course, that our lovely analysts are modeling for you right now. They thought that they were getting into esports careers, but in reality, they have become male models.
Look good, feel good, Doa.
I was already a male model.
That's right.
A model of what not to do when you're 23 years old.
But there is more to life than being really, really ridiculously good looking. So let's move on to our next matchup, which is going to be Astralis versus Parabellum. That's right. Astralis, of course, playing a close one yesterday, as did Parabellum, honestly. So this one, how close do you really think it's going to be? Because I feel like Astralis obviously coming in this one as the favor. Parabellum looking pretty good despite the roster changes, but there's still some work to be done there. What do you think? How good of a chance does Parabellum have here?
I think Parabellum's roster changes have been really nice. I really enjoyed Blaz. I really enjoyed Gunnar. I think that they've been a fantastic couple of pickups for PB, and I think they've really turned Parabellum into a roster that can contest the rest of the North American League, which is no small task because NAL right now is looking so deadly. Pushing that first game against Oxygen all the way to 15 was very impressive, I think, by Parabellum. Not a perfect game by Oxygen, but I thought Parabellum had some really sick rounds. I thought there were some fantastically played rounds on attack, where they made some really great decisions on where they wanted to rotate players around to. And on defense, they were able to rack up a bunch of rounds as well. So I think this could absolutely be another 15-rounder, and maybe one where PB actually take the win this time. We'll see.
I'd say if you're looking for like a score, I'd say 7-5. I don't think
I could see it. Yeah.
I don't think we're going to go to overtime, if only because we're not worried about Astralis having the factor of call out in as a variable, because he actually won't be playing in this game. DP Fire's back in the mix. But to me, it feels like this Parabellum team is, if nothing else, able to contest at the very top. My question is, can they finish, or do they have like bad momentum at the start? Because they were a slow burn team back in stage 1. That trend might very well continue into stage 2. And given that they've got some players that don't have like a crazy wealth of experience either in pro play or with this squad, that's still something else I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about Astralis first of all. Now, yesterday they were playing without DP Fire. DP Fire back in the lineup today. So call out, despite the fact that he performed really well actually yesterday.
Yeah.
We're going to have the full squad here for the first time in Stage 2. DP Fire on the right, rejoining yet again. And this squad is scary. Obviously, runners up in Charlotte, losing by only the slimmest of margins to DarkZero in that 5-map grand finals. It was thrilling, it was exciting, and you know Astralis is back with a vengeance here in Stage 2.
After jumping in the server and claiming some heads, Call talked on the interview about how they needed to get better at adapting well on defense. I thought the team did a great job at that yesterday against the Soniqs, because we saw SQ going for a lot of those really direct, fast pushes that were going to catch a lot of other teams off guard. It worked once, and then Astralis figured out what was going on, they adapted to it, and they really did shut it down nicely time after time after time. So I think that adaptation is something that they've been working on clearly, and it's something that has really paid off. You can tell that despite the fact that they just got off of a major run, Astralis have been working on a lot of stuff still in the background, and they're looking to come in very strong this stage.
Yeah.
There's not really a reason for me to be concerned about this Astralis team, even still. Like, that game against the Soniqs was close, but maybe you can chalk that up to DP Fire being someone to hold more flanks, and maybe Call Out said, this isn't the way that we need to play. He specifically said yesterday, it's about positioning. It's not necessarily about kills. You need to just constantly be moving. And that kind of mobile play style, I do think Astralis is built for, but sometimes in the moments where you need to sit and you need to wait for your opponents to make mistakes, that actually might be something that they can capitalize on, because Parabellum, again, it's not like inexperienced, but it is sometimes maybe being too aggressive before it's warranted. And that's the kind of thing I think Parabellum will have to shore up if they want to try to beat Astralis today. But Astralis are absolutely the team that can punish them for it if that's what they bring.
Yeah, I mean, if Astralis can get a win with Call Out, obviously he is the strategic mastermind, but at the end of the day, DP Fire is going to bring more of that mechanical skill right now. So if they can get a win with the coach in, I think they're in a good position to face off against Parabellum. That said, Parabellum, again, making a couple roster swaps to try to improve things in terms of running and gunning, right? In terms of clicking heads, in terms of putting a few more kills on the board. And if yesterday was any indication, Blaz and Gunnar are going to be a pretty decent asset for that.
Yeah, I think we're wearing the right outfits to talk about Blaz, because he was the Azami king the other day, playing in some really strong positions back on Theme Park. I thought playing top arcade was really, really strong from him. I thought when he was playing over by Initiation and the Control Room, he had some good setups as well. So I was really, really impressed by the way that Blaz was playing Azami. It's not an easy operator. You know, maybe it seems easy just to put those, put the barricades up every now and again, but to be able to play around them, to be able to, use them to cover your retreats, to be able to play aggressive Azami is a very hard thing to do. And I think Blaz, right off the bat, has proven himself as one of the top Azamis in the league. So that's been fantastic to see from him.
Yeah, even though he wasn't the highest rated player on the team overall, and Gunnar was the one who stole the show, 19 kills, mostly playing Lion Capcan, it's nice where a moment that everyone expects you to have like so much pressure on your shoulders first time playing it. Like in a LAN server, Man also managed to secure like the first ace in spite of there being a couple of technical delays that they had to like wade through. And it's nice that in spite of having those delays, they were still able to use it to get it all the way and get 7 rounds against a very veritable opponent, one that is not up and down, that is consistently at the top of the standings all the time in OXG. So I think it's nice that you have that kind of showing in spite of a loss against a squad that everyone has tagged as one of the favorites. And for it to beat Gunnar and Blaz, having that kind of showing, nothing about this to me spells doom and gloom or they picked up the wrong players. Again, initial impressions are usually the ones that stick with you more often than what happens throughout the rest of a stage. So the first time we saw these guys and they played it that exquisitely is a very good sign for the future.
Yeah, they got Coach Smitatius in the back there as well. So now joining the team, Kirby still there apparently, but not quite making the calls like he was in the arena in stage number 1.
Looks like he's just chillaxing now. Maybe he's just
I guess,
relegated a mascot?
What's going on over there? Yeah, I mean, hey, mascots are
what
always
would Parabellum's mascot even be?
True enough. Let's check out some stats here from Blaz from day number 1, I believe it was. Had a pretty good first time out in the NAL. There you go.
Coming over from France? Listen, I mean, it's not about all the stats, right? Like, sure, 8 and 11. I think that he did still have a very strong performance overall. I don't care what the EPS says. I think Blaz played very well. Again, I thought the Azami play was really, really nice from him. We do see Mute as his primary operator. He was flexing to a lot of different defenses, obviously. And so, yeah, I thought that he was doing great that stage, or that match.
No real complaints overall. I was curious about how the language barrier was going to affect things, but for Blaz, he knew that he was jumping onto an English-speaking team. For as much as the jokes might suggest that Parabellum or even XSET are coming in something other than English, they're playing in English. It's okay. So Blaz came onto this understanding that this was going to be a really big deal, and historically import players into the North American League or into North American competition have usually done good for, if nothing else, the first stretch of their career, and then there's been some tapering off. We've talked about guys like Alfama and Slebin and Gomfi usually coming in and having like a good immediate impact and helping to change the identity of a team at the start, but it's a matter of how they get incorporated throughout the rest of their tenure on those squads that really helps sell the legacy or the idea of coming from overseas.
And I chatted with their coach, VBM, a little bit over the last weekend, and he was saying, too, that it honestly doesn't feel like that much of a roster rebuild as you think it might, because they've already been playing with Blaz for a little while behind the scenes, and Gunner's had some experience with some of the other players on the team in the past. So he said that everyone's starting to work together very comfortably, so it doesn't feel like that big rebuild that some other teams might go through, adding 2 new players on the roster. Let's check out where we're going to play.
All right, well, for this one, Astralis have a much deeper map pool overall than Parabellum do. Astralis have tried all 9 maps over the course of the past 3 months, whereas Parabellum have only tried about 6 to varying degrees of success. So we see Bank off the board. That's essentially been a Parabellum permaban. Don't want to worry about it. Cafe has not been played by Astralis in quite some time. Another map that Parabellum have not played in Skyscraper off the board. And the last time that we saw Astralis play Chalet was quite some time ago, and they lost it back in stage 1. So it's not one they've wanted to try in competition since then. Now I get to some interesting ones. Clubhouse has usually been one that Parabellum have always stayed away from, so there's no surprise there. But the border ban from Astralis is nice, and like you'd think that after that game that they had against SSG and how they played it back at the Charlotte Major, that maybe they'd want to try more of like a wild card option, something where they know they can be extremely flexible, but instead they're opting to just remove it from the board completely.
I think Astralis have played this ban phase very well so far. Their final 3 maps will be Villa, Oregon, and Theme Park. I think Astralis are thrilled with any of those, to be completely honest with you. They do have a bit of a deeper map pool. I think they use that to their advantage. They're going to go Villa here this time. Astralis on a 4-game win streak on Villa, beating TSM, XSET, Chiefs, and DarkZero when they picked this map first at the Major Grand Finals. That shows a lot of confidence here on Villa. And then for Parabellum as well, it's a good one for them. These weren't terrible maps for PB by any stretch of imagination either. I think they're going to be happy with Villa. It's one of their best maps to beat DarkZero here on Playday number 3. And in CL, they were on a 6-game winning streak.
That's what I was going to bring up. These guys back in their Challenger League days were demons on this map. The only difference being you're not facing teams that are nearly as structured or coordinated. It's a lot of raw gun skill, not a lot of figuring out how the pieces meld in Challenger League. So that was a really nice streak. But when it comes to professional translation, sometimes it doesn't always meet that same goal. But they can beat Astralis on this map, then they're sitting pretty, they're looking amazing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this, again, you talk about like what teams that are going through these rebuilds, going through these, revamps want as far as opportunities. I think you want to play against the best teams. I think you want to test yourself, see what you can do, and then kind of go from there, right? These are the matches that you're ideally going to learn the most from. But let's learn what our casters and analysts are predicting as far as who they think is actually going to win it. Again, I feel like today's got somewhere, there's some fairly obvious choices here, but I'm definitely not going to complain if we've got some upsets. So, Interu, Pengu, what do you think?
Honestly, I have no idea. Like, absolutely no idea. I look at these 2 teams, and it's like Parabellum losing to Oxygen 7-8, and then Astralis beating Soniqs 8-7. It's just like, who the hell knows? And now you're going to make me make such a decision in front of dozens of people that watch our show.
My job.
And it's like, how am I going to do this?
Yeah.
You have no idea how to do it?
Well, I mean, I know how to make a prediction. I know how to make a fool of myself.
Hey, here's how you make a prediction.
Now both of these intersect.
You
So
go to the back and you put your Azami jacket on. That's how you make your prediction.
Oh.
Hey, where's your fit, Parker?
He's wearing the toucans.
Where's your drip?
2 cans are better than 1, baby.
Hey, you can go to merch.ubisoft.com.
Pick some up.
If there was a memo, I missed it. What do you want from me?
What's it going to be? Astralis, Parabellum? Let's make a choice.
You go first.
I see that Jesse, I, and the fan vote are doing really good so far, so I'm going to keep it up and say Astralis, a safe choice, if you will. Now you have to say Parabellum.
I feel like I have to say Parabellum. I'm locked in on this one, and you know what? I'm gonna go with my Canadian org. And if Jesse is gonna betray Parabellum, I don't know what he's gonna say, but if he's gonna turn his back on the org that comes from our country, I will be very disappointed.
The gauntlet has been thrown.
Now I put him in a bad spot.
So Parker, you picked Mirage too, then, right?
No, absolutely not.
The other org that comes from our country.
No, that's not.
Okay.
No.
It wouldn't be fair to his predictions.
I can't just always pick the Canadians.
Hypocrisy. Sorry.
All right.
Sounds like it.
Well, there you go. 1-1 for our casters. Our analysts have some decisions to make as well. Jacob, we're going to go to you first. What do you think?
It'll be Astralis because I'm not worried about DP Fire coming into this team and us all of a sudden changing the kind of momentum that they brought when they played against SQ on Bank from yesterday. That is just something you don't have to concern yourself with, which is such a massive deal. You're not worried about on such short notice, how do we change up our entire flow or play style? You're just playing your game on a map that we already know you have some comfortability on. It should be Astralis all the way. Again, I think a 7-5 is on the cards, but I still think Astralis will be the ones that get the 7 and not the 5.
Fair enough. What do you think, Jesse?
It's not a fun one to predict. I think both teams could absolutely walk away with the win, but
are you really gonna prove Parker right and just betray just
listen? If I pick Parabellum, then Nick might take the lead in predictions, and I can't let that happen. So I'm going Astralis.
All right, Astralis. Astralis from both our analysts, and that leaves the coin and the community left to go. We're gonna do by the graphic as we always do. Heads will be Astralis. Tails will be Parabellum. Let's go ahead and flip it. It is heads. Coin says Astralis this time around. I think it picked Astralis yesterday too. So the coin's certainly kind of developing its favorites here. There you go. Yeah.
As long as you've got those stats unlocked, so we know like what coin favoritism.
I looked at it. I did break that down at the end of last stage, and it was fairly even across the board. Honestly, I was wondering because I was wondering the same thing. Does it kind of like prefer one team to another? And it ended up being very coin-like in that it was very 50-50 across who it predicted. So
here's a question: is it the exact same coin every time?
It is.
Because what if you switched it out for like a different coin and all of a sudden a different metal swings a different way? Like
I have no idea. That's a good. Well, if you have any gold coins,
we can experiment and try this, chat.
Yep, there you go. Well,
send coins to Doe on Twitter.
That's right. We'll get a PO box to send a bunch of them to. Let's find out what the community said as far as who they think is going to win this series. Again, Astralis coming in a little bit favored, and that is going to be the community vote as well. So only Parker, only Intero predicting Parabellum here. We'll see if that ends up being true. A big chance for a point swing for Intero if that's the case. Meanwhile, we have a question to answer with the community poll. What's it going to be? Let's find out. It has who has a better haircut, Iconic or Kool-Aid? Oh, did they write this one before they saw that Iconic?
I was going to say.
I mean, I'm not saying he has a bad haircut now, because he absolutely does not.
No.
He looks great.
It might have been a better comparison if it was him and Skies, because he and Skies cut their hair to something rather similar.
Right?
There you go.
They are very short in that way. Yeah.
Sometimes I think when Kool-Aid kills someone on the map, he whispers to himself, "The Lancasters send their regards."
We had to make that joke at some point.
There you go. Well, we're going to find out who wins the series. We're going to find out who wins the poll a little bit later. We're going to take a quick break for now. And when we come back, Astralis versus Parabellum gets started here on the NAL. See you in a few.
All right, everybody, it's time for matchup number 3 of the day. The 2 red logos to go with our red background here. We're inverted on the whole camera. Astralis versus Parabellum. Interesting matchups yesterday. Both of them needed all 15 rounds. Parabellum was 1 round away from victory. They lost. Astralis was 1 round above victory, or towards victory, and they won. And, well, both of these teams obviously playing under different set of circumstances. Astralis had call-out playing because DP Fire was out due to COVID. As for Parabellum, they've got Gunnar and Blaz making their debut, and for Gunnar, it was a hell of a performance. Blaz did not have the best start.
No, he didn't, and it's one of those things where we had to question like how much momentum will this give somebody like Gunnar going forward, and of course, will this be holding Blaz back perhaps from future confidence? But so far, looking quite alright, and I would say that they got a relatively strong start. Going max OT against OXG on theme park of all maps is very, very difficult, so props to Parabellum for having good showcasing.
Okay.
Okay.
Really
it's Coach Kirby.
Really unnecessary. Is that free? Is that free advertising for that brand whose name I will not say?
Are we?
Is that free advertising?
Doing it for free?
Is that for free? Kirby is there. Kirby, if you remember, was sitting on the chair as their coach,
Yes.
I believe, for
Coach Kirby.
Period of time. Don't know how well that worked out for them, but either way. Matchup. The matchup is on Villa, the 2 players to watch on both teams. Gunnar and Penguin were the standout performers for Parabellum, and it was Forrest and J9O. Forrest becoming a staple towards the top of the charts. He's had some pretty incredible performances over the last 3 months.
That he has.
Charlotte Major, he was pretty damn good. NAL Stage 1, he was really damn good. In fact, setting a record for the single best rating that a player has ever had in the history of the NAL. Crazy to think, Fofo-san XD, as he used to go by.
Oh my god.
Tearing it up. Let's go to Italy. Let's go to Villa and start our 3rd matchup of the day between these 2 red organizations. And I promise you, not to get political, but it ain't going to be a red scare, friends. Operator bans coming in. We saw a Azami ban earlier in the day. Do you think we will see another?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. We'll see.
There we go.
Soniqs,
Moving
they
on.
were afraid of it, so they banned it, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Ace starting things off from the side of Parabellum. Of course, Tiger banning that hard destructive breach that you can do on Villa.
An operator that Astralis plays quite well here. It's a 4-game winning streak for Astralis on Villa, as Jesse talked about. Their last time playing this was map number 1 of the best of 5 grand final in the Charlotte Major. And it ended up being a big victory for Astralis going into overtime. And it was a nail-biter, a thriller, all 15 rounds required. Are we going to see the same today? Thatcher banned out, Valkyrie will join too, and a final operator ban. You said this won't be an Azami.
I don't think so. I feel like both teams are happy to play it and against it. Both of these teams are quite creative and also play well together between the different members of the roster. And I think they've both done their homework as well. I don't think they're going to go in thinking, we don't know how to use it.
Well,
so
you
see.
You think they're doing their homework, yet they took about the max amount of time to do it, and they banned Goyo.
There it is. So a bit of a more stable ban here on Villa. Of course, Goyo got a slight rework not too long ago. Instead of having those shields, he now has the Vulcan canisters. Essentially, if you shoot them, it'll spread fire on the nearby area for 20 seconds per canister. So it's really gonna basically punish you if you play too slow on the attacking side, because when you finally get to the bomb side, there might just be fire stopping you from any point of entry. And that, of course, will not be a problem in this game because Goyo's banned.
You may be wondering why you see some of these names being the way they are, and that's because these teams are not playing on land. Yes, they are playing in Las Vegas, but they're playing from the comfort of their own homes. So from time to time, you will see a lovely shot of whatever gaming room they are currently competing in. And once again, that is out of necessity because DP Fire has COVID. So they cannot play at the venue and instead have to play online. You might have seen that there was an online game earlier today, just before now, in fact, in that Mirage XSET matchup, and it wasn't really quite, it wasn't that much of a match, but it definitely happened. Anyway, Astralis versus Parabellum, very first defense for Parabellum. They're going to go to the old reliable Aviator and Games. You might hear it referred to as AVG. This tends to be the most defender-favored bomb site on the entire map. Now, Villa has lots of flexibility, and you'll hear us refer to all 4 bomb sites over the course of this matchup. It is likely that we will see all 4 bomb sites end up being played at some point.
Certainly. I mean, the least played, of course, is Living Library, but the win rate itself, when it is actually played, isn't too bad. at the Charlotte Major. It was played twice only, but also had a 50% win rate, so a single loss and a single victory. And of course, Villa is a defender-sided map more often than not. And with the Sami in play, and also being played in this opening round from Blaz, I do think it's going to stay that same kind of trend, because there's not really any new ways the attackers can deal with these different defenses, but there are different ways to set up those problems for the attackers. It's a bit of a quiet first round here. As I say that, Shuttle opening kill onto Penguin. That's the Melusi off the board. Not a huge loss, but of course the advantage is now on the side of Astralis.
It was good scouting as well from the drone that we saw. Yeah, it's the Melusi off of the board, but the Warden playing on 90 is additional information. That means that there could only be 3 mystery operators being played somewhere else on the map. A nade from below does not work out, and that'll get us towards the halfway point of this round. Nobody from Parabellum has seen an engagement other than Penguin, and he didn't see much of it.
Yep, stage 1 is that roam clear and map control, and of course the attackers now have granted that on the map. Now stage 2 is the setup. We're gonna figure out where we're gonna strike and how we're going to be doing that. So J9O working his magic from below with that 1 grenade used earlier. Gonna rotate to the study balcony instead to apply pressure from both sides. In the meantime, Forest finds a second one on Gunner, who's the young Gunner off the board.
And those are the 2 statistical best players from yesterday's matchup, and the only Playday that we've seen of Parabellum in action thus far. Losing your 2 most potent offensive threats, obviously not ideal. Blaz could have been the next one to die. He was that star import coming over from France. First player from Parabellum on the board is Kool-Aid. Drops Forest, so no more than 2 kills for the newest member of Astralis. As Astralis now brings about rotates. You see them changing their execute with a minute to go, as now they need to get to the bomb site, and could they potentially see themselves weakened a little bit given the fact that Forest is out of the equation.
Maybe the rotate here, getting that second down study balcony, shuttle tossing a grenade, and Blast making good use of the keeper barriers, allowing this position that normally you can't play in, but with the Sami being open, you can.
Usually you'd see a deployable shield up there on the model. Instead, there's some protection. A flank now coming in from Kool-Aid. The numbers falling for Parabellum, trading back and forth, but a big double play from Eska on the stairs. DP Fire getting the diffuser down. It's now J9O to go against Eska, and yet somehow he's able to pull this one off. DP Fires his back turned, and despite the early advantage for Astralis, it's through the mid-round. A big clutch from Parabellum. You can see them erupt into celebration off of round number 1.
A little bit curious that Astralis opted to go for the main stairs push with 2 members, because you don't really need that area control at all. I mean, they were already planting the diffuser inside of AVG, that a member, of course, inside of study itself, cutting off any possible rotation. So my question is, why do we care about the main stairs? Why do we send 2 members there just, you know, with the risk of falling to Eska, in which they did? Because that just means you lose your man advantage that you spent so much work earlier on the round to maintain and to gather. Instead, it's PP getting that first round, a bit of a clutch, of course. They left the bomb site and played off it, and it worked in their favor. Did not need any bombs at the now with C4s and Toxic Babes. All they needed was a bit of a gunplay situation. Forest showing the Monty, but goes off it. Not going to see that just yet so far, at least. And similar defending lineup from Parabellum. Of course, Blast taking the Asami. We can likely expect this operator to be played most rounds, if not all rounds, because on Villa, there are so many different lines of sight that normally you would need a deployable shield for to play the Clash. But Asami, you know, with 5 keeper barriers every single round, you can just completely restructure how those angles work and how they can be used. We saw him do it last round, and we'll see him do it this one as well. Extension from Parabellum, from the trophy statue side of things, all the way across the map to the office side, and we're going to see Astralis contesting with the Nuke sneaking in below.
Quite quickly, actually, for Forrest to get into the building, and he had an escort of Iconic, but instead he'll go up to Repel because there's a job to be done here. It's a trophy statuary defense. The other upstairs bomb site, that leaves Kitchen as the likely tertiary bomb site should this not work out for Parabellum. You can see the Kiba barrier still being thrown out. Another one will be regenerated, or generated rather, for Blaz as all 5 become available at about the 135-second mark.
It's close. It's Eska, and it's Forest.
They'll do battle, but the Nook's been spotted. J9O is not able to get to the window to possibly get a pinch off, and instead, the Melusi dying first, it's Eska to get away. It was Penguin who was technically the first casualty, but they've swapped operators. Good flexibility for Parabellum on this lineup. We're 1 minute into the round, still droning going in for Astralis. They seem to have lined up over towards Master side of things, and that's where the drones are looking. Almost a bait onto Penguin, who sustains a little bit of damage, but other than that, Parabellum decided to get out of there and reposition themselves, waiting for Astralis to continue droning.
With that bench being shot bottom red stairs, it now poses a threat for Parabellum because they're fearing that Nuke might be sneaking on up, so Blast is rotating himself to the bottom of red to cover that area instead. The 2 impacts in the pocket of SK is likely for wall deny on the bomb site itself, and we'll see how Astralis will deal with the wall because they still have 12 Hibana pellets left on DP fire.
Parabellum banned out the ace, which means that you're going to see a Hibana most of the time as this primary hard breacher for Astralis. They're not bringing anybody else, and no one of those secondary hard breaches are available either. Nade primed and ready from down below. Adrenal Surge goes to give a bit more sustain to Astralis. Final minute of action right now. Kool-Aid has a close range engagement with grenades still raining in. This time over towards Astro and some from below to clear out the deployable shields. Perfect timing for Kool-Aid to possibly pull out a toxic canister, but he thinks otherwise of it. Now though, Parabellum deciding to go with some site construction work. Eska picked off by a nade. Could this be the start for Astralis to get into the bomb site? A shrewd angle being played from Gunner as he's prone in the bomb site, looking towards the doorway to bathroom. Down he goes to J90, so shrewd it may be, but it doesn't work out. Unsuccessful all the same. Penguin, a desperate attempt as 2 members of Parabellum get in on the action. It's a 3v3. DP fire the next through the doorway as Parabellum's numbers fall. And just like that, Shuttle picks up 2 kills, and round number 2 is in the books and in the column of Astralis.
This is fighting across the map there, and amazing. We see Shuttle like flanking from behind, walked into the trophy bomb site, found 2 easy kills as nobody was really looking his direction. No Banshees on the ground to alert the defenders that somebody is creeping on up, and that, well, made for an easy round for Astralis. The wall itself did get somewhat opened up, but it wasn't an ideal circumstance. The lines of sight weren't great, but they did of course apply the pressure, which in itself is enough to pressure the defenders off the bombs to try and get active. While PB got a kill or 2, well, they didn't get them all, and it wasn't enough. They're gonna go back to the same location. The Kite now in pocket of Penguin, trying to deny that wall breach better. Now, the Kite claws can be spent in a couple of different ways. You can put them below, you can put them on the wall itself or slightly above it. Of course, keep it in your pocket for a trick, because the Hibana pellets are so slow at activating that you can definitely catch them. But we do see there is a second choice, putting them above those wooden beams so that they're relatively safe. But not entirely. You can still find an angle from down below. You can nade above the wall with a well-timed grenade exploding mid-air, and those of course will clear out those Kite claws. So once again, it's Eska with those impact grenades in pocket that might be the hero to save the wall. Penguin looking for a C4 possibly.
He's a run out for it. He'll be spotted, and it's a, I don't want to say a risky gambit. I mean, it doesn't work out, but they at least have the positioning known. I don't know what Gunner was doing, but a bit of cheekiness is answered by Iconic immediately. 15 seconds into the round, and Astralis have the very first kill already. Parabellum will now just sit and wait, and again is absolutely correct. That's the 3rd first blood for Astralis. They are perfect in that regard.
They are, and I mean, playing 4v5 is a very nice situation, especially on attack on Villa of all things. I mean, the map is defender-sided, so any advantage you can gain early on is greatly appreciated. Eska right now barricading those doors because there is the nuke on the board from Forest. That's something they can assume because they played it the last round, and this just means that barricading doors is going to act as a different method of figuring out if nuke is creeping around, because you'd have to break those doors by punching or by shooting, which will alert the defenders.
And some of the more experienced players may groan at what I'm about to say, but it does tend to be a thing at lower elo and lower ranks that newer players will actually barricade every single door, and they think that it keeps them safer. In all reality, there are very few instances where you actually want to do that, because it is smarter to leave the doors open and contest should somebody push you from that direction. If an attacker sees a closed door and they drone the room, they know they don't have to worry about you swinging on them. They can take map control much faster, and oftentimes as a defender, barricading every single door off actually works against you.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Same if you play Castle, don't be that guy who, you know, castles every door to bomb site so that when the Romans come back, they're like, guys, we can't get in, we gotta rip the door down now. Like, don't be that person.
I just feel like it's the Rorschach quote that applies there when it's like, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. And it's like, yeah, but I don't want to be. Please take the castle barricades down. I digress. Slow round other than Gunner being gunned down after his high-flying performance yesterday, almost breaking into 20 kills. He sits at 0-3. That is not where one of your 2 new players wants to be, and Kool-Aid decides to swing, maybe for intel, but 2 immediate picks, but it's going to be a martyrdom potentially. It goes off as Penguin's able to get back in. Look at those reaction times. J90 answers the call, and now it's Blaz to falter. As I said this It's almost like I cursed the round. A bit of dawdling, a bit of slow action, and then Astralis cleans house. Trophy statuary failing for Parabellum twice. Astralis successful both times.
A little bit of deja vu where Astralis aren't really doing a whole lot, and then PP, they want to get proactive. They swing into Astralis, and they lose all their gunfights, and eventually Astralis, they win with about 3 members alive. Trophy statuary bomb site is not successful for Parabellum, so they'll go back to AVG instead, which I think is a wise choice here. But the question is, what do you do if you win this round? Do you go back to Trophy for the 3rd time, thinking that this one will be different, or do you have to go to that tertiary bomb set of kitchen dining, or perhaps all the way to living library? We'll find out soon, but first, this round is underway, and this shield now has been brought to that map location so that the Asami barricades or keeper barriers can be used in a different location instead, while still having that area of the map covered. Of course, the alibi from Gunnar, and now again allowing that fragging capabilities. The 1.5x, you can put down your shield, set and forget. Secondary shotgun on your pistol, can open up hatches, lines of sight. It's great for the roam game. And other than that, it's pretty much cookie cutter standard. For the attack inside, nothing quite out of the ordinary. Forrest gonna keep doing his thing on Nuke, as it has been applying so much pressure on Parabellum, sneaking around, getting those Banshees from Melusi.
Quantify the pressure. When you say so much pressure, it's a nebulous term that can mean anything to anybody. What do you mean by it when you say so much pressure from a Nuke?
Alright, so it's the fear of the unknown. You know, when you're in the ocean and you can't see all the way around you and below you, it's a lot of pressure of like, oh, there could be something in the water, right? The Nuke is something in the water, but you'd never know exactly where. So the pressure is the unknown, but this one will be seen and heard, but it's too late because Iconic, he's gone.
It's been happening to Iconic actually a couple times. If I remember correctly, on the bank match yesterday, they jumped out on him and were able to get a successful kill or two from Soniqs. I think it might have been Rexon who did it, if memory serves me correctly. But there are times when I don't exactly have the most photographic memory. When you talk about Nuke, I think fear of the unknown is absolutely correct. But in this case, Gunnar earns kill number 1 for him in this series by taking down the Nuke, who hops on in. Another for Gunnar now as well as he drops. And suddenly, Parabellum have this round in their grasp. 5v2, 2 minutes to go. There's Blaz with yet another, and they're just playing with their food. J90 gets 1 kill, 4 more to be found. Astralis has clutch potential as a team, but there's an awful lot to do. A missed nade that'll do a tiny bit of damage to Kool-Aid, but it effectively tickles his feet. That's about it. J90 will reset, now head towards the stairs. He's got a kill hole looking up into this aviator bomb site. It appears that, well, both times, this will go in favor of the defense unless something goes horrifically awry. And there it is, J90 killed from the same area that he was looking at before, but decides to go off of the barbed wire. Nearly a flawless round from Parabellum as they look quite strong on Aviator Games. The problem is elsewhere.
It is. I mean, that early aggression finally worked off for them, and they finally found the first opening kill on their side of things. Gunnar said, "You spooked me, Forrest." And that was kind of like the fear of the unknown, right? Like Gunnar's running around the map and doesn't hear the Nuke creeping up, but, well, Gunnar doing what he does best and took out Forrest with great accuracy on the alibi. But a little bit of a spooky moment, of course. 5th round, and we are going to that tertiary bomb set of kitchen dining instead, and change things up a little bit here. This is exactly where you're going to see a bit of a lineup difference. The Mute and the Pulse is like the duo that you bring to this bomb site because you want to have 2 C4s, as you see. The Pulse will scan, while the Mute has the C4 in hand, and then you will use the Mute C4 first, and then Mute becomes like a +1. Pulse can stick around and still keep scanning, and of course still has that option of a vertical damage with that C4. So likely we're gonna see 3 roamers, 2 guys on site. The Lesion provides a bit of information on the map, so does Melusi. The Goo Mines will have to be shot or stepped into. That gives you a bit of a sound cue, and of course the Melusi Banshees, her gadgetry, will make that whoop whoop noise when somebody walks within striking distance. So that's gonna help you both in the roam game, on the site itself, and we'll have to see what Astralis' approach will be, because you can rush the bomb site, you know, thinking that it's weak, or you can go up above of Master Bedroom, do some vertical damage, and then try and strike the bomb site later on. With the Goyo being banned, you have so much time at your disposal to make either decision. You don't have to fear about roam clearing and doing vertical play and then feeling like, okay, there's no time to plant. You will have that luxury because the Goyo is off the board.
We talk about operators that are being brought as well. There's obviously an optimal lineup now. Penguin dies first yet again. It's Forrest to capitalize off of it. Forrest with these opening duels breaking in his favor. That's great for Astralis. 5 rounds in, and 4 of the 5 first bloods are for the team born in the stars. And a bit of unfortunate misdroning as Kool-Aid inside a pantry is able to thwart whatever hard breach that Astralis could muster at that particular moment. It was a full round of X-Kairos that will go absolutely nowhere. That's valuable utility that DP Fire will now be without. And it also means that there won't be as great of an emphasis on that kitchen hold for the defense because they have to be wary of, well, where the attackers are going to come from. They have a bit more, I guess, confidence because they don't have to worry about that panel being opened up. Blast fires back, takes out J90, and now it's Gunner holding over towards Astro as some of that triple panel upstairs in Master gets opened up by the Hibana. Eska, Nitro Cells, guns down Forest with the explosive. Not quite a gun, but the result is all still the same. Iconic caught on the heels of what appeared to be the Legion of Gunner as Blaz now circles around. They could very easily pinch. Parabellum's roam so far completely flying under the radar, and Astralis have no idea where these shadows are.
Doing a good job just constantly moving around from Parabellum, like never letting Astralis figure out exactly where they are. And we see Blast now coming back towards this upper area, challenging once again, but he's alone, giving up the man advantage. 3v3 now instead because Gunner was all the way downstairs instead of lobby. The pulse, of course, can give you some valuable information, but both C4s and Mute and the pulse have been used. Of course, one got a kill, the second one missed, but they have already gotten a ton of value in that regard. Sledge being on the board as well as Hibana means Astralis can both do the vertical damage and open up a singular wall with those 6 Hibana X Kairos if they want to. And they got 41 seconds to work with, and we'll see them do just that.
A bit of troubles to get on in, as you can see he's caught on the wall. Now these fewer X-Kairos will be a bit of a problem, and there's a Mute Jammer on the other side of the wall, leads from Laundry, which is exactly what Astralis is wrestling with. In the midst of the smoke, though, Iconic is going for the plant. A blind spray, and DP Fire is down. Iconic was the one with the diffuser, though, and they'll get out of dodge very quickly. A hop out from Bicycle Window from Eska could be huge, and there it goes, but it's read by Iconic. He knows this one. And he can hop right back in and hold that same control, which is what he'll do. The last player from Astralis' shuttle, he's upstairs, and he'll watch the holes from below, downing the Legion in a quick knife. He missed it, but that's fine. Kool-Aid cannot tussle with Iconic, and Astralis pick up yet another round and regain the lead on this very close first half for these teams.
It's a fantastic post plan from Astralis. I mean, Iconic reading the jump out, then you have your Sledge and Shuttle staying up above a post plan, you know, vertical control of the diffuser itself. And while he gets flying from Lilician, well, you have Iconic walking back into bomb side from that the memo room right here, flanking the guy on the diffuse itself. So even if Shuttle lost the gunfight, Iconic gets to 1v1 on site with a guy not looking at him, and he knows the last guy will be up above, granting Iconic the space and the time to work with to win that 1 versus 1 position if that was the case. So a beautiful 1v2, or essentially a 2v2 if you will. Nice to play from Astralis, and they take the round as well.
They are so animated. Look at that. They are just locked in and completely composed. There's been a timeout taken by Parabellum, though, and that's why you see what you see right now. Obviously, we're not going to throw up on the screen their perspectives because, well, they need to discuss that amongst themselves. Parabellum, while they take this tactical timeout, announced a new jersey today. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like almost every single esports org is unveiling these new patterns, and I got to say, I obviously have no bias to Parabellum, even though I joked about it early on because they are a Canadian organization. I have no bias towards them, but jersey actually looks quite nice.
I will say Parabellum has been doing a couple of different colorways as well, because I think they did like a golden one for Invite, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So they've been kind of seeing what they can do with the different, you know, things they qualify for, different seasons, etc. Really putting in the work in that element, or in that regard. We should be underway. There we go. Flying back to the server, we are on Kitchen. Tertiary bombs out once again, and PP finding themselves in a bit of a habit here of going back to the bomb site they had just previously lost. They did it earlier on round 2 and round 3 on Trophy, and now on round 5 and round 6 they're doing it with Kitchen. To kind of jog your memory, last time when they went back to Trophy back-to-back, they lost both times. So we have to see if they can actually make this one a W instead. It was very close, but ultimately, I would say that their early aggression from PB worked out in their favor. They got 2 kills, only lost 1 member. It's a 4 versus 3. But then they re-aggressed with a single element being Blast, solo peeking into 3 members of Astralis. He loses that fight, and it comes back down to a 3 versus 3. Had Blast stayed alive, or played with Gunner, his roaming teammate, perhaps that entire outcome is different and PP comes out the victor. But lineups wise, same story. Gunner's off deletion onto Warden, the rest stays the same.
Well, the one thing that we can guarantee is there's no trophy, or sorry, there's no living room library defense for this first half. It'll be incumbent upon Astralis to brand out if we want all 4 bomb sites played. There's relatively healthy site diversity on all 9 maps, and there are very few instances where we'll only see 2 or 3 of those bomb sites really strongly favored. Now, especially with the teams who are so good defensively, having to always go to that 3rd bomb site, aka your tertiary bomb site.
Bomb located by
Anywho,
attackers.
it's a 90 roam upstairs for Blaz. A minute in and nobody's died yet. That is a little bit slower than we are expecting. This is on this kitchen defense down below.
Also, that Pulse is no longer beneath or on the bomb site itself looking up. He's extended to living room library instead. A nice shot from Blast, gets a kill, but traded straight back from Shuttle onto Gunner. Evens back to a 4v4. C4 comes out, does damage, but no kill, but Blast changes that with a kill as well.
Eska can still be down below, still calling, giving his team even greater power and position. Shuttle's on a tiny bit of HP. An impact nade from Blaz would actually be enough to take the sledge out of action, and the C4 in the pocket of Eska surely would, not to mention the fact that any bullet would too. But with the way it works right now, you're going to run into this wall of Parabellum. Eska decides to get quite aggressive himself, puts the cardiac sensor away and picks up a kill. They've only lost 1 player on the side of PB. Astralis, though, as mentioned, still have Shuttle with a tiny bit of life left. The other is J90. Now, with the way that Shuttle's been playing, that's somebody that can very obviously keep things close, but again, there's so many tools that Parabellum have that could kill Shuttle. He needs to be awfully careful.
Does trying to use that nade to mask the sound of J90 jumping inside that middle window, I believe. Granting them some room on the map here to make a play with, but PP, they're playing so far back, and hopefully for them, they have a crossfire going too, because they don't want to swing these 1v1s. They're not trying to leverage the meta advantage for a 1v2.
J90's creeping up. The moment that they fire on a single player from Parabellum, the comms will go out and they will just encircle the last remaining attacker. And there it is. The last one standing is J90. Tons of munition, though. Down goes Shuttle. Penguin follows shortly after. J90 hunting, but he's going to have a really tough challenge here. He looks to the right, one from the left will kill him. And there's nobody who's going to present themselves. So inside of the kitchen, he sees one, immediately pivots. That's an easy kill onto Blaz and almost gets Kool-Aid. But Parabellum with the steal at the end. Extraordinary effort from J90 given the circumstances. But Parabellum take their time out. They grab the final round. And we essentially reset the score at an even 3-3 with the side swap.
Yeah, a very close first half of both teams, of course. And Villa at the Charlotte Major was a 58% defender win rate. So you can almost argue, or you can argue here that Parabellum came out the loser of this half, but 3-3 and 4-2, they're not that far apart. And the big question now comes, can PB do their attacking sides good justice? Because normally from Parabellum we see them with very innovative attacking strategies. Already now we see Penguin on the Buck. Of course that can change with attack or repick, but the Buck itself speaks to a very different way of attacking on Villa than that of Astralis, because that allows you to do vertical destruction from below going up to the bomb side. So in this case of AVG, you can take Living Library and you can shed the entirety of this floor that members of Astralis are standing upon right now. Whereas when Astralis was attacking, they didn't have that luxury because they didn't bring that operator, didn't opt for that playstyle. So keep our eyes on that as this round kind of progresses and unfolds in front of us. On the defensive side, we're seeing a similar fashion of what PB did themselves, of course. You have a gunner of J90 on the alibi with that great gun and great gadgetry. You get the mute for that drone deny and wall deny. That's always a stable pick on this map. The big 50-50 for defenders is whether you're going to play smoke or not. The toxic babes in defense can be great, but Villa often gets so explosive and so aggressive that it's not going to be about the time remaining, but the 1v1 gunfights throughout the round itself.
The setup that we see up top, being Aviator Games, will extend down to that side of the map of Trophy and Statuary, and also focus on Master Bedroom. It's something that we've seen a number of times, even before Azami was brought in, but the creativity that can be brought from an operator like Azami is huge. You can see 2 of these Kiba barriers have been set up that allow Iconic to play around them, and as an attacker, you basically have to pick your poison. Do you decide to fight one Kiba barrier or the other? Because if you don't drone it out effectively, you have no idea where they will be. Blaz seems to have an idea, though. And there he goes. He knows exactly it, and he gets both! Smoking the players of Astralis on the jump in, and it's Penguin for the follow-up, who's now been downed. Unsure of what, but it's Shuttle and Forest. Shuttle can't accomplish it. It's Forest in a 1v5. We are 1 minute into the round, folks. That's it. And now Forest will have to retake the bomb site and kill all 5 players of Parabellum while getting droned out inside of study. This is just him knocking on death's door right now. Takes down Gunner, so at least you deny a flawless round, but that's really just more for bragging rights than anything else. Isolated inside a study as the diffuser gets planted, 40 seconds left for Forest to survive, or toil, however you want to call it. Parabellum will continue to throw drones at the problem, give information away, and Forest decides a classical hallway is where he'll try to make some noise. A long range from 90, a Blaz, who manages to pick up kill number 3 on the round. And again, Celebration rains out from Parabellum. They have the lead.
I mean, it's well deserved. Very explosive, very good in control in that round. The one element where it could really have gone in a different direction is Blaz's entry. He went in through Astro, got 2 kills immediately. Had that not gone in his favor, I do wonder what that round would have looked like. But I'm also very happy to see Blaz finding some success and some footing, because in his previous matchup against OXG, he was not doing too hot. And honestly, it looks like they've been forcing out Astralis' tactical timeout after just one simple attacking round from PB, and now they got some talking to do. What's the next step? What are the problems? And what exactly do we do going forward? Because Astralis, for the first time, are finding themselves no longer in the lead.
Parabellum's last time leading was all the way back in round 1, because then it was equalized by Astralis. So quite a while for them to wait to get here. But I like that these timeouts were taken mid-game. There's been some criticism before.
Yeah.
When teams wait until, you know, round 10, round 11, when things are really on the line, and you basically use your timeout and hope to God that you will win the next round immediately off of that. When you've got a coach like Callout, when you've got Parabellum having, I apologize if I'm incorrectly saying your name, but is it Smitasus or Smitasus? I'm not sure, but the name on the jersey. Yeah, I see things like that, and I'm like, I actually don't know how. I think they were announced to.
I think that's fair.
Smitacious is apparently. That's a, ooh, Tacious. I like that.
Oh, that is nice.
Smitacious is a great name. That's what production is telling me. If I'm wrong, then just blame them. Either way.
Okay.
When you have strategic coaches, and I believe VBM is still coaching for Parabellum as well, if I remember correctly, is that you want to take your time out to maximize the benefits. I mean, that sounds silly to say out loud, but it's really true. And if after your very first round on defense, Callout sees something he doesn't like, then you immediately turn around and say, let's settle the team down.
Yeah.
Let's figure it out. We have the whole round to go. That's why some teams that take their time out in round 4 or 5, yeah, they're going to want, whether they're on attack or defense, to be the focus, but then they immediately have to switch sides after those 2 rounds.
I think it's very important to get ahead of the problem rather than be thinking, oh, it'll solve itself eventually, and oh, snap, now it's match point. I guess I'm going to call a timeout and figure out everything in this immediate moment, right? So early problem solving, perhaps, from the side of Astralis, or as you mentioned, Callout seeing something significantly wrong that has to be changed for the future rounds to come. We do see Astralis instantaneously after timeout opting for the mirror, which actually is quite a rare sight to see, especially on Villa, because of all the vertical ways of clearing it, and of course, the Twitch drones that can clear it.
Astralis did this at the Charlotte Major, if memory serves me correctly, where they were down, I think they went 0-4 down against DarkZero in map 1, and then they took their timeout and they clawed it back and ended up winning on Villa. And maybe sometimes it's just about maybe easing nerves, especially at a major when you're playing in your very first grand finals on stage. Either way, that was then. This is now. What impact will Callout's words have on this team? That is the question. We're witnessing it unfold right now. And this will be a nice nade, and almost takes Forest out as Gunner searching to improve his KD after he went almost 20 kills yesterday. He's sitting at 2-7. Not good enough when you're playing on these roles for Gunner, and really being just kind of patched over with the fact that Blaz and Kool-Aid are having great games on roles where, you know, Kool-Aid in particular is not that important. Missed opportunity now for Gunner as we hit the halfway point of the round, and there's still some sustained focus from this Parabellum team onto the trophy component of this bomb site.
But look at this, I mean, they got complete Astro control in the attack inside because Gunnar just walked up the stairs, and now all the members are stuck inside the bomb site itself, but there's no real safe corners to be sitting in.
And the focus from Parabellum is entirely on the backside of this map, over towards Astrology, and looking into both the A and B bomb sites from those doors and walls. They've been very gladly given some entry point. And Penguin swings, by the way, gets traded out immediately, and it just looks like they're going to come to blows very quickly. Strategy be damned, it's all about the bullets. And now Gunnar has a lot of them to unload, taking down Iconic and looking for more. An Adrenal Surge goes out. Kool-Aid thwarted by Forest. There's still some fight in Astralis. Eska chooses his targets, gets it correctly, and it's DP Fire in a 1v3. The sick player, ailing player of Astralis. Ooh. Can he be just as sick in the server? 1 kill to start, 2 more to go. Eska knows exactly where he is. Diffuser, not in the hands of anybody from Parabellum. Now Gunnar picks it up, and Eska, who knew where DP Fire was, does not allow the final player of Astralis to get back to the bomb site. The timeout does not immediately work. Parabellum stretch their lead. They're up 5-3.
It's winnable. DB5 is so close. Every single member really is so low on HP because those gunfights earlier on, despite the Adrenal Surges from Gunnar, they just took so much damage throughout the chaos, but it favored the attackers again because with those Adrenal Surges, you just get a little bit more value out of gunfights, not finishing off your members, but only slightly tickling or taking away some damage. And in a similar fashion, we are just going to go through the bomb sites here. We're going to try and see what is going to work for Astralis' defense. They tried the AVG, they tried the Trophy. Now they're down in Kitchen Dining instead. And again, we speak about the vertical C4s. They got some. They got a single one that is on Shuttle. They don't have that pulse operator that we usually see every single time. They got the DP Fire special of Frost instead. Of course, Iconic with the iconic operator of his of Thorn. Astralis is one of the 2 teams that plays somewhat Thorn in their operator lineup, like OXG plays it a bit, Astralis plays it a bit, but outside of that, we don't really tend to see this operator a whole lot. I'm always happy to see it because when pro players walk up a staircase or in through a door, the gadget goes off, and it's always like a flicking battle of like, okay, where's the gadget? Where do I shoot? Bit of a panic moment.
Well, Parabellum, at this point, could theoretically start to run away with it. Over the last 5 rounds, they've won all but 1. It's quite an impressive series of performances. They took their timeout and they are 3-0 since burning that. The clock will continue to run for Astralis to see if at any point they can figure it out since they just burned their timeout a round before this. DP Fire holding upstairs now as it's a kitchen defense.
Yep, pressuring match point as well. This gunfight here, opening kill is huge as we know from both of these teams. So far, pretty even split down the middle from both sides, so whoever can get this one will put themselves in a great position.
There's a bit of annoyance from the Logic Bomb, and it's Penguin who's been down. He's in a frost mat. You cannot get them back with an Adrenal Surge. Try as you may. Kool-Aid has his teammates back on a DP Fire. Diffuser being planted. He's in the midst of the bomb site, and he gets hit by an impact. All of a sudden, Astralis have an idea, and there's Eska. He could have put something together, but only 1 kill is all he gets. Gunnar to clutch out. Extraordinary yesterday, and he's on Finka. If there's going to be an operator to do this, it's him. Adrenal Surge is back up, but he doesn't want to use it because when you hit it, it gives your position away. Not that they don't know where he is. Nade goes in to try and deny some area of the map. Forest takes a ton of damage because of it. Gunnar now uses that Adrenal Surge. These final 2 kills from Astralis, tantalizing. 90 seconds to go. 1 player inside a Memorial. That's where Gunnar's focus is. And instead, he'll head back out. And he can go to drone if he wants. A nade primed and ready, I don't think this is going to be sufficient. And no, it isn't. But maybe coax one of these players from Astralis out of their position. Instead, this is the team that Callout has built and the patience that has been shown. There's a crossfire established perfectly as Forest has the right, Shuttle has the left, and Gunnar needs to pick his choice as well. Wow. Look at that. It's like clockwork. Again, this Astralis team, the patience extraordinary, and they play that defense perfectly, allowing no clutch to be had for Parabellum.
You can show that round, like that 1 versus 2 situation, as like a lecture for other teams and other players, because that is exactly how you establish a 1 versus 2 crossfire, where the attacker has essentially 0% chance of winning. The moment he sees 1 player, the other person will take him out. And I bet you right now, had Gunnar gone around the map, you know, into that red hallway to Memo where 1 player of Astralis would be, they would then reposition themselves in a similar fashion where if you want to fight 1, you gotta fight them both. And that is why the man advantage is so crucial and so important, but only if you play around it correctly, which Astralis did, and therefore denied the clutch and got the round. 5-4 now as we start round 10, back in AVG where things started off for both teams on the defensive side, and we'll have to see this time, well, if a member of Parabellum jumps into yet another frost trap as it did in the one previous round.
I appreciate that just immediately he's downed, and then the instant
goes out.
You just immediately hit that Adrenal Surge. I mean, but you can't. I mean, your leg's in a bear trap.
I'm going to assume that Gunnar just saw the injury icon and was like, you know what, I'm going to help you, beep boop. Just, you know, better safe than sorry, but yeah, you know, that was not going to help you in the first trap. You're going to stay in that the entirety of the round until either somebody finds you and takes you out, or somebody helps you out with a helping hand on that revival.
With that round, though, the likelihood of overtime has vaulted up quite substantially. Kitchen being the one lone bomb site that Astralis have won on defense, as they failed on Aviator and Trophy, and it was Parabellum really taking the fight to them and doing so admirably. Now it's Parabellum focusing on study to start with, but you can see that they've also got a couple players over by the master bedroom side of things and picking up utility with those Rotero drones. Penguin using them quite effectively, still 2 remaining.
Yeah. And obviously, like, because you have 4 Rotero drones on the Flores, you can spend 2 or 3 of them just clearing out utility, save the last one for later on in the round if you want it. Of course, you need information. Damage goes out, Iconic suffering so much loss on that health bar, and there's no healing operator on the defense to help him back up.
No, it's not what you want to see at all. DP Fire sustaining some damage too. We see the Nook that was brought out by Astralis now working for Parabellum, and oh, Gunnar just narrowly missing out. If you head over towards 90, the Nook could have paid off so much. It's Blaz to take damage for Parabellum. Gunnar still not sure where he wants to go. Maybe into the bomb site. If he catches one of them off guard, and he does. Again, it's a missed opportunity. Gunnar getting siege timinged so hard at the moment. They could very easily rack up some clout by posting about it on old Twitter.com. Nobody dead yet. We're at the halfway point. Gunnar still posted up on the door, looking into the B bomb site.
Question comes now, how do you go forward from here? Because PP find themselves in a bit of a huddle here, a bit of a trouble, rather. They don't want to challenge all these gunfights right now because they know Astralis are getting active and aggressive, and so far, well, an injury comes out. It's Blaz on the ground.
Blaz was so low already that you can just shoot through the walls and that'll be all she wrote. Iconic taken out by Gunnar, and look at that, Forrest on the flank, but he can't outduel the new player. Blaz retrievable. Gunner's on 1 HP, but it's a worthy exchange. Trade 99% of your health for 2 kills. Most people would do it any day of the week. Blaz looked to be retrievable, but now the issue is, what about J90? He's picked back up. There's no Finka from Parabellum here, so no way to get them back. And with how low they are, they can pick them off just as Gunnar got by J90. 40 seconds remaining. Blaz back from the dead, but very limited HP. Kool-Aid has Diffuser, might attempt another plant. Objective play has not been particularly strong for either teams. It's been all killing, and now it's Kool-Aid's job to do it with Diffuser in hand. These teams coming to blows so frequently. Smoke goes out. Blaz obscuring part of the bomb site. DP Fire taking damage. All this action happening on different parts of the maps. Shuttle engages on the window. Blaz back from the dead, as we said. Well, you don't need much HP to be able to hold that gun, so it's DP Fire to retake. Do they have a beat on his position? Kool-Aid planting default. DP Fire sprays through the wall and gets them, and now the diffuser needs to be retrieved. It's been picked up. Blaz to plant. Eska to cover. They know where DP Fire is. This is for match point, and they're going to move to it. Parabellum tearing through the defense on the bomb site. And like that, they're 1 round away from a victory.
The outlines lied. I too thought he was planting behind the vault door in that default position, but he in fact planted in front of that door. So the wall bank found the head, or found his body, took him out and denied the plant there. And the timing for Gunnar throughout that entire round, so bad. I mean, you vault the desk, the second you do it, you get shot in the back. You activate your gadget to on ADS the moment you get peeked. It is so unfortunate, but somehow in the midst of that chaos, again, they figure it out anyway, and they win those gunfights. Parabellum did a really good job at relocating their troops so that they could swing together 2 or 3v1 on the last few members of Astralis that were in a troubled position for them. And with that being said, we are gonna try one more time this AVG defense for Astralis to see if they can figure out the missing pieces here. They will still bring the Frost, that's gonna stay the same. But the Banshee, well, you instantly rotate it off, likely because Penguin being on this Flores operator, being able to just destroy those from the early stage of that round with the Rotero drones, it's too much wasted utility on the defensive side, because when you pick up the Melusi, you're crushing onto it. You desperately need those Banshees to be alive so that you know where the attackers might be coming from, and if those gadgets are gone early on, well, it might be better to go in like a rechargeable operator instead, like Legion, where the longer the round goes on for, the more value you will gain.
But at the same time, Parabellum was so quick in rounds 1 and 2 of this second half,
They
which
were.
are round 7 and 8. Operators that generate their gadgets, Wamai, Azami, Legion, as you talked about, they don't pay that same value because you have an operator like Forest, or you have a player like Forest playing that operator. Forest is almost certainly going to be involved in the early altercation, and he dying means that you get, what, 2, maybe 3 goo mines out of a Legion.
Yep.
That's really not that
They're
good.
dead already.
Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Forest is dead on this Legion. You've got maybe 3 goo mines positioned, depending on where he put them, and that's all she wrote out of that operator. Parabellum starting off strong on match point, looking for their first victory. They did pick up a point against Oxygen yesterday in their 15-round loss, but a win against this Astralis team. The runners-up to Charlotte Major and the victors yesterday against the Soniqs would be very large.
And the thing is, it's because Parabellum can play both styles of Rainbow Six Siege, right? They go really, really fast the first couple attacks, but if you've been paying attention, the last 2 rounds, they've slowed down tremendously and playing that utility game instead, and it's forcing Astralis into an uncomfortable position that they're not familiar with, and they're being punished for it.
Got a beat on one of the defenders as well. Gunner knows he's there, but has to be wary of a player by the door. You push up too aggressively and you can get gunned down. It might even be a trap because they know they've been isolated. Iconic takes out Penguin, but he's traded out by Blaz. Shuttle towards 90, can't do much. J90 suffering a huge loss of blood, as is Shuttle. This is not looking good for Astralis at all. That 4-map win streak on Villa could come to a screeching halt at the hands of this Canadian roster and this Canadian organization. Somewhat Canadian, I'll take it. 2 players. Battle on the stairs. DB fire down for the count. Shuttle follows. It's J90, and he's going nowhere but out of here. What a triumphant victory for Parabellum. A 7-4. And they must be very, very happy about that. Gunner didn't even perform all that well, but guess what? The rest of the team did. Gunner overperforms yesterday. Team loses. Gunner has a quiet day today. Team wins. He can't explain
So
that.
Gunnar should just not play good for the rest of the season, is that it? I mean, he did get MVP into the points. He ended up being 7-9, so score-wise, not the greatest. Blast, of course, came out on top with 12 kills, but other than that, good performance.
I mean, there are times where you want to focus on the bad, but let's talk about the good. Parabellum's attacks sharper than Eska's jawline, and with it, they take 4 of the 5 rounds. That's it. What a remarkable second half for this team.
Absolutely. I mean, again, PB, they know the strategical elements of Rainbow Six Siege. We saw them back in CL when they played Oregon, most notably. They would play a very different Oregon defense than any other team out there. Now they're in Pro League on their first stage. We didn't see that many crazy things from them, but now that they finally have their core 5 with Blast, finally being able to play with them, it looks like the pieces are coming together.
Absolutely. I mean, you can get as many scrim days in as you want, but actually playing these matches on a real level playing field against your opponents, that's practice and that's experience that you just can't replicate. So that's it for our 3rd match here. We still got 2 more to go, but first, of course, a break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Welcome back to NAL. Parabellum getting it done against Astralis. You know what? I mean, Intero believed. No one else believed. Not the coin, not the community, not any of you. But Intero believed, and he was rewarded. But I gotta say,
everyone else didn't, and the world is in disarray right now.
It's true, but the thing is I think Parabellum have shown that they are going to be a real threat this stage. That was impressive stuff.
Yeah, stop sleeping on Parabellum. That's the lesson from the whole week, honestly. Two really strong games. Finally getting the W today over Astralis. Again, you think about it, Astralis went to the major grand finals. Parabellum, just last stage, were like a pretty low-tier team in NAL. That just shows how deep the region is right now. And these pickups making all the difference for Parabellum in this matchup. I thought that both Blaz and Gunnar had fantastic games today. And that's exactly what you want to see.
This is just their world and we're living in it, I suppose. Like, I was worried about them just demonstrating attacking maturity. That was like the really, really big thing, because when they had attacks in the past, especially in the GWB charity tournament, I didn't think we were gonna see performances that rivaled this. I thought if they were going for attacks, it would be too soon. They would try something like a little bit too outside the box without coordinating with the rest of their squad, but that's exactly what they did. The trades were there, the retakes were perfect, and they picked their moment more often than not. They decided, if we're gonna try a attack, we need to wait a second. If we're going to try a rush, then we'll give it a second. Yeah. Use intel, react accordingly. There was only one time in this game where they didn't really react according to what the defense was doing appropriately. Every other attack looked really, really good.
I talked about how we see Blaz or Gunnar top the scoreboard for Parabellum every single game, and that trend continues. It was Blaz today. Gunnar, I think, got going a little bit more in that second half when he was able to flex around a little bit. That final round, especially on Nook, was able to make a big opener there, attacking onto AVG. So I thought that both of them had really, really strong performances overall. Blaz, I really liked being able to run around on a zombie for those first couple of rounds. He did that again yesterday, and I said he was very, very strong in that role. And again, I think he showed that today.
Yeah, it was kind of when attack began for Parabellum that they really came alive, because it was a 3-3 first half, so to speak. So they did keep it very, very tight in the early rounds when they were defending. Obviously, that means Astralis was on attack, but when it shifted, it just seemed like Parabellum was doing everything at a tighter level than Astralis was. Everything was crisp, the execution, the movement, the patience, it was quite good. Let's take a look at a couple rounds in particular. We're going to look at round 3 and 4 right now. Look at the runouts for Parabellum and kind of see how those broke down.
So I think this just kind of tells the story of how Parabellum tried to play their defenses. It was really aggro. Penguin, this round 3, running all the way to the corner of the roof, trying to make something happen. That's so risky and hard to do. Gunnar at the same time dying, and then this one was successful to jump out of the 90 window. Great, you managed to find a frag and you get back in pretty quickly. But these are the types of plays Parabellum were making. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't. I thought that in general, Astralis did a good job of shutting that down, but as we saw in that last clip, where Kanak was just on his drone, sometimes they were missing and sometimes they weren't able to catch those aggressive plays. So Parabellum tried to play this defensive half very much in one aggressive style, and I think generally Astralis did a good job of shutting it down, but it's hard, especially when a team like Parabellum is so good at making those plays and making them at moments you just don't expect.
Here's the thing I didn't see was a whole bunch of Astralis lighting up the kill feed, whether it's in the early round or regardless, whether it's them not taking fights to start off a round, even if they're attacking or defending, it feels like that's usually Astralis' MO. If they're able to work off man advantage, they understand the impact of the other team being down a man as opposed to someone getting really kill hungry and trying to force the issue sometimes. Doesn't always work that way. For Astralis, they didn't really have, I guess, the same gumption, the same drive. Something was off. It almost felt like they weren't operating at 100% capacity. It felt like maybe 70. And if you need some kind of battery break to recharge, I guess that's one thing. Something wasn't firing on all cylinders today for Astralis. It might have been communication based, but overall it felt like they were considerably less gun heavy or willing to take those fights today.
It seemed that way, and even good teams can have a misstep now and again. So again, the whole week 1 thing, I don't think we can draw too many conclusions. with Astralis from this one map, of course. But I do want to take a look at another round. I believe this was round 7, and this is just kind of another show of like Parabellum's aggressive, right, or aggressive stance they like to take in this map.
At the start of their second half, the start of their attacks, they didn't slow down at all on those aggressive pushes. And this was one of those kind of rush plays that they wanted to go so quickly in to take on these roamers. You could tell that when it was like an early gunfight, it was Parabellum really forcing the hand, and Blaz was coming through, ripping through this master side roam that he was able to run forward and take a bunch of kills on. Really nice stuff from him to be able to gain that massive man advantage. And this was a thing. Early on in round 7 and such, we saw Astralis trying to play this early round, and the roams were not going their way. And then as you were saying, Jacob, the very next round, for example, round 8, they would give up so much ground because they were afraid of these fights, right? And I get it. It's hard when there's F2s and there's LMGs on the attacking side. It is hard to try to hold on to those aggressive off-site positions, but you've got to find some way to take control of that early round, because it felt like after that round, Astralis started playing more and more passive, falling back time and time again, giving up ground for free, and that was just never going to lead to success.
Yeah, there is a thing in this game about giving your opponent a little bit too much respect and just assuming that they're not going to do anything with the ground that you decide to give up. Sometimes if you're going to make a late rotate back to site, or at the very least, like, give them some of that position, it's so that you can do something with it, whether it be a nitro from down below, because there was plenty of pulse played in this matchup, or finding a way to lure them into some kind of trap that they think is free and clear space. Somehow it felt like Parabellum, they either like cleared it out already, had the intel, and were just able to move through it as if it was nothing. There wasn't something in the water for Astralis to ensnare them and waste even more time. It just kind of felt like they were giving up that space with no recourse today.
Yeah, my mind kind of goes back to what VBM said coming into the stage about like Gunnar and Blaz not really being like a total rework for the team, where it was something where they felt very comfortable playing with these players already. You can really see that on the map. They looked so comfortable today. Everything looks so crisp. It'll be interesting to see if they can continue that as we go on with stage number 2. But our day continues as we look ahead to match number 4. This is going to be a great one. It is going to be DarkZero taking on Spacestation Gaming. Little bit of a stage 1 and last, I don't know how many years, grudge match. It is going to be a good one. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Rainbow Six here on NAL right after this.
attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie.
We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe and Jacob Jesse here with you at the analyst desk, and this one is gonna be good. DarkZero, our Rainbow Six Charlotte Major champions, taking on their rival Spacestation Gaming, a team that they knocked out of contention to go to that major in the very last map of the last stage. It is gonna be good. Let's recap our scores on the day though so far. First, of course, we saw that close match between TSM and Soniqs, where TSM was able to take it 7-5. Then a not so close match, XSET kind of crushing Mirage 7-1, and then Parabellum 4-7 or 7-4 rather over Astralis. And you know, the thing is like, with the way Parabellum's been playing yesterday and today, I don't even know if we can call that an upset. They've been playing so good. I guess on paper it is, but
yeah.
Man, Parabellum looked like a solid team.
I think in hindsight, that's not going to look like an upset because I think Parabellum are really going to have a good stage. But I think certainly going into it, I mean, that was not what most of us were predicting. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go into another one that has the upset potential, where Samsung takes down the major champions. I guess you could call it a little bit of one, but you know these teams are going to be putting it all out there on the map. It's going to be good. DarkZero, of course, like we said so many times, like they're the current reigning international champs. Yeah. They're here not only to defend that title, but they're here to defend their honor against Spacestation.
They're longtime rivals. These two teams have been battling in the North American League for longer than any other team, at least in NA Tier 1 competition.
At least 4 years.
Right? Yeah, these two orgs have been in North America longer than any other at a Tier 1 level, so they are very familiar with each other. Of course, that one game that we mentioned just the last time that they played, the final game of Stage 1, that was 7-5. If we get something anywhere near as close as that today, this will be a good game.
Should be indeed.
This old rivalry, it just goes back deep in like the blood in the veins of everybody who's familiar with like the way that NA guys work together. Like,
I will say the last 3 times these teams have met, DarkZero has come out on top. That counts maps, not matches, because they did play a best of 3 back at the NA finals. So DarkZero on a bit of a winning streak here. SSG, that's not to say that they have not fought back though. They've done very well historically throughout the years against DarkZero. These two teams have faced off against each other very, very often, and I think we should be in for a good game today.
You know, I feel like kind of behind it all, you've got Canadians sort of like playing with both teams as toys, right? It's like, and then Space Station won, like, and then he flips over. Oh, but now DarkZero, it's their turn to win. You know, at the end of the day, he's the one. Yeah, he's the one kind of helming both of those squads, getting wins against each other there. But it's going to be cool. But it's not just all about Canadian, right? As much as he has history with both of these squads here, Pambazu on DarkZero has really been kind of a standout player, both of the major and yesterday too.
You think? This man's been on fire for a while. It felt like my concern back when he first jumped onto this DarkZero team was, will they use him effectively? Because it felt like they didn't know what they were going to do with NJR. They were trying some new things out, removing some of the old core, putting some new guys back in. And Panda, he's stepped up to the occasion, but he's done it in a way in which the DZ system could really put him at the forefront, and everyone benefits as a result. He was insane at the major, and he just kept that pace going against a Beastcoast squad that looked pretty hampered, unprepared for the kind of aggression that these guys were going to show. And Pamba just never feels like he's ever really slowed down. Ever since like his first stage where we kind of had some of those questions, where does he fit with Hyper? Is he primary entry? What the heck is he meant to be doing with this team? Now everybody knows his role is hard to find, and his stardom is also hard to find as well.
Pamba, what really impressed me about him was, sure, he was the major MVP, and that is a very hard thing to achieve, but he managed to do it, playing on the Finca. But then he comes into DarkZero's first game game here on our new stage, and he rocks the Azami. For 2 out of 3 of the rounds they managed to play on defense, and he did so well with it. He, I think, had one of the strongest Azami performances that we've seen. Maybe not quite because he didn't get very many rounds on it because DarkZero won too early, but I still thought he did really, really well in those couple of rounds. He was able to rock the operator. So for him to be so good in one area and then we get into a slightly different meta and he's still so good with the new aspects of the new meta, I think that's very impressive for a young player.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, DarkZero, obviously a ton going for them at every role on the team right now, but we got to look at the opponents as well. Spacestation Gaming, a solid start to their stage. They looked pretty good yesterday. And, you know, they are a team, they're in a situation to challenge DarkZero. And I feel like it doesn't matter where these two teams are in the standings, they're always going to play it close.
Yeah, you'd hope so, right? And this is just the quality of the players, right? They've got such long-standing players on both of these lineups. SSG are one of the few organizations in the NAL right now that don't actually have any like really young blood on their squad anymore. They are almost entirely veterans on this roster. In fact, I would say that they've got 5 vets that have been playing this game forever lined up on their team. Despite the fact that they may not be as young and chipper as some of their opponents, I still feel like they do a fantastic job. And going around the block a couple of times, I mean, that experience shows off in more ways than one.
I don't think they're necessarily worried about their team turning into a retirement home, but because we've seen so many of these squads pick up young guns, whether it comes from CL or even just the tier 3 scene, because remember, Gunnar never even played a snap in CL to begin with.
Yeah.
I do wonder how this SSG squad is trying to mold in with this new version of the game that we've seen. Obviously, they adapted to things like attack or repick and all the new maps considerably faster than a team like the Soniqs did, but we're still looking for them to find a groove they have yet to really settle into yet.
SSG are a team that will be surprising. They will always bring out something that you're not expecting, whether it's a new map that doesn't make a ton of sense on paper, whether it's the new operators. They were the first team that played Sens in official competitive play.
Early adopters.
Didn't go very well. They got slammed on that Oregon attack onto the Dorms bomb site, but still, I did feel like SSG were kind of, they're the trendsetters, right, in North America. And I'm anticipating today we're going to see them bring out a map that maybe they haven't played in a long time. They're going to bring out some brand new strats that they've never shown off before on a televised or a Twitch broadcast, and they're likely going to surprise DZ. I anticipate DZ will be able to handle it because DZ are so good at this.
I felt like we were about to get a predictions preview there for a second.
But
going away I didn't expect.
Listen, SSG, I think they've got a lot of ideas, some good, some bad, and it's just going to come out on the day kind of where those strats actually lie.
What best ideas do you think they're going to have that will be most important against DarkZero?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just like moving around with the zombie still, right?
Sure.
We were able to see a lot of like cool setups as well, even with some of the not as new, but still newer operators like Osa over on Oregon. I really like that meeting attack. Not that it was brand new, but still, like, I like the way that they were utilizing it, right? They didn't have to try to go through the dining side. They didn't have to really focus too much on that top floor. They set up that shield on the stairs, and they were able to utilize it really, really well to dominate the post-plant situation. So it's those little things that SSG can rock sometimes, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I think we'll see some cool stuff today.
All right, well, we're going to see where the map is, or what the map is that's going to be picked. The bands are in. Let's find out where we're going. And to start us off, Skyscraper and Oregon eliminated.
Yeah, Oregon being taken off the board first from Space Station. Their last 2 games that they've played in official competition have both been Oregon. Obviously, one of them yesterday, which they lost, and the other one going back against DarkZero. The final game of Stage 1 was their second most recent matchup in official competition. They lost that one, of course, as well, as I'm sure they do remember. Next couple of maps to go are Cafe and Villa. Villa being banned out by SSG is also somewhat interesting. For DarkZero, they've played it twice in the NAL last stage and then just lost to Astralis on the day of the finals in Charlotte at the Major Grand Finals. So that's a map they're very familiar with. SSG have yet to play it. And then Clubhouse and Chalet coming through. Clubhouse is probably SSG's best map if you go far enough back to SI. I haven't played it recently, but for DarkZero, it's a bit of an interesting ban because they also have been very, very strong on it. I think we're kind of getting to the point at the end of the ban phase where DarkZero are just kind of happy to go anywhere.
If we're still looking for that objective for SSG to go to a new map, I feel like it's on the table. Like, maybe a theme park on the cards, but DarkZero, no, they decide it's something that they already have enough VODs on because they were 3 and 4 on that map over the course of the past 3 months. As far as Bank is concerned, for SSG, they played it 3 times and they had like a 2-game win streak through the first week and then played it later on in the stage, I believe against Beastcoast, and that was one of the primary reasons why they didn't make it to the Charlotte Major in the first place, was that really weird mid-season loss. So we head to Border, which again is still relatively new for Space Station. The only time they've played it since its reintroduction was a 7-5 loss to Astralis, where they had a bit of a late comeback, so maybe they have some ideas that just in that particular matchup took a long time to percolate and really come to the forefront. Here's the kicker. Since its reintroduction to the map pool, DarkZero are 3-0 on this bad boy. In both the NAL and Charlotte Major, they have yet to lose this thing. So I wonder how Space Station are about to carve through that plan.
Some maps possibly going DarkZero's way, but who knows? You know, Space Station, they kind of made this one happen, so they got to play on it. Time to make predictions, though. It's time to find out what our casters and analysts think as far as who is going to win this map between DarkZero and Space Station Gaming. First, we'll send it over to our casters, Azami and Azami. Oh, wait. Hold on. That's actually Blue and Stokes.
Hey.
It's hard to tell with those jackets on.
Stealing our drip. What the heck?
You stole my, yeah. What the heck?
Actually, Rob, you should have checked your locker there, bud. You know, gotta make sure to lock those things back up, Jesse.
We're back in high school again.
That is disturbing.
I didn't even know I had a locker.
There are lockers on this map.
What do you got? What are you gonna pick? What do you got?
Oh, you know what, John? I will take it from you.
Okay,
for this one. For
I
this
need to
one,
think
okay.
clearly. So.
Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna make it real simple. Plain Jane for me, Doa. It's got to be DarkZero here. I think they're firing on all cylinders. They're looking really solid, especially in their matchup yesterday, coming off of Charlotte. And I'm not one to doubt Troy Canadian. This is North America. This is his region, and we're living in it.
I'm going to echo those thoughts and mainly put on the point, too, that SSG just didn't really look great when playing with the online conditions yesterday, so I feel like that's a little bit of a factor affecting them right now as well. DarkZero doesn't seem to be affected by that as much, and for the reasons Stokes just mentioned, too, I'm going with DarkZero.
All right, 2 for DarkZero from the casters. And hey, again, it's hard to pick against the champs. It's hard to pick against the champs, even in a situation like this.
We said the same thing about TSM last stage.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But the thing is at least we have one day of results that seem to say DarkZero is a safe pick. But at the same time, is it DarkZero? You could pick Space Station. I don't even think you'd be wrong for that. I think there's plenty of reasons to do it.
Funnily enough, I don't think this ban phase would have gone this way if Lycan wasn't confident that SSG could pull something out here. For sure. But I know that that's an excuse that I use a lot, because if you allow a map to get this deep into the pool, and Space Station were the ones that had the option between either this or Bank, there's a reason why it's Border and not the map that they played 3 times in the NAL already. That being said, I do still like DarkZero's play overall, but expect this one to be the one that maybe, not that I'm rooting against it, but I'm not very confident in this pick, simply because of that fact.
Well, so the other thing you have to keep in mind, a little bit of pressure on you here, is that the fans are currently beating you in predictions. I don't know if you look at the percentage there, but
I mean, hey, if they beat me, I'm retiring, so that's fine.
Tied with Jesse as well, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I think that it's hard to pick against DarkZero, as you've said. I mean, they are the major champions, and they looked so good in that first Playday.
But you're going to pick against them anyway, aren't you?
No, I'm not going to pick against DarkZero until I get a reason to.
I was trying to go to that.
I think, for SSG's sake, I do think if they can maybe clean up what Rampy's doing on the roam, if he can stay alive a little bit more, win some of those opening engagements when he's on the defense, and as well, if SSG have some really creative strats for Border, and I'm sure they do, then this is absolutely a winnable game for Space Station, but you just don't go against DarkZero until you've seen something that indicates
until
they're
we
beatable.
see him actually fall off the wagon, yeah, this is the pick all the way.
Yeah, it's tough to say anything else. Let's see what the coin says, though, as we get another one in for DarkZero. We'll get to the fan vote in a moment, but as usual, team on the left, Space Station is heads, team on the right. DarkZero, that's going to be tails. Let's flip the coin. I didn't even have to look at it that time. I'm getting so good at this.
Yeah, but you can feel it now.
Oh, it's tails. Okay, the coin says DarkZero going with the major
Troy.
champions. There you go. Yep, the coin's too afraid to do it. Let's see what the fan vote has to say as well. I would imagine it's probably going to be DarkZero. It is DarkZero across the board. I think this is the first time where we've had every single entity picked the same team.
At least today, I thought we had one that was all the same yesterday.
No, I think this is our first time. We're going to get memed on if Space Station win.
We're only 2 days in there, but I mean, the thing is,
images that precede unfortunate events.
I was going to say, 10 seconds before disaster. Yeah, screenshot this one. Like, Space Station's still absolutely a great team, absolutely has a chance to do this, but right now, the predictions at least going DarkZero's way. But you know what? When it comes down to it, it's down to the players on the map. They're the ones who decide. We'll find out in a moment. Let's check out the community poll, though. Before we get into the map, it's going to be Rampy or Canadian. That's it. That's the question. Judge them by whatever criteria you choose to. It sounds like you, the internet, have an opportunity to decide.
Which one of them would win a 40-yard dash? Which one of them cooks a better lasagna? Which one,
Which one of them is a better ballroom dancer? Who knows? After they retire from Rainbow Six, that's always an option for celebrities.
You never retire from Rainbow Six, and Troy is the proof of that.
That is true.
That's true. All right. Well, we'll have to take a break on that one. We're also going to take a break before we get into this map, but not a long one. So do not go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. Rainbow Six NAL will be back in just a few.
You said hello and I must be huge for you to see your son on such a huge stage, right?
You know, I'm happy for the team. The team's been doing well. We're very excited to see Paul play.
You said you were going to do it.
I mean, I've said it multiple times before. I'm not done, mother. There's absolutely no one to highlight in particular. Everyone did their part. We all start again tomorrow. I'm Canadian, and this is the NAO.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the most recent major, DarkZero, and their journey to get there real quick before we jump back here to our NAL studio and get ready for one of our final matches of the day. One of the most interesting matches of Stage 2 as well, given the reputation behind both of these teams, the stories playing into it. It's DarkZero going up against Spacestation game. Before we get to that, though, you may have noticed there's some very cool jackets, aren't they?
Hey, you're looking pretty spiffy there, my friend.
It's a very nice crane. I think that's a crane. I really hope I'm right about that.
I do believe so as well.
Very beautiful Azami-focused design, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And if you guys didn't know, you guys can actually go over to the Ubisoft shop and check things out over at merch.ubisoft.com and pick up these jackets. They're beautiful. We also got some other stuff, so you don't have to be like me and have nothing underneath this jacket. So it's really nice. So go over, pick up some shirts, get yourself a hat, get yourself a hoodie or something like that. These jackets alone, they're super, super comfortable. Trust me, the cloth is on my skin.
We're like 3 zipper pulls away from having to up the rating on this show for a second.
all of a sudden.
Well, let's bring it back down to the discussion on this game, of course. Quite an interesting game, of course, just because of the fact that, again, these teams are going to be playing online, so there's like a little bit of a playstyle difference that's more likely going to show up because of that. And we saw that come into effect a little bit for Spacestation yesterday. Sky specifically was really having some trouble performing. That extended to quite a few of the other members on the SSG roster as well, with the exception of Hot and Cold, who gave us a barnstorming performance in their game versus XSET yesterday. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough because Spirits brought an even more barnstorming performance that ultimately outwitted the prowess of Hot and Cold and the rest of SSG in yesterday's game.
Absolutely. There was fires set under both of these players, and Spirits just edged out Space Station by the tiniest of margins. And unfortunately enough as well, SSG just didn't have the same backup that XSET did inside of that situation. So it's just kind of unfortunate for them, but they're back here today and ready for war up against DarkZero. And we know the history in between these two rosters. It's one that's got a lot of bleak moments, but it is really sewn into the history of North America here.
Yeah, especially for Space Station 2, just the legacy that they've created here and the multitude of rosters they've been able to put up to near championship status or outright championship status, of course, when they had Canadian on the roster a few years back and were able to lift the hammer from it. So looking to replicate that once again and continuing to move. So unfortunately, Stage 1, a little bit of a miss as the team unfortunately just missed out on being able to make it into the major there, but going to be looking to make up for that this stage. We'll have to see if they're able to do so. Dropping the match versus XSET, not the greatest start to things, but again, I want to emphasize the online factor to it, especially when you consider XSET's playstyle very in your face, very swing heavy. So with the ping and play, there is some advantages that are given to XSET. The good news is, for Spacestation coming into today's game, DarkZero doesn't play like that at all for the most part here. They're a much more methodical, much more strat-heavy team, which means that SSG are going to have a little bit more room to breathe in that department.
Yeah, I think the big issue for SSG right now is what is going to be the answer to DarkZero, because what we saw from them from Charlotte was their ability to break down this newfound aggressive, very flow-type play style, and they did a pretty bang-up job of it, obviously, you know, going to all 5 maps up against Astralis, which was quite the banger of a grand final, but it's obviously just proven that this kind of play style isn't something that's going to be a deterrent up against DarkZero. They can stay coordinated, they can fight up against that kind of flow state as well. There's a million different ways that they can try and break down these maps up against a myriad of different squads. They're going to try it here yet again today as we get a sneak preview into the DZ household in Las Vegas.
Yep, absolutely. Their beautiful facility.
Beautiful mouse, by the way, there. That's one of the new final mouses. I think that's the Poseidon one, if I remember correctly.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, they, I'm not even joking you. Final Mouse actually put diamonds inside of these things if you wanted to buy like the more expensive version. It was like it was some ungodly price, like almost like $1,000 or something. Just ridiculous.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, they do make some pretty nice mice. But either way, past the sidebar.
Yeah, once again, just waiting for the rest of our teams to get into the lobby, by the way, if anyone is curious as to what the delay is at this point. We're just waiting for a few players from DarkZero to hop in, and then we'll be good to go, and I think that they are working on that now. Should just be a few more moments, and you can see some of the highlight players front and center here on the camera, those that were able to really pop off back at the recent major. Panbazoo, definitely one to highlight here with regard to that, and he's going to need to do so again here today if DarkZero wants another victory versus one of their greatest rivals in the league in SSG, and one that, as we saw during Stage 1, if my memory serves me correctly, had to compete directly against to be able to make it to the major and eventually lift the trophy for the first time for DarkZero in their organization's history. Been waiting a long time for that, as of course DarkZero came into the scene, if I remember correctly, late 2018.
Yes.
And other than, I think they managed to win one of the online majors during the 2020 season. But aside from that, unfortunately, they've never been able to get that LAN victory despite being in the scene for so long. Finally, of course, changing that fate. Very well-deserved change of fate as well, as this DarkZero roster that they've brought into the 2022 season is absolutely crushing it right now.
Yeah, now Canadian is one of the most winningest people to IGL a team, which is truly impressive. 2 hammers as well as a major under his belt. I mean, he said it himself. He might have the best chip recipe of all time. So it's working for him, which means it's working for us here in North America. Isn't that right? And as John was saying, folks, we're just moments away from hopping into this game, which is going to be Border. Not exactly a map that I thought I would see between SSG and DarkZero. I thought we'd be going to something that was, well, first things first, a little larger. Border, very congested when it comes down to it. You can affect a lot of these sites from the outside of the map, so it's going to make it quite interesting to see what these defensive setups are, as they require quite a bit from just the defensive unit overall. They're really going to be trying to force themselves to hold a lot of different parts of the map, because as soon as you give the offense a foothold in a map like Border, they're practically just going to decimate you when it comes to the rest of your hold throughout the map. So I'll just see how things start off once we get into the game here, but we are just moments away. So waiting on a few DZ members to hop into the lobby.
It also is a fairly free-flowing map, too, with regards to the freedom that the defenders have. It's unlike some of our other more straightforward maps where our defenders are actually going to be able to roam around the map quite freely, depending on the site, of course, but will generally have that freedom across the large majority of them, and that's going to be getting in the way of the more straightforward type of clears that teams like DarkZero and in some instances SSG would generally trend to go towards. So I'm very curious to see the type of play style we get out of both of these teams because we're going to that map and because it's a bit of a departure from what we have come to expect on either one of these rosters here. So once again, just working on getting those players into the lobby, and then it's just a few seconds away from getting started. We're very excited to be jumping into it, of course, to see who will top this one out. Keep in mind the records with these teams, only one play day in, of course, but DarkZero with a win already under their belt. Spacestation not so much, unfortunately, as they did drop their game versus XSET yesterday, so looking to make up for that to keep them competitive and near the top of the charts here for Stage 2 of the NAL.
And full TPU at the back. Just got to check the timeline real quick. I'm sure everything's right as rain when it comes to the R6 community, which is, I mean, sometimes we're good, sometimes not so much, but hey, it is what it is. You know, it just depends on the day that you want on Twitter, right? As for DarkZero, though, we're still awaiting on one singular member. There's an empty chair here, somebody more than likely running to the bathroom, and, well, guys, if you really want the game to start, just start tweeting at Panbazoo. Just annoy him. Just constantly tweet at him.
Like they're trying to, Canadians
They're
trying to,
Canadians trying to
trying to sneak him in the lobby real quick.
He's probably talking to Min. He's like, go knock on the bathroom door. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, but we are just waiting on Pamazu. Once he gets back into the playroom, we will soon be playing the video game.
Yep, absolutely the case here. Some other players that we're looking to step up is honestly entirely the most of the SSG rosters. Yesterday's performance was a little lackluster. Like we already mentioned, Hot and Cold doing well, so that's a bit of an exception.
You know what? I'll take this from you for just a split second. I think the big thing that we need to talk about when it comes to SSG is a lot of the missed moments from Skies yesterday. Skies had a lot of opportunities to close out quite a few different rounds, and it's either he missed his shots or just couldn't make the play that was necessary in the situation. And it's just super unfortunate for SSG because, as you were saying, there was plenty of opportunity for them to take the game yesterday. They just didn't have it in the tank.
Even had a good start, if I'm recalling the way the game paced itself out correctly. SSG, if I'm remembering it, managed to get themselves with a pretty good streak of rounds going into their favor there and denying XSET out quite a bit at the beginning of the game, but unfortunately fell by the wayside as we got later into that first half. That's where XSET really started to take control, finding their own confidence. That as we flipped sides and XSET got under control of things in the second half on the defensive end of it, that's when it really took off for them. And unfortunately, SSG just had a lot of trouble leveraging their attacks appropriately on Oregon.
Yeah, it was hard fought, like you were saying, but at the end of the day, you don't get the dub. It's definitely going to be something you look back upon and not exactly going to be the happiest with, but.
Only first game of the stage.
Yeah, that's
the core
big thing. And if I'm remembering correctly, I also think it went into overtime here, but I will double check just to make sure, and I will trust you there, John. So it means that they at least got 1 point from their matchup yesterday, but obviously they wanted that dub, which would have been much, much more important to the overall story of what is being built up already. And just to remind you, folks, these stages happen pretty fast, so just because these games are at the early part of Stage 2 does not mean that they're not going to have some very serious ramifications down the line.
Well, either way, we've got everybody into the server now. Now it's just a matter of getting all of our teams ready, which I think they're good to go. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies once more for the delay of game. We did have to get everybody together, but it looks like we are ready to start and go live onto Border now for a second to last match of the day.
Yes, indeed, my friend. And just to check up on things from yesterday, XSET actually took that in regulation. That's why I wanted to check it really quickly. It was a 7-4 dub. The one that you and I were thinking of was the Oxygen Parabellum game that went to 8-7 on Theme Park. And honestly, that's what made the choice really difficult for me today, going into things for Parabellum versus Astralis. I thought Astralis might be able to edge out Parabellum, but they looked so dynamic yesterday against Oxygen on Theme Park, and they're not a slouch of a team at all when it comes to that map. So Parabellum starting to light things up when it comes to North America, so have to be excited for them as they were able to achieve their very first dub today. DarkZero maybe on the clock at the current moment with their defensive bans. Thatcher and Ying off the board here for, I almost said Villa, for Border. Going to be making quite a bit of sense. Azami also going to be making quite a bit of sense as well. She'll just add to the enormous amount of utility that we played off of site if left open.
All right, so heading back in, we got one final ban coming up here, and it's going to be the last one from SSG. They're going to knock out Mira, so a few interesting bans to be talked about here, mainly the Ying one being knocked out, as we have seen Ying become a little bit more of a mainstay, similarly to Border here. Or rather, similarly to Oregon is what I meant to say. They're on Border, so we're going to be seeing her banned out quite often as a result of that. Thatcher's kind of self-explanatory. You can say the same thing for Azami and Mira, though, as we've been seeing Azami picked pretty much every single time she is available, so teams are trending towards banning her out quite often, I believe is going to be the case, and we'll more than likely start to see more and more teams lean into that if they don't have plans to use her of their own.
All right, and you know, John, I might have to fight the social media manager. I'm just saying, I might have to.
What happened?
They posted me unzipping the jacket.
I mean, were you surprised? Like, what else did you expect?
Man, hey, that's my own content. That's, you know, like, I was trying to build that up for a different audience, okay, John? All right, but I mean, past that moment, SSG is going to be starting things out on defense here. DarkZero obviously going to be on offense. Really like the Buck play that we're going to be seeing out of NJR. I hope he sticks on to that. Buck is a fantastic choice for soft breach. When it comes to Border, there's a lot of different vertical angles that you can abuse with that skeleton key from underneath, making it very difficult for the SSG defense to play in a lot of these pivotal positions. As for Spacestation, they're going to be starting things off in the Armory Lockers defense. This top floor already being put together pretty quickly here. See what they got now with the triple wall. Just a little bit of soft destruction, not sweating it too much. They will reinforce Taco or Suicide, whatever you guys call it, that little single panel there inside of Office, just to make sure that nobody can be pre-fired through it, and some of the SSG members can stick around the area for a little while longer and attempt to hold down that space. DarkZero now out and about on the map, so we begin their entry points, or at least opening them here on Border.
going to continue to see the DarkZero members begin to drone out this interior setup from SSG. So it'll be some time before we get that first attempt at a kill or so. As we'll see Rampy actually have to continue opening up a few of the floorboard positions just to make sure that they have all options available to them as they work their way in, such as this top down right here. And that's why Panville will chuck his first nade above it there to make sure that anyone from SSG who was looking down that is not going to be doing so, or at least will think twice about heading back to it as we get deeper into this round.
First minute already off the board, but you can see how very close the Spacestation members are to this DarkZero squad. Quite a few of them currently outside of CCTV as the drones will warm back up. More than likely discover a hot and cold sitting behind the bookshelf momentarily. And just press back towards that door. Hasn't been droned out just yet. Will actually end up having to take out one. Just for a split second, thought the alibi clone there was a person, but obviously not. You get yet another drone here as well. So it's been a slight trade of utility back and forth. That's really all that's happened until Rampy will be able to take down his former IGL Canadian.
Canadian down for the count. 4 members of DarkZero still in the fight, however, with a little under half the round to play it out here. You can see as well they're starting to establish some presence on the first floor, and with a buck and play for NJR, that could lead into a formula to get these guys a few opening kills here. Trying to flush out the players inside of CCTV, but so far, the openings from NJR have failed to yield any results here, and just like we've seen them, angles being opened up from the bottom, they can be opened up from the top side as well here, as Hot and Cold will have the capability to fight out against shotgun holes that have been made, but NJR finally spotting the head out and going to be able to execute against Houghton after getting some great follow-through with another teammate moving in through East Main. Skies will respond, however, and pick up Panba to keep the numbers in the favor of SSG as we head into the final minute of play.
DarkZero's been boxed out of the map. They have to try and re-entry onto this top floor as NGR was the only one in the building, and he's inside of Customs. Hyper's going to work his way back towards top east. They do have the breach open on the other end, but Hyper's going to make that hole even larger. So he'll end up impacting that. A swing in the M590 bodies the Zofia. Poor Hyper will go down to Skies and his boomstick. Start dedicating some of those smokes to the hallway and continue to delay this DarkZero onslaught, or what more at least exists. Nitro Cell out, but Bosco will give his life for that as DarkZero able to at least pick up some semblance of this round, but this timer is dwindling. Had to get something done here. The case is on Eclipse. It looks like it's going to be a full-on box rush as SSG holding things down. Eclipse going to get lit up quite a lot. Rampy will be able to at least trade things out as it's all down to an Eclipse, and Skies will be able to remove him from play. Spacestation Gaming with quite the stand to start us off on defense.
You said it well at the midpoint of the round. Unfortunately, the members of SSG had been able to just box DarkZero out of play for the most part there from the site and from the building overall. So it took DarkZero way too much time to be able to line up the angles to flush out the CCTV players. And while, yes, they did ultimately kill them, they were able to find a few trades in the process. And because SSG did find that free pick to start the game off, well, they were able to trade it down to a victory at the end of the day there and hold on to the site quite confidently as the remaining members of DarkZero had no time remaining. Their final 2 players were forced to rush into the site, where I'm going to assume they were also at a bit of a lack for intel as to how lockers was set up. SSG already putting their feet on the ground here. Now I'm going to see if they can really dig it in by trying to take control of the ventilation site next to lock in a second round.
Very solid choice here from Spacestation, and surely a site that could have benefited heavily from a zombie being chosen as well. We've been seeing her used quite often in tandem with Castle to try and delay even more time and force the offense to give up utility at the cost of opening up an angle, which is just gorgeous. It's really, really nice to have on the defensive end, especially with an operator now that you can apply these Kiba barriers to anything that you see fit, and they'll end up blocking off an angle or anything else in between. Obviously, Castle's a little bit more rigid, but he's still available, and he's quite potent when it comes to Border, especially for the positioning that we see this Castle Barricade getting put out, something that pros in the previous version of Border really, really wanted. The ability to add Castle Barricades to that center hallway and break up that long angle for the top of East.
DarkZero out and about yet again. Let's see how their attempt to move forward will work out this time against SSG. SSG will keep the same general formula alive and well here, just changing it up as necessary to facilitate the downstairs hold in comparison to the lockers play. Panba already working his way in as well on the Finca. Looking to quickly hunt down Houghton or anybody else from SSG that's going to be maintaining CCTV presence. Houghton gets the intel and quickly knocks off the head of Panba, removing not only the entry, of course, from DarkZero, but all the utility that would come with that Finca.
You know, it's things like that where you just wish that SSG made it to Charlotte, because it just seems like when they're on home soil and comfortable, Hot and Cold might be one of the nastiest men alive. He is so incredibly good. just sucks that we can't get that when it comes to the international stages. But fortunately enough, Stage 2 seems to be ramping up for Spacestation here, especially on border. Looking like they're able to take it to DarkZero, at least for the time being, especially after that initial pick onto Pambazoo, slowing down one of the best players from Charlotte. Hyper now holding things down when it comes to stock. Not too much pressure around the area when it comes to Spacestation's overall game plan at the moment. Skies will be inside of customs, but he doesn't really need to do too much. He just needs to be present, doesn't need to swing any angles or anything of the sort. Give his body over to the offense. Gonna have a nade in, it's gonna eat up some of Rampy's HP, but it's gonna be NJR that gets lit up more than anything.
NJR down to half HP, but both teams are somewhat stagnated right now. Okay, yeah, Sky just walks right up to awaiting Hyper. On the inside of the side closet here, we'll be able to take him down. Bring DarkZero's numbers to only 3 at this point. So SSG just with no fear at all to retake parts of this map and duel it out versus the members of DarkZero, who don't really seem sure of themselves, it looks like, so far inside of this game. NJR will change up that fate a little bit, though, as he's finally able to negotiate the first kill of the round for DZ by knocking out Skies, removing the mute as well from that extended jail, as well as customs position.
Yes, indeed. Now Eclipse will dedicate himself to the drone to figure out what's going on inside of vents. NJR still has some positioning upstairs, but he doesn't have the truest of positions. He's inside of CCTV, and really what he wants control of is armory as well as archive, so he can actually use that sledgehammer to break up this top flooring, just like you see Rampy doing right now inside of the office area. A very nice angle held by him, and a dead Canadian now gifted over as he swings in to break. Grenade out from NJR. It's only going to get rid of the shield, though, so not really too much at the end of the day, and yet again, Spacestation Gaming. They have had such a solid defense. They've boxed DarkZero out yet again, looking like some 90s NBA action with these shots. Not a single person allowed to thrive when it comes to the paint. They'll take them all out. Spacestation Gaming on a burner right now for these first 2 rounds.
And for the most part here in round number 2, just kind of allowing DZ to make their own mistakes, whether it's being forced to make a play or just trying to clear something out, where a member of SSG was very much ready to fend off that challenge, either just by being in the correct position, as we see with this first pickup from Houghton, or in the case of Skies in the eventual push later on in the round after he got killed as well here from Bosco, as you can see now on the smoke, just pushing directly into the path of the clear from DarkZero because they either did not properly drone out the areas where SSG was holding or were just otherwise oblivious to those positions. So great play from SSG to lock in a consistent second round. We'll see if they can get number 3 here and go for the full site rotation, as they'll try to lock in Tellers as that third and potentially final site before returning upstairs to lockers.
Yeah, Tellers not exactly the funnest site to defend, you could say. A bunch of different ways that the offense can affect this, especially with a window that goes directly to the outside that provides a pretty strong cross for DarkZero just straight up inside of the site, built right in. There's a lot of different ways that DZ can handle this, but mostly they're going to be looking to try and apply pressure to either this top floor or take control of this west side of the building. Try and take things across in towards like workshop and things along those lines. Start working on those back walls so they can start looking for a plant of their own. We also see some teams try and get control of square so they can get the single panel for Tellers, which also can make things fairly easy going later into the round. Now for DarkZero, out and about yet again here. Not too much of a change up, minus Hyper bringing in the IQ now to try and assist with some of these electronics.
DarkZero, much more measured approach this time, as we're not going to see anyone try to take that initial entry immediately off of the first 30 seconds, of course, but it'll soon change as the team starting to line up the openings they need to get the initial control. At least you can see the opening towards jail, so that's a first option for them to start swinging in. But the priority, of course, will be upstairs to clear out the extended game from SSG if there is going to be any, in the office area directly above the Teller's sites.
A slow opener for DarkZero. No missteps allowed just yet. We are coming closer and closer to the sun here. Have the CCTV window open. Be worried about that. And also, if you haven't noticed, all of SSG running the Cybertruck Hollow as well. Seems like everyone's slowly being converted on this roster over to this new site, and it'll work out for him. Fultz to take down Eclipse early on, but NJR, luckily enough, has the refrag. Only issue is that these 2 kills, well, they don't operate the same. The kill under Rampy, yeah, sure, but his traps still stick around, and now with Buck down after Hot and Cold picks him up, I mean, they're even worse for wear. No hard breach. reach. The case is down inside of CCTV. I mean, what's the next move for DZ? Canadian almost dies as well as he hops inside of sight. He's getting shot at from everywhere. He's off on his own island practically here inside of office.
Bit of a miracle Canadian makes it into there. The Nitro Cell to some extent saving his life just because it caught the members of SSG inside of an animation, but still another one thrown out here by Skies, and that one will sing true, able to knock out Hyper. Canadian, though, finally makes use of his forward position inside of office by picking up another frag against SSG, so DZ not out of this fight just yet. You'll see the style change from SSG, however, as they pull the remaining players back and are going to focus entirely on the site defense. No case control either, as we'll see DarkZero able to pick that up for themselves, and Canadian with an even better position now negotiates a second kill personally to be able to knock out Houghton and leave it all on Bosco and Skies downstairs.
Now this is where things could get extremely difficult. Canadian still has so much utility, including another Rotero drone on top of the one that he already used. So that's not only explosives, but that's also information on where Bosco and potentially Skies are. And speaking of Skies, 5-1-1 at the current moment, looking much, much more solid. Has his footing in comparison to what position he was in yesterday already here. We're only in round 3. Hemzu's going to drop off of the balcony. Send out that little shot as they tried to cover up their drop noise. Frag grenade in, and it could have met up with Bosco, but he started moving just at the right time. The shotgun in. Oh, and the head of Bosco dipping back and forth. Pambazoo ill-advised on that last swing as the M590 is in close quarters, and that's not something you want to dance with. Now it's all down to Canadian. He's just going to wait it out as more than likely DarkZero discuss what's going on inside of these rounds. SSG with the early dominance, and they're able to translate it through most of the round. Even past the picks, the DarkZero still able to procure and try and even things out.
Great positioning on that goo mine as well to really help out Bosco inside of that final duel that potentially could have helped out DarkZero to win the round here. Pretty much acts as a siren call to which direction he's going to be moving in from, and doesn't really leave him any room because of the position of that goo mine, as well as the lack of time overall in the round for them to actually fall back, take it out of his foot, and make another push. Just had to commit to it, and unfortunately with the sound cue, made it all too easy for Bosco to play around and run out the time. DZ are going to take that timeout that Stokes was just mentioning, so they'll go into that now and see if they can potentially try to come up with a new strategy on things, as we're going to head back to the previous sites played now.
So I feel like we got to touch on all of our picks at this point. It's 3-0.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot. You know, it's just
the unfortunate events account is just warming it up right now. He's already got it ready to rock and roll. He's just waiting for the 7th round to go on the board at this point.
Yeah, it's a little painful. You know, I walked into the day with 100% pick rate. I still had it through 2 games. Third game, it's kind of a toss-up between Parabellum and Astralis. I went Astralis. You kind of have to
Everybody
in that situation, right?
On that one too, I'm pretty sure. So,
but on except for except for the Canadian, Intero, as I almost forget his alias and not his real name. Yeah, so he's the only one to end up going Parabellum. But I'm super, super happy for them. You can clearly tell the amount of work that they put in with that roster, especially with the new faces that they have on it. But past that, this series right here, this is the one that's really catching me off guard. I thought DarkZero was going to walk into this with their heads held pretty high, especially from what we saw from them yesterday, but Spacestation had something in store for them.
Oh, absolutely the case. Specifically here on Border, it seems like they were very much ready to play this out from the defensive side. We'll have to see if that holds true going over to the attack, as that could be a bit of a different beast to properly handle on a map like Border because of how small it is and how much aggressive capability the defenders generally have because of that map freedom. Away from that, we did see a little bit of a repick inside of our normal pick phase, of course, there from SSG to swap in Houghton over towards the Frost, which is not an operator we tend to see all that often, even though we've seen overall the Frost pick rate kind of skyrocket in the last year or so. Border is not necessarily the map where we've come to expect that. So
I personally love the pick, though, for the position that he's playing, because it makes it to where the DarkZero members have to deal with that Frost utility or risk hopping in to try and get aggressive and splitting it between, are you going to be shot from Frost or are you going to be taken out by her mat? That's what she always puts you into. It's a pretty difficult situation when it actually does work out for you, but obviously if those do get droned out, it should be a fairly straightforward affair for DZ. And speaking of droning things out, Canadian is going to hop to on the Rotero drone, speaking of which, so has the opportunity to get rid of a few of these harder to reach pieces of utility.
Still looking around, trying to see if he can suss out some of the drones that are working their way in from DZ while still maintaining a strong position against any clear that DarkZero camp may try to go for. It looks like we've got one of those potentially being lined up right now on the rappel. However, that player is also paying attention to any runouts that may come from the main wall leading into the site also. So Need to pay more attention to that than anything else at this point, but the priority will soon shift onto clearing out that player on the inside of CCTV. First minute is gone. NGR starting to establish some bottom-up angles to try and spot out this player. However, we're going to continue to see these guys deploy out towards that. See Canadian calling out that he's got a stuck drone, but unfortunately we are mid-round, so just in case anyone's curious, we are definitely not going to be re-hosting this late into it.
Super unfortunate for Canadian as he's simply stuck in the Rotero drone, I'm pretty sure. And JR is going to get taken down by Houghton. And just to remind you guys, since Canadian is indeed stuck in this, that means that this is effectively a 5 versus 3 for Spacestation Gaming. DarkZero's already taken their time out as well, so they cannot stop this train any longer. Hyper's going to be holding on to things here. He'll get rid of the proximity sensor, but he's got so many people lying in the wings at the current moment, it could potentially take him out. But SSG don't want to move just yet. The Gone 6 out for Pambazu to get rid of some info. Utility inside of 90. DarkZero are just trying to find any pick they can, but as you can see, Spacestation does not want to give any of this up.
Just under a minute to go. Why would they? As they've been playing into this type of style for pretty much the entire game so far. Just sitting back, waiting for DarkZero, especially on this upstairs side as well, to kind of make their own mistakes. Waiting for them to make the play here and walk into the setup from SSG. They're on defense, and they're allowed to do that. So, indeed, we'll continue to see them wait this out as DarkZero, unfortunately, struggling to find the confidence needed to go for this site play. Out of the nature of time, though, they are going to be forced into it sooner rather than later. With only 20 seconds left to play, they've got to try to make a bid for something, and it looks like they are going to try to go in through archives and see if that'll work out for them there. Bosco has already shut down Eclipse, though. The first player trying to work their way in. Hyper is probably next up to bat as he needs to try and negotiate forward to pick up the case, but he can't even get that far. Bosco knocks him out. Time quickly running down as well here. DZ not going to get anything they can, but with the time going down to 0 and Canadian still suffering from that drone bug, there's not a whole lot they can do. So SSG take this around.
4-0. 4-0 on the defensive side of border. This is turning into quite the Space Station affair, if I do say so myself. Very unfortunate circumstances there for DZ inside of that last round, but obviously since it's 15 seconds past the initial part of the round, no rehost available. That's just the rules, and it's very unfortunate that they had to end up falling into that pretty deep hole. But past that, now SSG up 4 rounds as we enter the tech pause. Their defensive end looking so very stellar here on border, constantly controlling the ebb and flow of this map and overly complicating things for DZ to where they can't clear things out, not even really able to get a foothold without risking a few bodies.
Should be a pretty quick reset here, folks. We're just going to allow Canadian to hop into the game real quick and reset his client so that he can make sure there's a minimal chance of that happening again. And we'll hop right back into the game afterwards. But indeed, it has been very one-sided here for SSG so far at 4-0 and playing a pretty straightforward defense to make it all happen, too. Not really overplaying their hand in any department, shifting the players around from time to time. Yes, you kind of have to with a roaming defense, especially when it's being droned out constantly, but still, always seeing the DarkZero players walk into these setups seemingly with the intel necessary to take the members of SSG out, but just cannot win any of these opening engagements. So always fighting from the back foot, it seems, on quite a few of these rounds so far.
Yes, indeed. It's just time and time again, DarkZero always having to try and clamber back into the round. It's not them having, any real early game that they get to try and translate into a mid-round. They're always fighting from the downward position, and that makes things so very difficult, especially on a map like Border, where the response time from the defense is so very high. I mean, they're practically on top of each other all the time. So it just makes things pretty difficult for DZ at the end of the day, and that's what they've been having to deal with. So finally have things ready, and Canadian back in the lobby. So we're going to be jumping back into the map here momentarily, folks, as well for this defensive setup. Looks like SSG wants to head back down to the exact same site that they had in their last rotation. It's going to be their second site. It's going to be Ventilation Workshop.
Yeah, SSG are dictating state of play right now, so no reason why they would deviate from that and try to throw us a curveball over towards Customs. They're going to head into Vent now. And try to lock in the same exact sites they got on the first 3 rounds, already well on their way of doing so. After claiming the upstairs site for a second time, we'll see how they do on the downstairs holds, where obviously DarkZero is going to have a little bit more room to play just because the defense will be spread a bit more thinly across the map, so maybe a greater capability to catch some of these roaming members of SSG and shut them down before they can get away with too much. But so far, unfortunately for DarkZero, that has not worked out too well.
No, it really hasn't. And now they're going to try and change some things up to hopefully escape their fate, which seems to be SSG taking all of these defensive rounds. I'm hopeful for DZ this time around, though. They've made some adjustments across the board. Hyper will be on the buck this time around instead of NJR, so you'll most likely see him around, well, actually, potentially the top floor. There's a lot of different ways they could use this because they have the sledge and the buck, so there's a bunch of different potential here for DZ. Excited to see how this one goes, but hopefully we can maintain NJR and Hyper through this early round, given the circumstances of what we've seen.
Pamba keeping watch for any runouts. Just being careful in case SSG wanted to grow to that extra level of confidence. Haven't really seen them work towards any play like that up to this point in the half so far, but no reason why they wouldn't potentially try to reignite themselves into it, considering the massive lead they have over DZ right now. So just making sure they cover all of their assets in the event that SSG really want to throw a curveball at the DarkZero roster. Looking like it's very much the same thing from SSG, though, as they're going to continue to maintain their extended presence all across the map here and just kind of wait out the execute from DZ. See if they can catch one or two players in the opener, cull back those extensions into the site, and then play out the rest of the round their numbers advantage. That's been the winning strategy up until this point. Bosco, though, really runs himself into a member of DZ, but he steals the kill right back against Hyper. DZ just cannot get away with anything in this game right now, as Bosco instead gets the opening kill.
No way.
With a oh, yeah. Houghton with a chance to maybe pick up a second one there, but Pamba will stop the ridiculousness of this situation now and bring us back down to a 4v4.
Like double-out buckshot inside of that M590. My God, man, get off Bioshock. Ridiculous stuff happening here. DarkZero, they've at least been able to equalize with a kill on the hot and cold. Canadian's going to clamber back down east stairs. Knows that one's inside of custom, so could try to go to deal with that situation, but he's more than likely going to want some help from his DZ members. Also, does he know that there's another SSG player that's near Tellers? Well, not really going to matter after Skies is going to give up the goods. And now DarkZero have the man advantage for, I believe, the very first time.
Indeed. We're going to see if they can keep it there, though, as Rampy picks up a nice kill here to be able to equalize things. Looking like he wants to fight for more, too, but the low HP is certainly going to hurt his chances inside of this scenario. The good news is, even if he goes down now, he's still wasting a massive amount of time, and by ducking and diving back to the inside of the office, DarkZero are going to have to keep someone on constant overwatch for that to make sure that he doesn't flank them later on in this round here. A lot of time being wasted, already bled off a good 15-20 seconds, but it does look like DZ are getting back on track now and are focusing on getting ready to hop in to go for the execute.
After clearing out some of the initial pieces of utility around the direct part of the site, DarkZero have to start getting themselves into the actual thing. You can see Eclipse trying to round his way through the center hallway. Rampy, does he realize he's so very close to death at this current moment? Eclipse, he's actually going to be able to make his way inside. The drop shot will work out for Rampy as he's bouncing back and forth. NJR will be able to equalize it down to a 2 versus 2. SSG has found some presence upstairs from the likes of Fultz, though, and that Bailiff, who'll be able to at least deal some damage, but on very low time, NJR must start this plant. They're watching the drop. Pambazoo, he's trying to hold onto this angle for as long as humanly possible. Fultz trying to find NJR through the flooring, but he won't be able to. He's going to have to try and win it out as a 3 armor inside of a 1v2 situation. A lot of bullets to his name, though. It's a pretty solid opportunity at the end of the day. A pre-fire, he'll take out one, and this is the damning factor of the Alda. Look, still 20 bullets inside of this thing. He can practically play the same way around this situation. Knows that one is close. He knows that he has to be playing around this server stack. The shot's constantly going back and forth. He knows he's got to swing, but Pambazoo also has bullets, and that's the problem. Those LMGs, you can constantly hog up the angle. And finally, it'll come down to a DarkZero round that'll claim for the very first time here on Border.
Such a delicate dance between both teams as we got down to the 3v3 and moved further in from that. So many close shaves on both sides, but starting from the very beginning of the round right here with this attempted kill against Bosco. He flips it around, picks it up instead, and then it is a volley from that point forward. Players constantly being stolen away from either team, but DarkZero just barely manages to edge it out in their favor there in that 1v1. And take the control they finally have been looking for throughout this entire half here. 1-4 is the scoreline, but still an opportunity now for SSG to lock in the 5-1, which is very, very tough for DarkZero to come back from here if they can take control of this final Teller's defense. DarkZero, though, really coming alive in that last round. We got a great chance for them to make it 4-2 and keep this competitive as we flip sides.
Yeah, and I mean, past that, you're really looking to Hyper and Eclipse to wake up here a little bit. You know, NJR already 7-5, Pambazoo and Canadian are at least, you know, pulling some of this weight, but it's been a struggle bus for most of this team when it comes to a lot of these rounds. SSG very dynamic, as well as their ability to close down a lot of these early kills, forcing DarkZero into some difficult straights has been the name of the game so far for them. We'll see if they're able to accomplish this yet again here with round 6. This Teller's defense. It's going to be extended out towards the west-hand side, but that's to be expected. We're also going to have the Oryx along for the ride here in the likes of Rampy. Looks like we're going to have a rehost here. Never mind. Okay. I think we're good to go. So we're there for just a split second, but we will indeed be able to finish out this half.
I think the whole team to spam the Nevermind, okay, just to make sure we didn't pull the trigger on that too quickly. SSG, though, going to continue to play into this round, so potentially just thinking they were dealing with something that wasn't actually the case. See, Fultz, though, is going to miss his opportunity to Electric Claw out this wall. It will be popped open from the Selmas. Not that he really would have been able to get into the way of that. Regardless, they go off just a little bit too quickly to actively mitigate it with the Claw, but still could have avoided that second opening. Unfortunately, won't be the case this time. He's had to fall back, and we'll have to more than likely do so again now, as he's been spotted out by that drone in the side closet.
Well, it's about to be the first minute off the board here. That's that, really not too much going on. DarkZero sticking to their guns with their opening strategy, slow and steady with this drone game, trying to consistently hit their mark, but as we've been talking about, hasn't necessarily been the easiest thing to do. Let's go on the rest of SSG, simply awaiting their arrival. They're going to hold on to these pivotal parts of the map and force DarkZero to take it away from them, and that includes Hot and Cold, who's currently sitting inside of Supply. That was a nice watch here onto Jail, the breach that has been opened inside of it. Don't believe that any of the DarkZero members are even aware that Hot and Cold is in this position. They rotate through the hole, should more than likely check things out over in that space. There was a drone here inside of the door frame for Jail for just a moment, so could have potentially have seen the castle, and actually I think it's Canadian that's intended to kill this man at the current moment, but actually not even going to look through the new breach that he made. So yes, indeed, no one aware that Hot and Cold was only moments away from catching yet another DarkZero body.
Once again, that very delicate dance between both teams has come alive for the first 2 minutes of this round. Both teams desperately looking for a target, but as you can see, neither one able to actually negotiate it. Just little bits of damage onto both NJR and Rampy from either side of the coin here, and nearly identical in the amounts that are given as well. Houghton, though, and the rest of SSG, this is playing into their hands ultimately, unless DZ is building up a massive intel bank in the process that they're going to be able to use to execute into the site. That may very well be the case as Hyper executes Fultz and was seemingly already ready to catch another player on the transition over towards the bathroom. Skies exchanges that back out, though. Keeps the numbers at an even keel, down to a 4v4. Rampy waits for the next target to potentially hop in through Tellers. He's so close to getting that angle, but it won't present itself to him. Instead, Hyper will get himself a second. Eclipse pushes forward, but no, you're in the smoke. He's going to go down because of that. DZ's kills, they won't matter if they can't retrieve the case, but NJR on this back flank may have just saved the round.
Oh, no! Rampy!
Rampy sniping one out through the wall. He's going to keep the hopes of SSG alive in this situation, as now Panba's the only one left for DarkZero. Rampy should hear the case plant sounds. He's going to make a play for it. We're on zero timer, and he's found the planter. So the final round of the half goes to SSG.
5-1 Space Station Gaming. They can delay so very long with this defensive strategy. They keep DarkZero inside of the customs area of the map for such an incredible amount of time, constantly having to try and deal with Hot and Cold, and back and forth they dance inside of that area until finally he falls back, and they are able to at least claim that. But once they start working their way towards site, there's really nothing there for them. They're constantly punished by SSG as they're trying to move throughout the map. And yes, DarkZero are eventually able to equalize, but the positioning was too strong for Space Station there. I will give them the benefit of the doubt in this situation that Rampy just so happens to be a god and he killed somebody through a random wall, but that's just Rainbow Six Siege at the end of the day. Sometimes the walls shoot back, and that's exactly what we saw there for DZ. So unfortunate in that regard, but Rampy just so happened to be a god once again for Space Station in that situation, able to shut things down inside of the 1 versus 2. But it took the rest of Space Station to even give give him that opportunity. So hats off to the entire squad for that one. As we switch sides, Spacestation will be up 5-1.
Yep, SSG only needs 2 out of the 6 remaining rounds to be able to lock in a victory for themselves here. And if they can do it quickly enough, that'll be in a barnstorming fashion against the current major champions here. A massive turnaround for SSG considering the result that they faced yesterday versus XSET. Already looking to get their feet back on the ground, back into the top 4 as they try to claim yet another major spot for themselves after missing out on the more recent one.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to be severely disappointed in DarkZero if they end up losing this in such a grandiose fashion, because, you know, it took all the way down to them making the finals of Charlotte for me to be like, okay, I have faith. I'm ready.
It was the same for me.
I didn't even have faith for them, you know, going up against SSG inside of the last stage to make it to Charlotte. They win the whole dang thing, and then I put faith into them, and then this happens. I feel like I'm just a bad omen for them. I just got to leave Troy and everybody else alone, let them win their games, and always go against them. I guess I'm just the caster's curse.
So we can see here DarkZero waiting for the first steps to be made by SSG. DarkZero at the same time throwing us a little bit of an interesting choice with regards to their opening site play. They're going to go over towards Tellers, which is the complete opposite in terms of a choice for what SSG had gone towards as the expected start over on the inside of Lockers. DarkZero maybe wanting to test themselves a little bit here, but this is very possibly their best defensive site, which is going to be obviously very unfortunate if it doesn't go their way, considering it will already set up SSG's match point if we see them able to control this one. But similarly to DarkZero, they are taking this first half of the round incredibly slowly, looking to play off of intel and look for something like that, where Fultzer, another member of the team, waiting on these exterior angles, are going to be gifted a member of the DarkZero running across. Yeah, keep in mind, we're upstairs right now, so still going to need to make that transition down, and Skies as well will have another wall between himself and Eclipse here. Though Eclipse seemingly ready for the engagement, he's going to try to rotate himself in, quickly losing teammates though, but this insertion in behind that computer desk may have been the ace move that him and the rest of his squad needed here to be able to pick up a few kills. Let's see though if they're going to be ready for him as they wrap the corner. They are. Sky still taking him down, and despite the sneaky insertion, it is not enough. It's a flawless round, in fact, from SSG, as nothing is stopping them in this game. They rock right through the initial defensive setup from DZ, and like I said, are already up on map and match point.
We only had the lens of what was going on the top floor, and that was already so very destructive. SSG then double down and kill off everybody downstairs. How? How do you do that? They just walk in the building and it's like, DarkZero, we'll just buy that. Let's take it off the shelf. It's fine. It's okay. This is our building, and we're willing to fight for it. And they most definitely have. DarkZero only able to confirm a singular round so far. And it's not from a lack of trying either. I mean, they're seriously swinging for the fences in a lot of these different situations, and SSG are prepared for all of it. Now, I will say this. Spacestation in relation to yesterday, they are playing so much more coordinated than we saw. Absolutely. It is very, very strong. I'm really liking this border pick here for Spacestation. Honestly, down the line, some teams might not want to allow this through the ban phase when it comes to this squad.
Definitely a possibility here with the way that SSG have been able to play it, as well as just the proficiency they've had on multiple sites, too. It's not like this team was, like, really good on their defaults, and then they're, like, a little hit or miss for the defenses as they extend out. No, they were rock solid on every single site choice that we saw SSG make in the first half.
Yeah, and that's even including Tellers, which is a site that's super difficult because it gives the offense so much room to work with.
Which again is not sorry to interrupt you. Which again is kind of begging the question as to why DZ were so gung ho to play into that site moving into the second half. Like I said before, probably one that they felt that they were very good at, but as we saw, didn't really seem like it, as SSG just waltzed right through that entire defensive line.
Well, that's a big thing. You know, if Spacestation have the block set on the west-hand side of the map, right, then you just shove things from the east and you get those big picks. When they start to try and fall back towards site, they're dead anyways. Good luck trying to make it out. Exactly, exactly. It's kind of like what we talk about when we talk about like top floor clears when it comes to Clubhouse in the roam game. You always want to have somebody set up to be flushed towards. That's always a really, really big deal. Yeah, you might be able to clear the roam game, but did you kill anybody? That's what really matters in Rainbow Six. When you're able to get those big frags and take utility pieces and another gun away from people, it really does matter, especially with a kill like that from Canadian. He takes down Rampy. That's the Finka off the board. And as John said earlier into the day, the field medic now gone.
going to be able to remove that capability from SSG. Didn't touch on it just yet, of course, but we've got the Trackstingers operator in play here at the moment for... was that intentional? That was the funniest thing ever.
But it actually worked so well.
That's like at a pretty good spot. It's like right at the top of metal stairs, I'm pretty sure.
It's literally like peering right into the angle for... Look at this. This is actually gorgeous. This is actually so very well placed that it was completely on accident.
That's so funny. All right, well, back into the round here. DZ shutting it down this time here, but it's both Eclipse and then again Hyper shutting in 2 more members of the SSG roster. Bosco and Hotton are all that remains. You're going to see Bosco get denied here as he tries to open up the west wall just a bit. Unfortunately, Mute Jammer still sitting on the other side of that, so won't be able to do so. Hotton, though, snipes out Canadian. Beautifully shot. Unfortunately, a far cry in terms of changing up the rest of this round at the moment for SSG, but still a pleasure to watch. Panba shuts down the only other member alive at the moment for SSG as Bosco is knocked out, so everything falls to Hotton. It would need to be an ace clutch in order for them to end the game here.
Yes, indeed. And Hotton won't be able to at least get the initial one. Knows another one's deep inside of Archives. Will work his way back towards the other angle, but he should be getting swamped here momentarily, at least from the lead department. As yet another kill here inside of Archives, and well, actually one down, another one to go inside of this area. The pre-fire and almost the dub from Hotton. Was pretty close there for just a moment, but Hyper's gonna let him know. Feeds that body a few extra bullets after the fact, as DZ will finally get their second round on the board.
Yeah, thankfully it was Hyper waiting around the corner there, who had also kind of gone off this game. Look at this, that was so funny. Hyper throws that down, and it's actually in a pretty okay position. It's even looking the right way, too, so well played there.
Just one of the boys, you know? It's like
welcome to the party.
There you go. Armory Lockers will be the next site for DarkZero. And again, like we were talking about earlier, this site's going to work out pretty well for DZ because they can hold on to a lot more of the map without having to deal with a massive portion of it being practically gifted over to the offense if they want it. So we'll have to see what is going to happen here for the defensive setup for DarkZero. I'm expecting almost like a Pulse play or something down low, or potentially the Oryx. I really like that as well. Just something that can work its way around this map and either get you some info or at least be able to circumnavigate a couple of the holds that the offense has going on. They're going to drop the gridlock. I like this a lot. So they're going to be bringing the line along for the ride. And they'll have Fultz in here with the Jackal. So have some solid information on board to try and get this last round over on DZ.
See if they're going to be able to accomplish that. Is actually going to see them bring back their initially picked away operator for Hotton there, so he's going to bring the Trackstingers back into it once again. Interesting choice, and now, yeah, for Fultz, that's the real interesting one for me. Is they're going to swap in a Cali.
Wait for 3 seconds. Hold on. Don't say a word yet.
I think it's happening. This is happening.
It's locked in.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, you can't pick past 3 seconds.
They picked the Kali.
Fultz has a Kali. Now this right here, little awkward for DarkZero, but I think the big thing to notate about this is that Fultz, rifle, pretty solid. You know, it one-shot downs, but as we've all grown to know with Kali, it's just not that good of a gun when it comes to Rainbow Six. You'd much rather have something that has a lot more bullets and you don't have to just hit a person one time and then put another round into the chamber. But the secondary pistol, very strong. Also the Lancer, very good at getting open walls. But the thing about that, John, DarkZero's already opened quite a few of these walls for them. Yeah. So Kali, at the end of the day, really not going to matter when it comes in here unless Fultz does something incredible with this rifle.
I'm imagining this was brought almost entirely for the west main clear, but we'll have to wait and see, as I think that there's a possibility that that wall was left soft too, in which case there was absolutely 0 point in bringing the Kali into play here. But we'll hold our words a bit here and see what exactly Fultz is going to be able to negotiate with this as we get into a later point in the round. More so than anything, I want to see if that rifle and or the utility finds a real home point for SSG to really lock it in and be able to get themselves access to a deeper point on the map.
I mean, I'm always down for a sniper clip in any game. That's just one of the things that feeds the soul, I would say, when it comes to competitive FPSs. So for Ramp 8, the rest of SSG setting themselves up around the east end, not nearly as proactive as they were inside of the first round, where we saw them take it to DZ. And same you could say about the last round, even though DZ ended up winning things out. Starting to work their way in towards the office now. Hyper with a nice angle here, but there could be a mishap depending on how Eclipse wants to play this out. You always get a little worried when you see those cross angles starting to be adopted by the same teammates. Canadian, though, his strategy, or at least his plan of action at the current moment, is to hold down Archives. That's what his dedication's here for. Nitro Cell in hand, so he can potentially help with some of this office push as that Lancer will get rid of the Mute Jammer. Is waiting for the sound of the radio entry, but nobody's going to hop in as they have the Selma, so not going to matter too much. They'll open that up, and Canadian will try and coexist in this area, but he's going to get droned out very quickly, so maybe won't last as long as I initially thought.
Does have some additional support from behind Fountain as well, so that could get aggressive and try to fend off some of the pressure coming from this window hop. And as you said, Canadian's going to try to play both sides of this, but he won't be allowed to, as Rampy lands a beautiful nade right on top of Canadian.
God.
Okay, now I'm starting to see where this rifle can make its impact here, as Hyper now has to pretty much permanently stay prone, and even then, I'm not sure if it's a guarantee that the collie can't shoot him from there. A few more of those shots starting to ring out from deeper positions as they try to harass out the members of DarkZero, make them fear this rifle long enough to allow the members of SSG in and go for a plant. Volt's actually knocking out one, and Rampy beautifully sniped down as well, as he's going to take down NJR. Hyper taking a shot from that sniper also. It's working out beautifully as SSG close out the game with a flawless round and a beautiful use of Kali as well.
I will take a gorgeous game from Skies and a big dub for SSG up against my prediction. I'm very, very happy for SSG in this regard. Yesterday was definitely kind of a blunder there for them, and to be able to come back and play, so proactively as well as so synced after a game like what we saw yesterday, they definitely got to be pretty happy about that. They just defeated DarkZero of all rosters in North America in such a convincing fashion on a map like Border. Very well done from them, but for DZ, gotta go back to the drawing board on this one.
Yep, SSG though with the pretty much immediate rebound from yesterday, as you were mentioning here, so an incredibly impressive show being put up from them. Skies as well, you also mentioned this, a massive improvement over yesterday's game where, let's be honest, he was struggling a little bit, only picked up 3 kills in the opening game versus XSET. Not a problem though, as today he brings everything to the table here, and overall SSG looked like the complete package in today's game. Border is definitely going to be one that other teams may be wanting to avoid in the future, but for us, we're going to finish things up for now, ladies and gentlemen. That'll do it for the two of us today. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, your analysis desk will be ready to break this game down.
Oh no, you know, we joked about the whole like moments before disaster thing when everybody in the world and the coin picked DarkZero, and you know what? Spacestation Gaming said, we don't care. We're gonna win it anyway. They played brilliantly, and I'm not gonna say cast or curse, nothing like that. No, that was just Spacestation Gaming being great, beating DarkZero, beating the reigning champs 7-2. Stop.
Spacestation Gaming media guy, please spare us. We did not mean to all predict against you, but you don't need to post that as a screenshot. It's okay.
I already did.
Post it as a screenshot.
I already did.
So what I'm looking at here,
I'm not afraid,
is an understanding that we need to do a little bit better on predictions by also accounting what side is on here. I'm saying that if only because it's border, it's a best of one, you have a guarantee of playing only one full half, and when you do, it better be the preferred half. And SSG made the most of that first half. If it was a 5-1, look at what they did here.
I mean, I think so. I don't think DarkZero starting the defense starting on attack was supposed to be some sort of a bad omen for them. DarkZero are the most successful attacking team in the world, and they got one round against SSG on border. There was nothing really that was connecting for DarkZero, especially when they were trying to get those opening engagements. And there's one thing I said after my prediction is a little amendment that said, we need to see Rampy stepping up on those opening kills on defense. Too often throughout last stage and throughout just yesterday, he was dying early on those roams. That didn't happen at all in this matchup. He started off the game, he got the very first kill, roaming there on border, and then continuing on from there. I don't believe he had a single opening death on defense. No, he did not. So really impressive stuff by Rampy, playing a little bit more with his team. They were doing an excellent job securing those opening frags.
It just kind of felt like they were everywhere on defense to start up. I loved their rotations. I love how they opted to make sure that they were in different corners with fallback plans towards side if they needed it. And most of it just centered on classic border CCTV, because that was where a lot of those positions were, especially like rounds 1 and 4, when they decided they needed to open up rotations plus sightlines around that 90 position back towards Fountain, quick access back to Metal. There's a hatch right there in case they need it. They can be anywhere at a moment's notice on a map like this. And if you're not playing this like you played Coastline back in the day, where it's roam-centric and you need the attackers to clear those roamers out before worrying about your side attack, then you're not necessarily doing a good job with it unless you're able to hit sight and you're not concerned about those roamers. But SSG were making their presence felt all over the map right now.
Well, talk about roaming. Let's take a look at some replays here from that last map, and let's talk about round 1 specifically. That's kind of where things got off to a good roaming start for Spacestation Gaming, isn't that right?
Yeah, so we're upstairs. This is the setup that I'm talking about specifically. You might call it default, but I still like it. It's where you've got a hole opened up in CCTV that looks right into detention, which is what Hot and Cold's watching. But at the fallback plan over to his left is comprised of a rotate back into 90, another one to Fountain, a sightline that looks at the door, which is where Rampy is positioned right here with Hot and Cold right next to him. Look at how much space he's able to get from that. He can watch like 7 different things, and he's got Hot and Cold who can move into position with him at a moment's notice. There's just so much coverage there, and it takes DarkZero a long time to not only figure out where these guys are at, but where they might rotate to, as most of them are situated on the top floor for this.
Typically, DarkZero on their attacks like to isolate roamers. They like to solo pick them off one by one, and they like to gain that man advantage early and fast when they're on the attacking half. But they really couldn't do so here on border, and I feel like part of that is the map. Just the fact that you can't really roam as an individual on this. You have to kind of play with your team. There's a lot of that going back and forth from SSG. They did a really good job at playing around there. And it was interesting as well, Spacestation, when we've seen them play border in the past, in the Gamers Without Border tournament, we saw a ton of a zombie being brought out. Didn't see it all the time when they were being played here on border this time around. So clearly already adaptations being made. I thought that was nice.
Wait, if it was Gamers Without Border, how could they be playing border? That sounds like some format issues.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying.
I'll answer Jesse's question
Come on.
and gloss over the pun. Didn't see her because she was banned by DZ in this game.
Well, there you go.
Well,
So
there you go.
specifically, that's the reason. Like, good job. Like, yeah.
Yes.
Who's paying attention in that one? Well, anyway, let's move on to our next round, the final round of this particular game between DarkZero and Spacestation. This one, we're going to look at some interesting picks coming through on the side of Spacestation.
Yeah, I like talking about anomalies, but if you look over on the left-hand side of your screen, Hot and Cold's playing Gridlock, Fultz picks the Cali. Talking with Penguin in the green room, he really thinks that if for some reason the Thatcher is banned, you got to find a time to run the Cali. The reason that like Canadian dies there, he had a mute jammer specifically situated on the A single panel wall right next to the window as soon as you vault in, and that means that as soon as the Cali Lance destroys it, you've got even more free reign to open that up. Use the Selma charge, get it open, and you have an instantaneous sightline. Hot and Cold has also utilized Gridlock a lot on this map. Back in that 7-5 loss to Astralis in stage 1, that was when he played more often than not. If it wasn't Osa, as well as it was Skies who used it. So Space Station are already very accustomed to the idea of bringing different operators on sites like this. We don't get the chance to see Grid very often. Which, by the way, if anyone from Ubisoft is listening for the next season, can we please add the F90 to another operator? That'd be great. Thank you. But I do love how they decide to try different operators that we don't see in the pool very often. And in cases like that, with a Kali in at the same time, even if it's just for destroying one mute jammer, look at how much impact that created. That's a sightline from that window that goes all the way through to the opposite bomb site and gets stopped by a hard wall after it travels about 70 miles. So there's plenty of space for them to work with if they have a Kali in that instance.
Yeah, true enough. And you love to see it too. You love seeing teams kind of adapt on the fly, bringing things in that other teams are not expecting per se. But one more thing we want to look at is some stats from the DarkZero side of things. Obviously, it was a little bit rough, but Jesse, you want to talk about Panbazoo in particular? The Pamba party was canceled today.
It was. There was a rain out and the party couldn't get underway. We saw Panbazoo, usually being that main player on DarkZero, is able to get in aggressive and get those early picks on attack. And he still tried. He was rocking the Finka back when DarkZero last played Border. That was, of course, once again in the major grand finals against Astralis. Panbazoo dropped an insane 8 kills through 6 attacking rounds. He was very, very effective. This time, however, that was cut in half. He only got 4 kills through the first 6 rounds and was really struggling in those opening engagements. Lost 1 in round number 2 against Hot and Cold. His teammates all falling around him as well in rounds 1 through 5. They were really, really struggling to find that entry, and that's usually Panbazoo's job. He's usually the guy to step up and try to accomplish those tasks. Now, speaking of players getting 8 kills on attack for this map, NJ actually did get 8, but they were way fewer, they were way less impactful than what we saw from Panbazoo previously in that last engagement on Border. So unfortunate that DarkZero weren't able to get things going. That's just really, again, a testament to how strong we've seen DarkZero's attacks been in the past versus today, where they really just weren't up to snuff.
I mean, it's kind of like what we were saying earlier, right? Where everyone did end up picking DarkZero, but I think we all kind of said, in this matchup, it doesn't really matter what the standings are. It doesn't matter what the most recent results are. These teams are always going to be competitive against each other, and today was absolutely Space Station's day.
And that's just going to happen sometimes, right? I mean, SSG are still an amazing team, even if they're old. Listen, even though they're not, like, they're probably the only team in the league right now that haven't been picking up like young, fresh Challenger League gunners. They've been sticking with their guys that they've had for a long time, or they've at least been in the scene for a long time. But they've been successful with it, and they still are former world champions for a reason, and they can hang with the big dogs. It's NAL.
How many other times are we going to keep referencing them as like former world champions? Because I feel like we say that every time.
It's the first time we've said it all year.
No, I doubt.
We'll sort this out as we get ready for our next series. The final one of the day is going to be Oxygen taking on Beastcoast. Don't miss it. Last map of the NAL for this week coming at you right after this. Welcome back, everybody. The Rainbow Six North American League analyst test. Doa Jesse Jacob here, along with everybody else, as we get ready for our final game of the day. It's going to be Oxygen taking on Beastcoast. Now, Oxygen, obviously a great team. We do know that. But Beastcoast struggling. Only 2 rounds were taken yesterday in their series. So the question is, win or lose, will Beastcoast be able to put up more of a fight this time around?
You'd like to hope so, right?
I would.
Beastcoast is certainly not the greatest start that they have ever had. A couple of key players on that roster not showing up. I think Sweater wasn't super happy with his performance the other day. I'd like to see a whole lot more out of him because we've seen him be such a superstar for Beastcoast in the past. But it was day one. It wouldn't shock me at all if maybe there were some nerves on that team. And maybe they can show up a little bit stronger today now that they've got that out of their system.
Let's talk about Oxygen. This team played one of our very, very close matches yesterday. It was an 8-7 victory over Parabellum, and we know how good Parabellum can be after their performance today as well. So Oxygen, looking back on it in retrospect, no surprise they struggled a little bit yesterday, but this is still one of the best teams in North America and the world, if we do include the Charlotte major performance, of course. So I'd say Beastcoast can have their work cut out with them.
Still following a bit of a trend from the Charlotte major, which I thought was interesting, the idea of Newers and Vertical being flipped on the score sheet. The idea that Newers is like coming out of his shell, having a fantastic performance. He's rocking not a Finka yesterday. He was playing mostly Zofia because, if memory serves, I think Finka was banned in their game against Parabellum from yesterday. And we also saw a flex of 2 different players playing Azami. It wasn't just one person, whereas it's usually customarily been someone who's very comfortable with a roam game. It was 2. It was him and it was Laxing, which just kind of makes sense. That's Laxing's MO. But it was moved around between 2 different guys on this team, which just goes to show OXG's flexibility, especially when it comes to a map like they played Theme Park against Parabellum yesterday. So there was a lot of moments where they had to work around that.
Oxygen, a 63% defensive win rate last stage in the NAL, the highest that we had in North America, and that continues to be a strong point for them throughout Charlotte and throughout their first Playday as as well, going 4-2 on their defensive half yesterday. They've got some really solid late positioning. I thought their Azami play was really, really nice as well. A couple of times, I don't think they countered Azami super well when they were the attackers in the situation. I think that was a bit of an issue for them, maybe not bringing the right tools for the job, didn't always have enough explosives to deal with her utility. But in general, I think Oxygen still are an extremely capable team. We're looking very, very good on both attack and especially the defense.
Trying desperately to find the cameras that are on at the moment. Motioning at various ones. They found it. That's the one. Yeah. But, you know, the thing is Oxygen is a team that is still in contention, obviously, to get to that next major, to possibly win the stage. They nearly did it last time, and they are that kind of total package team where it's like there's not any one thing in particular that they're like spectacularly good at. They're just a good across-the-board team.
Oxygen are used to going to the majors. They're used to being top teams in North America. They're used to the love from the fans as it comes through. They've got the Dream Claps. They've got Fox, who's got hordes of fans on Twitter. Buddy. I know that he does. They're also used to beating Beastcoast. This will be the 5th time these two organizations have met, these two squads. And Oxygen have won every single time so far now. 3 times last year, once in Stage 1. So Oxygen are pretty accustomed to this squad. Obviously, different roster. 4 different players swapped out from last year now to for Beastcoast, but still, that experience is going to be nice.
Also, damn good in best of ones, and they'll keep that trend going until it stops. That's the thing. If it's group stages at majors that are all best of ones, or the NAL itself, this seems to be like a really good opportunity for them to thrive every single time and show what they're made of.
You're going to get there with best of ones, for sure, in a format like NAL and some of the groups of the majors, but you got to win those best ofs later. That's that we need to see more of in the next major. We'll see. Let's talk a little bit about their opponents. Of course, Beastcoast, a team that was kind of on the verge of making it to the major. Stage 1, certainly a lot of skill on this squad, but yesterday we did not see it.
I mean, we saw Surf do what Surf typically does. I'm not worried about it from that aspect, but Sweater was probably like, obviously Anthony not getting a kill is something we'll focus on later. But for me, it was Sweater, the guy who's meant to be leading the charge on attack, wasn't really able to get anything going. And that is obviously something that we need to focus on. On defense, it felt like his role of always being the one to read the entry and find a way to stop the attacking team from getting into the building was read beautifully, not by him, but by the people he was trying to kill. He was first death to Panbazoo a lot over the course of that matchup.
I'll quantify it. He was first death 5 times.
There we go.
Single opening pick.
They'll do it.
0-5 on the entry was a real struggle point for him. I agree that when he was trying to get aggressive on that defensive half, go for some big flanks, he was often getting shut down. I thought on attack for Beastcoast in general, their pushes were really one-dimensional. We saw very little flank watching going on. We would have liked to see maybe more coordination and multiple angles coming through for their pushes, but way too often it felt like it was just a one-prong push. They got shut down by flanks from DarkZero.
And I'm going to keep touching on that because that's something that we saw them do in Stage 1 that I would like to see them mature past. Sometimes if it's a lateral push, it needs to be lateral from multiple angles and not just one-dimensional from only one side, or they need to time it more appropriately where they're not continuing to worry about other angles or roamers or vertical play or whatever. It still feels like on attack they need to run through more of a stringent checklist, which they have failed to do, at least so far for the first game of the stage.
Yeah, and part of that is Anthony. We need to zero in on him. I'm sorry, Anthony. We just got to do. We got to call it like we see him. And let's take a look at those stats from yesterday.
Lowest rated player from Playday 1. You hate to say it, but it is true. 0-8. The only player not to find a frag. Just wasn't his day. He was trying to be aggressive on defense. He was playing some really good guns. Never found success. Was on a lot of Azami as well throughout that first Playday. I thought his placement of the barricades was really strong, but he wasn't playing around them very mobily. He wasn't getting aggressive with it. He wasn't using them to cover his tracks necessarily. So maybe a bit more of adaptation with those. A little bit more flexibility would be nice.
We're still kind of figuring out this EPS rating as well, too. I want to know what it takes to get a 1 EPS rating. We've got a 36 here.
There are people who have gotten 0.01s in competition under the CGG system, so I'm wondering if the same thing could exist here.
There have been hard zeros in CGG ratings before.
True, but I guess like at a major we've not seen it. At SI we haven't seen it. Like traditional league play, it's definitely happened before. So it's possible for you to do nothing over the course of a game and get that, but hopefully we don't see that from any of the guys in this league because we're
not hoping for it.
We're the best.
I'm just curious. Yeah. I'm also curious where we're going to see this map be played. It's not going to be Clubhouse or Skyscraper, but where else could we go?
It's not going to be Clubhouse because that's just what Beastcoast does. It's a permaban consistently. They never want to worry about it.
Yeah.
For OXG, maybe not nearly as confident in their Skyscraper as they thought, especially given how it was played in the Charlotte Major, so they just decide it's not something that they want to worry about themselves. The border ban for Beastcoast is interesting, but then you look at the fact that OXG have yet to lose that map, and maybe there's something about the way OXG played it that one time they won it that they don't want to concern themselves with. And OXG on Bank is also their permaban. This is the one map out of the 9 maps in the pool that they have not played over the course of the past 3 months. So far everything looking pretty standard for both squads. 2 more bans before we get to the final 3 that really starts to decide what this looks like. And for both teams, they have a couple of options here. Cafe ban specifically for Beastcoast is again a map that they have not played in a very long time, didn't touch it in stage 1. It's one that even if they don't ban it, it usually will get banned against them, but that's because other teams just decided something that they don't want to worry about. And we see the Villa come out for OXG, which for them in particular, again, is only a map that they've played one time. They won it, but there are some other options toward the back end of this ban phase that they'd like to go for instead.
Oregon, Chalet, Theme Park, the final 3 options. Beastcoast likely wanted that Oregon, banned out by Oxygen, unfortunately, though. And then interesting that they choose to go for the Theme Park rather than the Chalet with their ban. Theme Park is a map that Oxygen have been the kings on in North America's 4-game win streak and undefeated since Theme Park's reintroduction. A win over TSM in stage 1, 2 wins in Charlotte, and the final dub over Parabellum the first day of stage 2. For Beastcoast, they have yet to win it at all through 2 separate games. They lost to DZ just yesterday. But I've seen Beastcoast lose a map and then play it the exact next day and win it the second time. That's what happened in stage 1 when they were playing on Bank.
True.
Maybe they could run it back.
It's possible. You never know. I mean, anything is possible in the NAL, right? We've had our upsets before, so we'll hope for.
We're gonna put like a trademark on there because that for the catchphrase. Were you paid to say that out loud?
Anything can happen. No.
There you go.
Paid for a lot of it.
Say it more dramatically for the camera next time.
Let's get our predictions for this next series, starting with our casters. It's going to be Pengu and Intero over there. The players are waiting. Let's make it fast. What's it going to be, guys?
Oxygen.
All right.
That was fast. My prediction today has been very bad. Like, everything was wrong.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to follow you and say OXG as well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm not splitting up
I was right about Parabellum. I was the only person who was right about it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
suffering right now.
But you didn't say Beastcoast, so like I
Oh, of
can't
course
jump
they
with you on
have
that
no
one.
chance.
Okay.
Okay.
It's OXG for sure.
OXG. We'd love to talk to you more, but again, we got to get this thing started. How about the analysts? What do you got?
OXG.
OXG?
Yeah, I would really need something
can
to
you not?
convince me for Beast Coast, and just given what we saw yesterday, I just don't see it. So I think I'm going to go auction as well. Please coin go Beast Coast so we don't curse it, and I'll get it wrong.
Yeah, please.
Heads,
Please.
Oxygen, tails, Beast Coast.
I'm pretty sure we'll have the fan vote on our side, but will we have the coin?
It's a heads. It's Oxygen.
Okay, thank God.
Oh, no, that's bad.
Oh, wait, no. Oh,
That's going
Very
for it.
bad.
Point for Oxygen. Fan vote.
Come on, fans.
What do you got to say?
Don't let us down.
The people say.
Be wrong for the team.
Oxygen. Oh, here we go again.
Congratulations,
All right,
Beast
moments
Coast.
before disaster 2.0. Everybody picks Oxygen. Beast Coast has a chance. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see. Oh, actually, let's check out the community poll really quick before we go. It is kittens or rats, drip or laxing?
Okay.
For the love of God.
I think
don't write
cat
these.
beats mouse.
I don't write these, but hey, you know that is true. That's about as logically as
We
you
don't
can
need
think
to
about it.
enable this Twitter be hit. Never mind. Let's just go to the
It's
game.
the internet. We like it. It works out. Let's take a break, and when we get back, it's Oxygen versus Beast Coast. We'll see who takes the final game of day 2 in just a few.
I'm Foxe, and this is the NAO.
Time for our final matchup of the day. Playday number 2, stage 2, and it's match 5. We've saved the best for last. If you're fans of Oxygen and Beastcoast, or the color green, or one color green and then the other's an offshoot of the color green. Whatever you like.
Is it an offshoot of color green or is it an offshoot of color blue? It's like a cyan-ish color.
It's like blue-green. Teal, aquamarine.
Yeah.
Coast, aqua. I feel like they kind of have to go
blue
together. I don't know. They're going up against OXG. Yesterday, OXG prevailed in their matchup. Beastcoast did not. And the only player who doesn't have a single kill in the NAL
is Anthony.
On Beastcoast. So he's going to try to break that today. Went 0-8 yesterday in what was a very quick matchup. DZ speedrunning their match against Beastcoast 7-2, and then DZ got sped run today.
Oh, that was a brutal one. I mean, I even wore my DC shirt for good luck, and it didn't take them anywhere successfully. So
I didn't even know it said DarkZero under it. I didn't even know
I've been hiding it because
wear that on the
we weren't casting DC today, so I didn't want to show it off.
Biased caster.
It's my only black T-shirt that I had that was clean, so I'm wearing it for that reason too.
Biased caster is what you are.
Is what you are. You voted Parabellum, Canadian orc, Canadian caster.
Oh, give me a break.
And
all
they
right.
won.
It's time to go to theme park for our 5th matchup. I don't know what that means and how that relates to theme park, but we are going to get into the action. Look at how close, or look at how quick this is. Maverick banned immediately.
Alrighty, let's just keep on that trend there. Second man coming through, and it is beep, 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 boop. It is Thatcher. Wow, I would have never seen that coming. From a mile away, Thatcher off the board as always. Maverick following through, which means breaching is very difficult. Could see some Kali play maybe, as his G played it early on border in the game which you saw against DarkZero. That was fun to watch. The bolt action rifle even got a kill and a half. Mira follows alongside into the band operator grave area on the map. Unfortunately, we won't see her either.
Last operator could be Azami.
No.
Seen an extraordinary amount of play today and could be somewhat relevant on theme park. So am I.
That's right.
Ooh. Things are relatively standard here. Mav and Thatcher make it so that the attackers will have a hell of a time getting through certain areas that are going to be reinforced. The big ones being both maintenance and barrels. When you're looking at the throne defense, that is the best bomb site, I believe, statistically, still.
By far. It's
by
like
far and away.
81% from the Charlotte Major this statistic is from, of course.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
The most defender-rated bomb site is armor thrown across every single map, so that's just absolutely absurd when you think about that. And what do you know? They are indeed also starting on that particular bomb site because it is just that good.
Well, either way, look at that bomb site. We are going to go to Throne and Armory on that bottom floor. Attacker repick very much in effect, but it looks like OXG is quite happy with their lineup.
Yeah, not changing too much. I mean, the thing is, most teams, of course, go into these rounds also expecting the first defensive round. They pick.
Is that a Capitao?
Oh?
God, I haven't seen Capitao in quite a while. The
Quite
Brazilian
rare.
attacker brings 2 smoke arrows and 2 fire arrows.
He does. So they're waiting for the prepared. They said, you know what, maybe we'll change something up here.
Bring back his blue smoke, you cowards. That's all I want.
What?
That's all I want. His smoke used to be blue.
Yeah, a long time ago, Park.
Yeah,
He also
and
had
now
frag
it's just-
grenades.
He did.
He did.
Look at this run out from Slash.
Again.
He did the exact same thing yesterday in the exact same spot against DarkZero. It
And he
did
shut
not
the wall,
work.
another
Yes.
person the exact same way as well.
And look at, is that the Mozzie Pest setup? It is! So we get to see that same Mozzie Pest setup. So if you've droned this out, then you know it's there. If you've watched the VOD, if OXG studied the VOD, they have 2 very capable coaches in both Redeemer and Hopes. They've likely seen this and are prepared for it.
They should be at least. And even if they're not, though, Slash last time didn't really get too much done here. He usually lingers around, shoots a drone or 2, then quickly falls back. And of course, you see other members of Beastcoast doing a similar thing. So I agree. If OXG has been studying out the previous matchup on Theme Park, they should know exactly what to expect right now because Beastcoast are doing the exact same thing.
Entirely sure. Beastcoast lived and died, and more so died off of the roam yesterday in the matchup against DarkZero as they continued to try to push engagements when they had very limited information. Slash has some intel right here. There goes the Nitro cell, and it goes off, but Vert just avoids it. No damage is done. Foxy on the hunt from the hatch over maintenance.
I mean, so far it's working out. I mean, Beastcoast are stopping the entries and getting a kill. Nice shot onto Newers.
Nicely played by Sweater. Rocking the Beastcoast skin, actually.
Of course, you gotta represent.
Skinnergizing, by the way.
That too. It's very important, as we know from you, Parker.
Halfway through the round, and it looks like Beastcoast has completely vacated that top floor. They have given up much of the control of the second floor after taking out Newers. Now, Newers needs to have a good game. He's been inconsistent on this OXG roster, and I would argue probably the least consistent player on the team, especially given his role. When you play on Finca on attack, you are expected to pretty much lead the team.
He had a slow start yesterday, but he kind of sped up towards the tail end there. He had 18 kills totaling on the tally there towards the end. Foxay's second top gunner in the previous matchup as well. So, I mean, when you are the new guy amongst these veterans, I guess minus Dream's like in the middle area, but like, you know, experience is important. When you play with like Laxing, Vert, and Foxay, you know, they will be very consistent players because they've been playing for so goddamn long. But he's been doing a good job so far, Newers. Not this round, though.
Try to flash out and maybe burn some ADSs. There goes a nade. Will it take care of it? No. The Electric Claw is still very much in play. Second opportunity. Finally get it open. A single hard breacher being brought, but guess what? Another Electric Claw has been thrown over in that direction. Back in the pocket of Drip. Sweater's just hitting these beautiful shots. A second kill for him answered by Laxing. OXG trails, but Laxing picks up kill number 2, and suddenly this is a very open series. Dream doesn't know where to go. They don't have time to get that down. So they're just going to breach into the bomb site. They're going to walk right in and serve as a shotgun. He's ready for it, and he's going to gun him down. Dream getting the diffuser planted. Foxay will need to watch. Look at the Nitro Cell. He doesn't catch it. Surf with 2 on the Nitro Cell, including the diffuser being planted down. Wonderful play by Beastcoast. They pick up round number 1.
Very close, though, all things considered, but I mean, I'm very curious as to why that breach didn't go through. I mean, perhaps there was a jam on the wall of yellow. I have to assume that was the case in that situation because Dream went to put down that exothermic charge on the yellow wall, but then said, you know what?
I think there was a mute jammer.
Exactly. So there have had to be a mute jammer to like change that direction around. They sprinted in through both doors and therefore, well, couldn't quite get it. It was very close, though. Had that C4 been shot midair, who knows what would have happened, but with only a pistol to go on your secondary weapon, it is a tough challenge at hand. That takes us a second bomb site here. The office side of things, the second most successful bomb site for the defending win rate, considering the rounds played. It's been played 12 times at Charlotte Major, 58% win rate, so not doing too shabby. But of course, you gotta extend out somewhere else because you can't just stay in the bomb site itself. So rotations here, center of your screen, frost traps being put down, pockmats as we call them. And of course, the defenders will try and do the same kind of thing or same kind of theme where you extend across the map as much as possible, you deny the possible entry points for the attackers, and then hopefully burn down that clock, kill a few drones, and slowly make your way back towards the bomb site, just like they did on that Armory Throne to great success.
All right, well, this is the same rotation that I believe we saw yesterday, which is you go immediately up to this office initiation part, and then you go over to bunk if things don't work out. Azami being very important here for the defenders, especially with that first Kiba that we saw just now go over towards the cache doorway, which will allow you a bit more staying power. Now, when it came to cracking this nut, DarkZero really liked bringing Osa towards Cafe to deal with whatever was roaming in that area. In this case, Slash on that Azami is going to be in that same spot. There's no mobile cover for OXG. No shields being brought in. Brewers just is going in. I'm not exactly sure what the plan was there. It doesn't work out. If the plan was get killed by Slash, well, mission accomplished.
Worth noting that it was Anthony playing Asami yesterday for this side, but today it's Slash and good night to Hugh because Lysing is indeed ratzing around an upside down rappel on the door to Cafe, and it can be a tricky angle indeed, especially with those Asami barriers blocking your lines of sight.
Harkening back to our community poll, which was, are you a fan of rats? Or are you a fan of kitty cats? Because Drip likes to call himself Kitten, and Laxing is a rat who hides in rat corners and does rat things.
And he's very much known for that, so it's not a negative thing, it's just like it defines his playstyle, and I mean this rappel right here, the angle that he had, kind of speaks to that element as well.
This is just a full frontal aggression at the moment. Foxay just steps below Sweater on those yellow stairs. Given the fact that that's so close to the bomb site, Foxay was within striking distance of being in there. He doesn't have the diffuser in hand. That's going to be Dream who does it. We're still on Anthony MGS watch, by the way. He has yet to get a single kill in either yesterday's Playday or today. I mean, we're only on round 2.
Yeah.
At some point, we will celebrate. I don't know if they have a graphic, if that would seem almost insincere. Sweater a kill on Dream, the running man, as OXG walks through Cafe, immediately answered. Sweater still in this position. He's got some soft destruction. Right at the wall is none other than Foxay. He was over by Yellow, and he's made his way all the way to the top. It's a kill to equalize into 3v3 with 45 seconds left. Plenty of soft wall into A and then all the way down towards Cash 2, just the head being shown for but a second. Fox misses out on that. It prompts Drip to move over as the smokes would have cut off his line of sight. Now playing behind the bar, waiting and watching. Did somebody swing in? No. Drip is downed through the drone hole. Excellently played. Can Surf come to the rescue? Drip finished off by Foxay. A second kill for the team captain of OXG. Laxing under fire. Now he's the one to be dropped by Anthony. Can he secure? Anthony, go and get it. Get your kill, Anthony. You need it. They see the Azami, or they see the Aruni for a second. Surf taken down. Anthony will need to clutch his first kill. It's right here. It's right here. Is it winnable? 5 seconds. Diffuser getting planted by Foxay. Anthony rushing in. There's a kill to be had for him, but instead he gets them off the plant. There's so many people who are still up that he could have gotten a kill on. Doesn't get any of them. Instead plays the objective perfectly. And Foxay's decision to fall off the plant costs his team the round.
Damn, he had the choice between getting his first kill or getting a round on the board. And I will say, there's definitely one thing with more value there than the other. The round, of course, is the important element here for the team because the kills are not always what gets you a round victory. As Anthony just showed us, playing the objective and playing time, faking out your opponent with that Norse mate when sprinting, secured him a free dub. Now we'll see a almost full side rotation as we're going through it. 2 rounds done and dusted, 2 bump sides, 1. Third one gets a chance here. Of course, we're going to bunk daycare instead. And this is typically where most teams would do their second side rotation. But as we know for Beastcoast, they like going third here as they did yesterday as well. Valkyrie camera being brought out, of course, to gain some information. I'm curious, I was just going to say the nuke. Yeah, Vertical is a tanker re-peeking onto that exact operator because this bomb site has so many different points of entries. Cafe door, yellow staircase, arcade stairs. You can flank on the dragon side of things, of course. There are so many different avenues free at your disposal. And the nuke, of course, not being able to be seen by cameras, not making noise when the gadget is activated for footsteps, just means that you can have such a higher success rate at getting inside the building.
All right, over to Bunk. This is that rotation that we talked about. Drug slash lab, as we call it. No more drugs.
Nope, stock lab.
Just now, it's just lab. No more drugs. We got rid of drugs. It's a drug-free zone.
True.
As far as I'm aware, there's still drugs present in that part of the map.
Oh, so true.
They just don't call it that, but that's fine. This is not our Christian game.
Lab stocks forward bomb side vertical. Was gonna drone but missed it and to pick it back up again. Newers instead trying to do the dirty work of jumping in a window somewhere. But of course we'll check it with a drone first because why not?
Both first bloods so far for Beastcoast. Oh yeah, been on to Newers, by the way. Newers just walking right in, second time engaging with very limited information in the cafe and getting smoked by Slash. It was Sweater to get the very first kill back in round number 1. We're still on Anthony MGS watch. Just like to remind you. Every round, every single round. He can't hear us, but you can.
I'm glad he can because there's nothing worse than a silly plat gold caster being like, get your first kill, Anthony. Or it's like, we get swept in Pro League.
I will say this, Beastcoast has now tied their tally from yesterday with these first 2 rounds.
True.
By picking up these 2. DarkZero looked like a much different team today than they did yesterday. OXG, will they be the same? Will Beastcoast be the same? So many questions that just require answers. There's Sweater taking down Vertical. The best player in the NAL last stage will be no more. Newers is still up, though. Still searching for his first kill as he's not first blooded.
It's true. Oh my god, there it is. There's a first kill right there. The Sweater, of course, traded back. So
Spoke
nice
it into existence.
You do that sometimes, Parker.
From time to time.
You do it greatly, too.
There's an adrenal surge that goes to. Foxy's down in Throne. This is a bunk take that Oxygen are going to have to pull off.
Okay. We're waiting for an engagement here. Shotgun on the staircase. LMG in hand, of course, with Newers. Neither person here wants to be the one to swing. They're awaiting the other person to make the first move, but neither will. We'll walk away, but now we see Dream's position. Of course, person right here, Surf, is stuck on the staircase.
This is actually like a game of like, you go first, no, you go first, no, you go first, no, you go first. The Nitro Cell in position. Slash will be the wild card as he's off site over by Office. And And there's an engagement from Fox. He wins it. Anthony down for the count. Slash will now need to cover over towards yellow stairs. He sees one, but a bit of sloppy aim. Target prioritization not great. Surf has his teammates back on to Dream, but Drip is also gone, leaving Surf 4-0. He hasn't died just yet. Beautifully executed onto Fox. More in store. He's going to get flashed and pushed right up. Do they spot him in time? They don't know where he is. Laxing will have to deal with this as Newers goes for the play.
Oh my God.
Surf could pull this one off, and he'll do it just fine. A quad kill from Surf. Good God. He does it again. And he clutches out to give Beastcoast the round.
It's a clutch out of nowhere, man. It didn't even seem possible for the moment there. Sure, he was 4-0, flawless so far in that round, you know, got towards that clutch potential. But in a 1 versus 3 in a terrible position with 9 bullets left, he makes it work. And of course, it's the shotgun of all weapons here. The SMG-11 shotgun duo makes the dream work. Quad kill, defuse, round secured in the bag. 3-0 now for Beastcoast. And oh my God, you know, add insult to injury. A tactical timeout forced from OXG on top of that. That's rough.
OXG just not playing their game right now. And a bit of sloppiness on the entry. Forfeiting those 3 first bloods to Beastcoast when yesterday DarkZero read that so effectively. When DarkZero entered against Beastcoast on this exact same map, DZ seemed to have no problem handling those off-site players. And yeah, it was a relatively close matchup, and DZ made some stumbles, but the roam often fell apart. Surf clutched, I think it was back in round number 1, along with Drip, if I remember correctly, which is why we said he did it again. Some clutch moments from a player who was slept on, frankly. When it came to his addition to this Beastcoast roster, people were like, oh, okay, well, there's so much better CL talent. Why did you pull somebody whose last real notable performance in CL was almost a year prior to him joining the team? Well, here are the reasons why. 7-0. Really just an incredible stat line through these 3 rounds, and those final 3 kills to clutch in round number 3 are hugely impactful. Not all 7 have been the flashiest, but they've all been very necessary. Either way, Beastcoast completing that perfect rotation. Nick, they're going to go back to Throne.
Yes, they are, and it's a great time to be Beastcoast because with the win rate of this bomb set being on that 81-ish% on defensive side, well, you're in for a great bomb site rotation. And the best part is you even have a 4th bomb site that you have yet to show in lab stock that they could go to even if all else fails. And we see again BC getting so aggressive on these early game rotations, you know, spawn peeking, challenging, running into the face of OXG. And we have to talk about the injuries in the roam game. If you don't shut down the roamers off Beastcoast, they are going to thrive so much on this map. They need to feel scared to run around, but because they're winning all their gunfights, that's not the case. It's the attackers now taking even more precaution as they get towards this building because there might be a guy swinging me any moment here. And you see 40 seconds burned. Not anything has really been done so far. Newers nading, seemingly for no reason. Sure, there's a player here, but other than that, and he's gone.
Slash getting the first blood on Newers yet again, the timeout. If it was to settle down the aggression from Oxygen, or at least get Newers head in the game, it did not work at all. Slash picking up his first kill.
And what now, OXG? What do you do now? You've lost your primary entry player of Newers.
I mean, at least you didn't lose the Finka. And I think that if Newers is going to go in and feed every single round, that's one thing. But the Finka needs to stay alive. You need those nades there. You need that staying power. And you need to be able to top yourself up. Obviously, having 3 adrenal surges in your pocket, when we saw through all 3 rounds, there's little bits of chip damage that are done to these players on OXG. The whole point of the adrenal surge, when it comes to being at low HP, is to get you back up. If you're losing the finger first, obviously you can't do that.
It's true. So the Twitch from there got the kite claw off the wall, so it's going to help you up. But there's a second one in the pocket, and it's going to sap off your exothermic charge. That is a bad time. C4 comes out, does not get any kills, doesn't even do any bits of damage. Flashbang to ADS, clear to check. Nate follows through, should get that second kite claw, and now the wall can successfully get opened up. But that's your only heart breach on the board for you, so that's all you're going to have to work with.
It's interesting, the positioning of one of these frost mats, just to the right of the breach, you can see it underneath the gun of Drip, is that if they smoke like usual and run in for a default, they can end up walking right into it. And they walk right into Drip and his crosshair. Down goes Dream. That's the diffuser surrendered as well. Inside of maintenance will need to be retrieved. More damage being done to Laxing. This is when Finko would be so critical. And they did hit the adrenal surge. It just wasn't enough. Still 2 remaining in the pocket for Vert. He and Foxay working together. Beastcoast are eating Oxygen alive right now. 30 seconds remaining. And this feels like almost a funeral for OXG.
Yeah.
They lose another as Sweater picks up a second kill. It's vertical in a 1v4. Not ideal circumstances, and he doesn't have much intel. To grab the diffuser and go for a plan is a brazen move. I appreciate it a lot, but Vertical needs to go for kills here, and he knows that they're really not going to give it to him. One player comes out, and then 3 will swing on to him. Gets himself back up, but Anthony gets the kill! It was the down. Is he technically credited with it? That will be the question. Oh my, 4 rounds for Beastcoast though. OXG not on the board just yet.
So if Anthony got the injury itself, he will get the kill, which I believe is what happened. Yep, yeah, I saw it. I saw it for a split second. Anthony's on the board, baby. He got the first kill of his time here in stage 2. All is good for the Beasthood crew. Or Beast Coast crew, rather.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
He did it. You're absolutely correct. Anthony is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. He did it. He absolutely did it. It does feel almost sarcastic, or it feels almost condescending. Like we're being sarcastic about him doing this, but no, in all sincerity, it's good to have him on the board. Welcome aboard, Anthony. Beast Coast still continuing their rampage right now on defense. They're going to repeat the same cycle that they did the first time around. They were winners on Throne, they were winners on Office, they were winners on Bunk, and guess what? They just won on Throne again. Now they go over to Office. The tactical timeout taken by OXG. I don't know if the intention was to come up with a better strategy. Obviously, there were role swaps that came in.
Yes.
Didn't really make that much of a difference because, again, that was a very dominant round from Beast Coast.
We see Newers once again. That's the first OXG opening kill here on the Sweater, so it's a good start for them, but they're gonna now, you know, use this advantage to go further in the round and hopefully get their first round on the board. Newers went from Finger to Sledge now onto the Nuke, so they're trying to enable Newers, or at the very least, give other members some better guns.
I can almost hear Sweater saying, you know, I got this. I got this. Honestly, that's an ego move by Sweater to try to go for a spawn peek early on. You know, Slash had pulled it off round number 1 and did the same against DarkZero in their match on Theme Park yesterday. But that was, I don't want to say that wasn't an earned kill by OXG, but Sweater absolutely didn't need to do that. He could have stayed alive. He's Oryx. He's got the 1.5 on that T5. Low recoil. He could have just played safe, been fine.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but didn't.
Absolutely. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but didn't. And OXG pick up their first blood because of that. 1 minute off of the board now, and Kiba barriers going up from Azami. Newers, who's been shuffled off of that Finka roll, is now in a much sneakier position, and he might be able to grab one of the defenders. The cam hasn't gone on yet, so Nook is going to pay off quite well. Look at this. He's basically behind enemy lines at this point. Inching ever closer, but he doesn't have anybody in his sights, and he gets spotted by the cam. Has to shoot it, so at least this position's been known. Because of the attacker repick, Nick, they don't necessarily know that there's a Nook on the board. They probably have a good idea now.
Yeah, now they should know because that person's on the camera and all of a sudden he just like disappeared. But I mean, Halfdown is burnt, and so far OXG, they're really just trying to be to keep their distance right now, not want to get found out. Newers finds a second onto Slash now, again leveraging this advantage. Now just don't peek alone, OXG. Play together and utilize the man advantage. You might just find your first round. Got a minute and 7 to work with, but all these walls here are hard to walk up next to.
This odd Swiss cheese style of wall defense that you see from Beast Coast makes it tougher for OXG to engage off of if they haven't droned it out and don't have good information. Anthony's now the one to take some damage, and it's a bit of a belated setup. All of Beast Coast numbers faltering, and it could be a flawless round unless Surf can do something. And no, a flawless round from OXG, and it also gives Surf his first death in the match. It comes at the tail end of round number 5. OXG obviously not happy with where they are in this match, but 1 round is the starting point that you need, and they can pick up another, blunt momentum, switch sides, and maybe level themselves off for a spirited contest. For the moment, Beast Coast won the first half. They're in great shape.
Just gonna say, I mean, this is OXG on attack on a defender side of map, so if you go 2 and 4, you're actually in a perfectly fine position to, you know, have a great shot at making it back, even winning before OT and regulation. But if this becomes like a 5-1, you have to start wondering, you know, is Beast Coast aggression too much for OXG? Because that previous round we just saw on the Office defense was the absolute worst case outcome for Beast Coast, right? Sweater tried to spawn peek, got shut down early. The Newers found a second kill. It was 3 versus 5, and at that point, you're just playing TDM, right? You're swinging, trying to do something out of desperation. You don't have enough bodies to really throw at your opponent, but you try regardless because you have to. So let's see if Sweater can stay alive this time for the first 20 seconds and see what happens if that is the case. Of course, Alibi being brought up by Anthony. He likes to bring out this operator. Again, we always speak about the value, the secondary shotgun, the 1.5x, the shield. You really get a very dynamic and stable operator in Alibi for these things. Her prismas can be put down and you can see the outline above it, almost working like another camera where if the enemy doesn't shoot it, you can assume maybe it's clear. As you can see that outline through the walls across the map.
Vertical staying on this Finka. They like Newers on the Nook, so that's where he will remain. No other major changes here for OXG. They've run this very similar lineup. The only stylistic difference is that Nook in place of the Yana that's been run a couple times. They've brought the Nomad to deal with how aggressive Beastcoast's roam is and how much Beastcoast likes to just play freely around the map. Saw yesterday in the DarkZero matchup, and you've seen a little bit today from Beastcoast, where they like those deep flanks, and they like to come back to the bomb site when there's not a ton of time left. The good thing for Beastcoast is that if there's any weaknesses in that play, they haven't been exposed because most of the rounds have been so one-sided and decided relatively early on.
It also means the bomb site itself is fairly unknown territory for OXG, so that when they finally get there, it's like, what does this actually look like? I mean, sure, they planted the one round with Surf Clutch, but Newers getting a little bit close here, behind enemy lines.
And an easy kill onto Slash, who vaults on over, and again, this is what you come to expect. You talked about how there's a lot of pressure that Nook puts on a map, and that is that fear of the unknown. She can be anywhere and nowhere all at the same time. It really depends on what intel you have. For Beastcoast, they have the Valve cams up, and they've got one bulletproof camera from Sweater on top of all the defaults. That's a pretty good amount of intel. They are missing the Malusi, though, and they are missing a Legion, who could really help out.
No barbed wire either.
That's true, if they think that the Nook is a serious problem.
So those staircases, that's where the Banshees, the Legion mines, the Ela mines, the barbed wire especially comes into play, but BC opting for this bulletproof situation. The shields, deployable camera, etc. just doesn't work against the Nook, unfortunately, and they pay the price.
Zabunk defense, very quiet. Beastcoast showing much more restraint, and I guess that roam that they had against DarkZero, they liked it for the first couple rounds here, but they've really reined it in. And because of that, it means that OXG have to be a little bit more careful about how they enter. Yeah, you get more map control quickly, but then you have to figure out where they are on the bomb site. There's no Mute in play, and there's no Mozzie in play this time, so you don't have to worry about any information being denied your way. There's a jump in from OXG. Newers picks up another 2 kills to add his tally to 3. Sweater picks up 2 of his own, and he's on the stairs. Nobody saw over towards Arcade, but Newers picks up a quad with Laxing to get the 5th. OXG pick up 2 rounds in a row. They finally come alive, and Newers is dialed in.
Definitely looking more alive now, more comfortable in this server, and BC really giving too much respect in that round, holding back and sitting in corners. I mean, again, that opening kill that Newers found, it almost seemed like they thought he had pushed further on up. They were holding angles and awaiting, but then when OXG they struck, it was all at once, and well, they won every single gunfight individually, and Newers with the 4 kills made it way too easy for his teammates to just walk on into a free bomb site. And now OXG, they get the 2-4 side swap. Now you find Beastcoast on the attacking side with a very difficult tall task ahead of them. We have to talk about that throne starting bomb site being so unbreakable for the attackers. The Kaid and the Mute for the wall deny, got impacts on Newers, as well as Dream, who's probably going to be on the side with the Maestro. These walls right here are going to be so tough to get through, and even if you get them opened on up, you gotta deal with the roam game that almost every single team is doing, and OXG will do just that as well.
Tail on the tapes for the first half, as we like to do. Beastcoast took the first 4 rounds. They took the opening kill in all 4 of those rounds as well. OXG answered back with the final 2 rounds of the first half, getting the first blood in both of them too. There's been no real objective play to note. OXG had a couple defusal attempts, but they were aborted.
They did have the one plan, right?
They
but
did.
then Surf clutched,
but
so
then
it didn't
Surf
matter.
clutched, yes. So the diffuser went down right away on that bunk defense. Surf immediately killed Dream the moment he popped up from the diffuser. I guess you can count that, I guess.
Statistically, you have to, because it did go down.
Yes.
But did it have an impact? Not
at all. No, the round was still effectively over. Diffuser or no diffuser, it was not a real consideration. Either way, there were 2 other attempts that I remember from OXG that ended up being aborted as well. The one from Foxay really does jump to mind when it was just simply waiting out the clock. Look at this.
It's a scary territory to be in if you're Slash. There's a hatch above you.
They've isolated Laxing, and yet he still knows! Surf at the window, they know the Kite is in there. A grenade goes in to follow up. Sweater on the beat, and he gets it. The Nook is still primed and ready, and Slash will go back to this position. Could he capitalize off of any of the defenders who walk in that direction? No. Nobody there to trade off Sweater, and Slash could have easily greeted them.
2 roamers above, of course. Make it a rotate right now, so to add a bit more dynamic gameplay, we got 2 people upside in bunk beds waiting around. If they drop the hatch, Slash is waiting, and of course he'll get a kill, but his whereabouts will also be revealed to his opponents. It's a 4 versus 4 halfway through the round, and this grenade from Slash could make a... Nope, it's gonna be a way off mark.
Nowhere near any of the bodies. We have the silhouettes, they don't, so you can't really fault him for that. There's the wrong call from his teammate, which is what tends to happen, by the way. We can see them now with yellow pings. Before that, it was hell. Why are you looking to the left? Why are you shooting there? Maybe somebody on the team made a call? You never know. Either way, over half of the round gone. Both teams have lost one. Laxing with that early pick onto Surf. It was answered immediately. Both players sitting at 7 kills. Extremely valuable for their team, but not at the top. Newer's huge play gave him 8 kills, and Sweater has actually passed over Surf, despite Surf going 7-0 to start.
We gotta see this first wall being worked upon. Jammer has been cleaned out, it appears, and there is no Kite Claw on it either. No, Dream has 2 impact grenades. It's a tough angle to get, but it is possible. That's also why Thermite is crouching to lower the level of the exothermic charge. But no, Dream has the angle working in his favor. Gets the first one. Can he get the second unit? Stop the breach at all.
This is called impact tricking, and instead it gets shot away at from above. Ooh. Goodness gracious. That's not what you want at all. Vertical is up top, and it's thwarted the hard destruction. Vert misses one over by 90 and now lines up towards maintenance, takes down the Twitch of Anthony, no more. This is a very defender-friendly theme park as we come to see. Vertical snaps onto the head of Sweater. That's pretty rhythmic. Foxay, the bottom of Yellow Stairs, takes out yet another. And OXG have found 3 rounds in a row. They took a timeout. They lost the next round, but since then, it's been full steam ahead.
Yep, let's see if Beastcoast can pull through on their attacks because, I mean, a couple unfortunate things happened in that round, right? The way Laxton got the opening kill there, his teammates just like, you know, running past the window. You can't really fault anybody for that, but it seemed like OXG got a little bit lucky in a couple of those kills, but then, of course, as well, their strategical elements worked in their favor, right? They had the right setup on the bomb side, the right utility in the right places, notably Dream having those impact grenades by the wall to maintenance and being able to deny that exothermic charge because if that wall does not get opened up, the bomb side, it's completely fortified and it's so hard to get into as an attacker. And this is the more common bomb side rotation. It'll be a bunk daycare second option rather than the office that Beastcoast liked. So we're back to the basics, if you will.
All right, back to basics. Site rotation so far, Throne and now Bunk again. OXG winning the only 2 attacking rounds so far. That's okay because, well, there's only been 1 for Beastcoast on attack. It's one of those stats that sound so impressive. Oh wow, Oxygen must be so good on attack. No, that's not the case. Kiba barriers being applied upstairs in security.
Yep. Denies the hatch drop angle, which kind of works both ways because now you can hold that angle from the bomb side with that rotation, but you also can't just drop the hatch and see in through bomb side either. So it works both ways, which is kind of nice. And of course, the difference here is that the defenders know where the keeper barriers are, where the attackers have to drone it out first, then gain that information and relate to your teammates, and then work off of that. So it's always interesting what you can do with objects like Mira and Asami, etc. that can kind of like shape the map differently. Same with deployable shields. They can make some positions that normally don't work into a very strong position.
Svinkarol, being the main spearhead for both of these teams, will lead the way towards the bomb site and the promised land for Beastcoast. It's in the hands of Sweater.
Oh. Try again. Oh, no.
It doesn't work out. Oh well. I like the lineups that we see on Theme Park, and with its reintroduction to the map ban phase, or the map pool rather, allows us to get a good look as to how teams approach, especially the office and initiation part of this map. Office in particular with those soft walls that lead towards vending machine, top of Yellow Stairs, into cache. There's just so many angles that you can hold, and especially with a zombie, it really does open up the possibilities. Newers goes from a great shot onto an immobile slash to a bit of a problem with the drone. And now there's a Hibana of Drip just standing outside of that window. Newers needs to be very cautious of a potential cafe push, but right now, there's nobody inside. He gets droned out in that same spot. It'll be a test of reflexes against Drip. There's toxic canisters being used to prevent a push up the arcade stairs. That's Dream assisting his teammate.
I mean, look at this. Beastcoast are in a complete lock. No way real in, but I say that, but Anthony just forces it with the LMG. Doesn't even clear the shield and all the ADSs, and it works.
It's a second kill of stage 2. That one's a bit of a helping hand thanks to Vert. Another could be found from Anthony, not too far away at the top of arcade. He is a couple feet away from the bomb site. Doesn't hold the diffuser, though. Now it's Sweater under fire in lobby. Dream playing off of that Kiba barrier. And Anthony will twist and toil. He doesn't have much intel as to where inside of daycare any of those defenders sit. Surf gets killed through the wall. That's Laxing not too far off, and it really is a game of intel for Beastcoast. And it's that they don't have any intel. They lack critical information, and they're finding them, and they're dying to all of them, as OXG have now tied the game with their 4th round in a row.
That they have. This is the theme park defense situation where unless you have a really solid, strong attacking strategy that doesn't rely on finding kills, it can be really hard because, I mean, look what happened that first opening kill. It's basically Beastcoast holding an angle to arcade stairs, but Newers had already crossed. So when he goes back up the staircase, he gets the advantage because he sees the opponent first, and he gets an easy kill onto the Iana player. Slash got taken off the board, and well, that just makes it so much more difficult because you lose the grenades, the Gemini clone, etc. So much value on that individual operator, and then OXG, they had paid all their dividend or all their dues because they had the Banshees in the staircases, they had impacts where they need them, they had a shield for Cafe, ADSs to protect it. They had set up a really good baseline for any kind of attack. Laxing was roaming all the way on where the current bomb site is in office and got that kill through the vault wall. So they really had every single area covered. Even if Beastcoast was running a nuke, which they weren't that round, but they are now, there's no real way she can get in on the map and do any sort of damage where, well, Newers, he found those openings because he didn't pay that fee that is the Banshees and the barbed wire.
We talked about how the Banshees become so critical when a Nook is ever present.
So good.
And look at what Sweater's running. He's off Finka duty. It's gone on over to Surf. This is a lineup for the ages. And Nook coupled with that Lion and Finka just brings back with those last 2 operators a meta long ago. By the way, after starting 0-3, Nurs, was it 0-3 or 0-2? Nurs is now 11-4 after starting 0-2. Vertical dies, and suddenly the entry from Beast Coast working out quite well. Trip and Surf, both with a kill of their own.
Very jumped out the window, actually, in maintenance, I believe. And a little bit aggressive there, trying to get cute. This is, of course, the office bomb site that is not as strong on the site itself, so aggression can be expected from the defenders because you gotta try and find an advantage somewhere on the map, but didn't work out. Now you're playing 3 versus 5, and we can only expect more aggression from OXG because now really is the time to just go completely up against your opponents.
Whenever things seem to go really well for these teams, they then make some puzzling decisions, and it reminds me a lot of my favorite show on HBO called Game of Thrones. I don't know if you've ever seen it before. It involves dragons, which is exactly where Sweater is standing over by Armory and Throne, now being droned on this Nook that we talked about before, and Nook has seen a very healthy pick rate through a lot of the NAL and on many maps, and has been very influential because she's also been banned out a couple times.
I was gonna say her ban rate is also not high, but it's definitely up there and it's relevant.
Laxing cannot control the SMG-11 as he right now inside of the bomb site is a long window in, and Stream who gets picked off by Drip, who's in the midst of it. He's getting the diffuser planted. We talked about objective play. Will Beastcoast be successful? Laxing doesn't see the Finka, looks the wrong way, and it's the shoulder of Surf that just evades his gaze. It's Fox A against all 5 players from Beastcoast. Right inside of Cash, he has information. Down goes the Finka. Is there an Adrenal Surge? Yes, it is. She's back up. He's brought back from the dead, but the Zombie can't really do all that much. Fox A, if he steps to the left, might be cut down from the right, but no. Instead, he's got 2 different targets in that same area, and here's one. Cannot contain his recoil at all. It's time for them to push. And the Nook softened up by the pistol. That was a bit of a sloppy one. Finally, Beast Coast break the streak that OXG was on as Fox A's best efforts fall short.
Yeah, but it's almost given to them again. I mean, you mentioned the Game of Throws there, getting a little too aggressive early on. I mean, if you're gonna commit to a spawn pick or a jump out, I like when people do it in pairs or more people than just one jumping out because, you know, you're just throwing something at the wall to see if it'll work out or not, and it didn't. So therefore, you're punished. But that was arguably the weakest bomb set that OXG has to deal with. So they get to go back to the strongest one instead. Downstairs now in the Armory Throne Room instead. And they got, again, that stable lineup we saw from the last time, where you pair the Kite with the Mute for the walls, Dream on Maestro with the Impact Grenades. Therefore, you get information, you get the Na, you even have one set of barbed wire on the Kite, where people go, why don't you play C4? But this is the thing, you need one set of barbed wire for almost every single bomb set in this game, unless you play Melusi. So, because there's no Melusi, that's how we see the barbed wire. You just have to pay that respect, otherwise they can just walk in through certain areas, walk into those bomb site doors, and nothing is going to stop them or give away Sun Q.
Nick, kindly guide your eyes to the bottom right of the screen.
Oh boy, oh no.
And then kindly guide your eyes to the middle portion of the right side of the screen.
I'm a big fan of that.
We have a Finka Ying Lion Blitz quadrant that is about to unleash havoc in the midst of this Throne Armory bomb site. How do you crack open the single best bomb site for the defenders statistically out of every single bomb site in the game?
You run through it.
You just run right through it.
I
Just
guess.
defense be damned at this point. There's no Goyo on the board, and if you look at the lineup from OXG, there really isn't any immediate stall potential.
No, there's not.
no Smoke present, there's no Legion present, there's no Captain, there's no Frost. There's very little. There's not even Banshees to stop you.
Nothing.
You can just run right in. Not even a deployable shield. This is a very conventional setup from OXG, but it might be ill prepared for what Beastcoast is about to unleash on them. Unleash is correct, by the way. Surf is right there, and there go the smokes. Candelas go off. They're in, and they are in it to win it right away. But it's a hail of gunfire, and they don't check their corners. OXG cuts them down to size. A bit of a mistiming from Beastcoast. Diffuser down below Foxing. Poised and ready in the corpse of the Blitz. The attempt was good. There was an effort. There was an attempt. But it doesn't work out.
I mean, you said it, Park. I mean, what do? You try something different, right? Because you know a conventional attack is probably not going to work anyway. But they didn't get the wall opened up. They try to fake it out. Then they just run through in because there's no real hard breach here. There is no hard breach at all, in fact. And the Candelas didn't do a lot because Slash only threw a single Candela, so no one was really blinded.
There go the Candelas again. Another opportunity here for Beastcoast. Didn't work out the first time. They've got some presence above after finishing what they started with that rush, or OXG rather, finishing what they started. Now it's OXG's turn to head back and hit the deck towards the bomb site. A drop from vertical. Beastcoast still with control above, destroying as much of that floorboard as possible, giving less areas for OXG to sit in. Fewer areas? Grammar is hard.
Yeah.
Grammar is hard. Impact grenade goes out to try and soften up the Ying. 2 Candelas still remaining, and a smoke. Beastcoast can pull this one off, but there's going to need to be a little bit more sophistication. They tried the hammer strategy. Now they need to be a little bit more surgical, maybe pull out the scalpel and be delicate, because you can't just brute force your way into the bomb site. No grenades from above. There goes the last smoke, and Newers is just there, and he'll mag dump into the doorway. He'll continue to do that. Foxay's not too far off. Disco dance party as the Candelas go in. Slash been dropped. Anthony's down 2. OXG hitting their marks. It's Sweater above to now break into the bomb site towards Split. He sees the Azami in one direction, and it's Newers to capitalize. A seesaw over the last 2 rounds. OXG tying things up yet again with an unpredictable round that started off well for Beastcoast and then immediately fell apart.
You said started off well, but the only thing that really went well for them was the fact that they picked an interesting or fun
That is correct.
lineup.
It started off well. As
Sure.
in it was, wow, look at how interesting this lineup is. Things are going really well, and then they lost.
So, would you say, so the thing is, right, I would say the round started terribly for them because the first thing they did didn't work out. While it was fun to watch what they was about to happen, what we thought was going to happen just didn't, right? They ran on through, they didn't clear the corners, only one Candela went out, only one smoke grenade went out. They did a full commitment strategy, but they only committed very few resources because after those first 2 kills came through from OXG, we saw Slash with 1 smoke grenade in his pocket and 3 Candelas. So if you're gonna run in and just hope that it works out, or like that's your strategy at least, toss in as many Candelas as possible, all the smoke grenades, because you need this to work. That is where the round is defined as a win or a loss. Now, Attacker Repic really doing work here. Sweater Amaru, slash on slash. Anthony now gets his turn on the Ying operator, and Surf gets to frag it out on the Finga. On the defense, again, the Warden is not being played. Nothing can really stop these kind of aggressive plays. Besides, of course, the C4, maybe a Toxic Bait from Dream, but there is one deployable shield as well, so at least one position on this Bonk Daker bomb site can be defendable. And last time we saw that shield being put on the Cafe side, we'll see if this Sweater on the Mara will just like fly on in what he's going to be doing.
If there's anybody who's going to get the most out of it, it's going to be Sweater. He is clinically insane and can pull off just about anything that you see on this roster. Again, he still holds the crown. Surf was 7-0 at one point, a bit of a fall from grace. He's been 2-6 since, and he's losing his gunfights and finding himself oftentimes on these same killing roles, especially on Finka. Newers, on the other hand, has been the complete opposite. He's really been feeling himself, and he definitely did on that swing from Arcade Window. But the dance with death, well, is not met well. Oh. Shot from Newers, but it hits the shoulder of Slash. Again, still feeling it. Back to the Arcade Window, droned out and holding a very similar position to where he was before. He had Dream backing him up with smokes on the main stairs, and Dream is poised to do the same thing, should the need arise.
Seems like Beastcoast had a plan and an idea to attack the Cafe side of things, but at the same time, 3 members are rotating across the map on the roof right now because nothing really seems to be given. No one is swinging out, no kills are being found, and we're just kind of waiting for the next move here. OXG playing a nice fine line between over-aggression and over-passiveness, where they're swinging out for info, now they're back on the bomb side. They've given up Cafe because the time is burning down, but here comes the execute.
And there it is, waiting for the call for Sweater to burst on in. Amidst the chaos that will erupt in Daycare, now it's Sweater's time to shine and exploiting a hole in the defenses, but no, Dream reads into it perfectly. Nitro Self from Vertical goes out. OXG rebuffing Beastcoast, and it leaves just Surf alive to deal with the 4 from Oxygen. Will he snuff them out? He finds yet another kill onto Fox A, pivots immediately. Diffuser far away. OXG have so much time to linger, and that gives Surf 45 seconds to find and isolate these last 3 players. Will they play together is the real question. One over towards the rotate, and that's Dream playing off of it. He ends a potential comeback for Beastcoast, and they move to match point.
I like this strat though. I mean, they had it all planned out. The Amara goes in, the Ying drops the hatch, Smoke when it comes out, Candela falls along, the chaos begins, but somehow OXG, they have information on A, where the planet is going down, so Vert throws out a C4, it kills the planet, it denies it at the last 1 or 2 seconds. Of course, Sweater, he flew into Bank Room, but immediately shot down as well. He doesn't find the kill, he doesn't get to thrive in that chaos moment either, and that right there is the entire strat. Even if the bomb went down, there's no real good post-plan positions available for Beastcoast, so they had to get some kills and they had to get the plant. They got neither, and that has forced out the last timeout available because Beastcoast themselves have said, we got to talk this through. It's match point for XG. We need to get around here.
I mean, when do you start to take the timeout? That's the real question. If you go back and you look at it, Beastcoast won the first 4 rounds, and they were really good that whole time. One diffuser planted. That was the Surf clutch back in round number 3. Beastcoast get those first rounds. They get the first blood in all 4 of those rounds. Yep. A really dominant start. Since then, Beastcoast have a single round. That's it. Which is a dreadful fall from grace for a team that started out so hot. Now, forgive them for a second here because this theme park looks like it's almost every other theme park. Very routine. It's defender-sided. Yep. And quite lopsidedly so. Only 3 rounds have gone of the 11 that we've seen towards the attackers. So what do? Well, you call the timeout. You are on the unfavorable side. You probably could have called it maybe a little bit early. But this is essentially a Hail Mary to aim for. You win the round, you go to overtime, and then maybe you talk about it during that timeout, what your focus in overtime is going to be.
I mean, you'd have to. You can't just talk about this round in particular because if you win it, as you said, you got OT, and if you lose it, well, then the game is over. And we also see OXG completing the 4 bomb side rotation as the first and only team in this matchup where they're going to lap stock bomb side on this potential final round. And this is why the Captain is actually a great operator pick for Laxing, because this bomb side enables the entire map, and it's the only bomb side that does it. Usually you extend over, across the map, but here we're talking first floor extension, top floor extension, throne room extension, everywhere. One person on site, 4 people roaming around playing together is the staple of this bomb site. The Capcan traps, of course, because attackers are trying to be so fast to clear the map, they can do some damage, and Laxing himself hiding in a corner inside a vault nearby those Capcan traps, while Beastcoast are trying to just find their way through this map, drone out every single inch and corner, and hopefully they're not gonna miss any, because if they do, Laxing might just be in that specific area and get a free kill.
I just love that we're seeing all 4 of these bomb sites show up. That is, that's really something to go.
It's a whole wall.
That is an entire wall. Some remodeling being done downstairs, renovations, as the entry from lobby into the lab component is not gonna be easy. An explosive could potentially take care of it. I have not yet tested out the Azami Kibas myself, but if you threw a grenade in the middle and it blew up, I'm assuming it would take all 3 of them.
Yep,
with
absolutely.
It,
so it's arguably like poor value because 1 explosive can kill all 3 of those barriers, but at the same time, if you get rid of those grenades or there isn't a grenade operator within line of sight, it's gonna stay alive.
But I mean, they did something that we thought was impossible. They built the wall.
Yeah.
They built the wall.
They built.
That's what they did. That's exactly what they did. And of course, an explosive can take it out. Beastcoast are close enough to the bomb site that they can taste it, but for now, they have to be wary of any second floor presence from OXG. I don't know how good Beastcoast droning has been. It doesn't seem like it's been all that proficient. They still have 5 drones left, but Sweater is, at the moment, looking for somebody who isn't there any longer. Foxay moving out of the way as the grenade goes off.
This is the thing, right? You gotta fight all floors and all locations. Laxing on that roam gets a flying kill on the slash, and that's gonna add more damage on top of you because now you gotta worry about the front and above you and also behind you all of a sudden. And the bomb site is so safe because of these keeper barriers and the Capcan traps.
Foxay persists in this position. One over towards lobby. Beastcoast looking to push overtime. Their chances have just gotten better. Sweater trades himself for Nurs, but it's Dream to finish him off. Nurs is no more. Slash is down as well. Now it's Surf's time. OXG is suddenly in control, and Drip with his 2 kills and 10 deaths. He's got some major killing to do. It's him and Anthony, which is not the most confidence-inspiring duo based on their stats over the last 2 stages, but they've got something working right now, or they did, rather. It's Drip in a 1v3, heading into the bomb site. 5 seconds left, and Beastcoast's chances of clawing this one back dry up. Oxygen, well, they win it. 7-5. A strong start from Beastcoast, but they just can't keep it going. All the momentum ends up being for naught. OXG pick up a big second win.
I think picking up rounds and having moments of victories is something that's quite big for a team like Beastcoast, where they don't necessarily find that many victories in the game itself, but taking, 5 rounds off OXG, going to Theme Park confidently back-to-back, and challenging aggressively in those first 4 rounds, they can be proud of that. But they gotta work on what comes next, what comes if that doesn't work, because it seems like they're a bit of a one-trick pony right now, where if aggression doesn't work out, well, that's all we got.
Well, I mean, it was TSM who went to Theme Park a number of times, stage 1, and I mean, that worked out really well for them. So Beastcoast might be repeating the same mistakes. I will say this, despite the fact that Beastcoast lost here, they definitely performed better than they did against DarkZero. So there's signs of promise for Beastcoast. For OXG, it is just par for the course. Another victory for them to end the day. And before we come back to break down what exactly happened in that last match and say goodbye to you, we've got a break ready. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm my
Round 11.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. One final analyst desk to close out the day, and man, that was a close one. We were worried for a second that we had just like doomed the second good team in a row by having everyone and the coin pick them, but Oxygen managed to pull it off, and we have none other than Coach Redeemer standing by in Vegas. Redeemer, you had to be sweating a little bit at the beginning of that one, huh?
Yeah, it was definitely sweaty in the beginning, but I'm glad we were able to close it out. Yep.
And go ahead.
Well, Redeemer, I mean, I wanted to ask you about this map because it seems like people keep bringing you guys to Theme Park, and you guys have been so dominant on it so far since it's introduced. I believe this is your 5th win in a row since it's been reintroduced to the map pool. So tell me, what is it about this map that you guys seem to do so well on with it?
I feel like it's just a good balance of our play style. Like, we have a little bit of gunners on our team, so Theme Park allows us to do that. There's also a little bit of strategy on Theme Park, so I think it just really fits our play style really well. I think some teams don't have it figured out, so we're down to go to Theme Park. We like when teams take us there.
I want to get it from your perspective too, because we'll see a zombie played on literally every map these days, but why specifically on Theme Park is she so prevalent? And for you guys in particular, is there any reason why you'll switch it between 2 people playing it, like as opposed to most teams that'll only have 1 person playing the operator?
Yeah, so I think she's like really good on Theme Park just because there's a lot of rotations on Theme, so she just allows a little bit more utility to slow down those pushes or kind of that randomness that Theme Park provides. But then at the same time, you know, she's got like the shield, so it's great for defense as well. It kind of acts as a shield. So the reason why we kind of swap is like depending on how we're looking to play her that bomb site, like whether we want her a little bit more aggressive or we want a little bit more defense, that just kind of determines who's going to be playing that up. So that's why we switch.
All right. One more question for you before I let you go. Now, obviously, Oxygen, great stage 1, great run at the major as well. Coming into stage 2, I'm curious, what is kind of the biggest takeaway that you got as a squad from the major results that you could bring into stage 2?
I mean, obviously, we were happy with how well we did at the major, but I don't think by any means we were ecstatic about it. I think we definitely kind of underperformed there at the end. And I think the biggest thing here is just like being complacent. Like we did really well stage 2, we did really well at the major. It's really easy to be complacent at that point in time because a lot of teams kind of aim for that top spot. So I think the biggest thing here is making sure we don't slow down on the gas. We hit the pedal to the metal and we keep grinding and making sure that teams don't catch up to us. So consistency for sure, and then complacency.
All right, consistency to take down the complacency. I like to hear it. Thanks for talking
100%.
with us. Congrats on the win today. Yeah, good luck next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You too.
All right, there you go. Like a true coach. He's ready to just like throw the headphones off, get back to his shot. I like it. I like the fire. Well, here are some stats for our final map of the day. Again, like Beastcoast jumped up to a 4-0 lead early on, but once the sides swapped, once Beastcoast was on attack, that seemed to be where Oxygen really took control again.
Absolutely, and although I think, like, sure, Beastcoast lost this map, I think this looked way better than yesterday against DarkZero. We saw Anthony getting some kills, even clutching some rounds out without needing to get any kills a couple of times. We saw Sweater really coming back in full force. 12 and 10, I think, was a nice little stat line for himself. And then, you know, the rest of the support players maybe being a little bit more low there in kills. I don't think that's a huge deal. Obviously, Oxygen, the stars of the show today. Newers being the 13 and 6. That's more than the 2.0 KDR. I like that.
This is just like my exact point before this one began. Where is Beastcoast attacking maturity? Where is something a little bit like different? We need them to run through more of a stringent checklist on attack, and it just felt like from that first attacking round onward, there were some things missing. There were some coverages that weren't there. There was some vertical control that wasn't established. It felt half-baked, which isn't the kind of thing I want to see from this team. So far, it wouldn't shock me. Well, we'll go through and like compile stats later. They might have the worst attacking stat in the league at this point because they've had opportunities, especially here with a full attacking half to really get something on the board. A 4-2 like defensive half on Theme Park is probably the expected result if it's not a 5-1. But when you can't translate that the other way, and there have been some teams that have demonstrated really good proficiency on attack, I'm going to be honest, I don't really know what you're doing here.
It's rough, right? I mean, Beastcoast clearly with a lot of work to do, and so we'll see if next week they can come into it with a bit more results. It feels like there was progress, even today, but just not quite enough yet once that side swap, like you said. But moving on, we've got a bit of a challenge that's been issued, a bit of a gauntlet that's been thrown.
What?
From Jesse towards Jacob. That's right.
Jacob.
It's an analyst showdown.
What?
Jesse, why don't you introduce us? What are we looking at here?
I've made for you a challenge. We saw 3 clutches to start this game off in rounds 1, 2, and 3, and there was one key factor that tied all 3 together. I'm going to show you 3 clips of the 3 clutches, and I want to see if you can figure out what it was that tied these 3 together. Let's roll the clips, and we'll see, Jacob, if you can identify the key thing that's in all of them. So this is round 1, where Surf is going to finish it off with the C4, and we don't see the full clip, but it's okay. This is enough information for you to hopefully identify the key thing here. This is round 2, where Anthony wins without getting a single kill, despite running towards the
sprints
kit.
towards it here, and he just kind of like hides behind the right back there.
Okay, and this is round 3. Any ideas yet? This is earlier in round 3, so this isn't the actual clutch, but this is earlier.
Looking for something in particular.
Those are, and we're finishing off the clip. Okay, those are the 3 rounds. Did you catch it, Caliber Jacob?
So technically,
I have no idea.
If we're counting DBNO, Surf was alive in all 3 of those rounds.
That is incorrect, Jacob. Let's run it again, and we'll see if we'll see what they are. Can we run it back one more time?
You did identify one thing.
Yeah, so in round
right?
1, we've got, who's that? Slash on a bulletproof camera, a bunch of red pings down on the planters. Round number 2, full information, yellow and red pings on Fox. Those are actually what caused him to get off of the diffuse skin, allow Anthony to wait out. And round number 3, Velt cameras up and around in upper arcade and down lower catwalk, all feeding information. The red pings and the yellow pings were rampant in those last 3 moments of the rounds for Beastcoast. It was the information, Jacob, that tied it all together. 2 bulletproof cameras and 1 set of Velt cams.
I liked my answer better.
Well,
it's clever.
You weren't incorrect.
Right.
So, half points.
In a world where you only have an A and a B option, I always look for the C.
There you go. Thinking outside the box, a trait that everyone enjoys in a middle manager and an analyst here at the Rainbow Six League. You know what? We've got another round to look at. No, I just said it's a common trait. That's all.
Oh.
Yeah. Round 11. The second to last round, the penultimate round of this map was a good one too, wasn't it, Jacob?
I mean, it was good for OXG. It wasn't good for Beastcoast, and I think it's mostly because of the way that Beastcoast attempt an attack, and it really goes nowhere. We all thought, oh, hey, all of a sudden they have, and he's dead. Sweater immediately Amaru is upstairs, and then look at how fast this thing falls apart. The smoke angles don't really do anything for Beastcoast, especially as they make a push in. Fox is able to get one right as he comes back up yellow stairs. The Nitro Cell kill from Vertigo before he gets taken down still means that he's got some impact here. And then it's just left off to Surf. Now, the rest of this round ultimately doesn't matter, because by the time we even got to this point and we were wondering whether he could hunt down all the rest of those players, it's 4 kills within the span of about 5 seconds. I'm not necessarily saying that Beastcoast can't find, it's not a pocket strat. They very clearly thought, hey, we're going to bring in Amaru, we're going to react to the situation, we're going to utilize Repick to the best of our ability.
Right.
But that still happens. Against a very lockdown defense where roamers weren't exactly that far away from the site, it felt like there was too much utility that was localized and too many bodies that were close to it by the time they finally went for that strategy. And what happened? 4 deaths within the span of 5 seconds.
Listen, it wasn't a good attacking half just by their numbers for Beastcoast, but I can appreciate the fact that they went into that 4th quarter knowing that in the 3rd quarter they didn't get very many good attacking rounds and trying some new stuff out, right? They tried the Ying, they tried Blitz once on the Throne Room, and then they tried the Amaru. You know, if you know that you're going against one of the best bomb sites in the game, if you know that you've been struggling attacking this site against Oxygen, mix it up, play some of those strategies. Didn't work all the time, but I like that they at least give it a shot.
Yeah, you got to give it a try anyway. And again, like, we did see some progress, I think, from Beastcoast between yesterday and today. But it's time, instead, to name our day's MVP. We're moving on from our final match to talk about the day overall. Who do you think it's going to be? Any guesses? This is a tough one. I feel like today was a pretty tough one, actually.
There was one earlier today that I thought would have made a lot of sense, but I forget who it was. Well, Jacob, say a name, and I will remember it.
I'd say Blaz.
Okay.
Is probably a really good option as far as I'm concerned.
You had a good day for sure.
I will also say Blaz.
Oh, all right.
Blaz, Geo from that very first game, somebody from the XSET roster, though I don't think you should give it to anybody on XSET because they played a gimped Mirage earlier today. You have a couple options here.
Who's it going to be? Let's find out.
What is it?
Who's our MVP? It is none other than Blaz. You got it right.
To be clear, I didn't know that this was going to be the answer. Just to clarify.
No, I didn't either, and I just copied Jacob, so good on you, Jacob. Might not have won the quiz, but you did pick the MVP, and that's all that counts.
Who's smarter, the one that gets the right answer or the one that copies it? Same result.
Stop looking at my homework, dang it.
Well, there you go. Blaz coming in with a big 131 EPS, 1.71 KD. Pretty solid stats. And hey, this is what Parabellum wants. This is what they needed from some of their new pickups. They needed people that could click heads. They needed people that could make a difference in the gun game within Rainbow Six Siege. And that's exactly what he did today.
I think it's more the fact that it happened so quick is the thing that I expected this to take a couple of weeks to gel, because that's what they had to do with their 2 new pickups at the start of stage 1. Wimpy, I think, had instant impact pretty fast, but I think it took creators a little bit to find his rhythm with this team, which made me wonder if it's some kind of internal, maybe slight, small cultural issue behind the scenes that just prevents this from like immediately turning into something. But maybe VBM's comment about this not being nearly as big of a roster shuffle as it might have seemed on the surface actually does hold true.
I mean, Blaz was with them technically since like February, right? He just wasn't able to be in the arena playing. So that, I think that was what VBM was saying, was that they got a lot of time practicing with him, and now that he's actually on stage with the rest of the team, that's paying off a lot quicker than if you were just bringing someone in fresh, right? So
it also has to feel really good that when you fly all of that time across an ocean to go to a desert to play with this group of goons, I think it's good that you came away from your very first week back in pro play with 4 points. That has to feel really good.
Does definitely feel good, I'm sure. Let's take a look at the standings after 2 days to see who else is feeling good in the league. And there's going to be quite a spread, actually. Quite a crazy couple of days here. Right now, XSET and TSM are the only 2-0 teams in regulation. We do have Oxygen with 2 wins, 1 in overtime, though. But I got to say, I was expecting something a little bit more one-sided, but I think this just shows us how competitive Stage 2 is going to be.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All possible point totals are being represented so far in the league. And obviously, that physically cannot continue to be the case, but that shows how spread out we are getting with these standings. We're seeing so many games go into overtime, and it feels so good to see TSM back up in that number 1 spot. Technically second on round diff, whatever. They're still doing so well so far. Week 1 out of the way, 6 points on the board. Can't get much better than that.
I said it on the pre-show. Either TSM or the Soniqs was going to go to the next major. I just wasn't sure which one of them it would be. I didn't think it would be both of them, but right now TSM leads the way towards proving that prediction correct, and it's nice that they're also up there tied for first place with XSET, though XSET definitely got the gimme win. The thing about Mirage at the very back end of last stage was there were multiple games that we thought would be gimme 3-pointers for multiple teams, and obviously they beat Beastcoast, so even that hypothesis was incorrect. But still, XSET taking advantage of that is going to be huge towards actually securing this major berth, because if you can get a quote-unquote free 3 points, you'll take that, especially in this format.
Yeah, I mean, look at our 2 Charlotte major finalists, right? Astralis with an overtime win and then a loss. DarkZero with a win, and then a pretty one-sided loss against Spacestation, either even on round differential. So again, like how the mighty have fallen, and then unfallen in cases of TSM, right? I think we're just going to be in for a really, really close stage.
Anything can happen in the NAL. That's what they say, and it's proven true time and time again.
Okay, so I did say that after the first week, I'd start making absolute statements.
Oh boy.
Whereas you specifically said after 1 day that you were making absolute statements.
And most of them were right.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, XSET never left, and TSM are in fact back. I'm not saying anything about the Soniqs yet. Ultimately, I think they are marginally improved, if not wholeheartedly improved. But as far as I'm concerned, if you were a TSM stan back during stage 1 and you were really disappointed, well, fear not, because I think the boys might be doing a major berth at some point soon. I honestly think that's where this is heading right now.
Seems good if 1 week is any indication. Let's take a look at what next week is going to have in store for us. Our schedule for week 2 for NAL. Stage 2 is going to be a banger. Of course, day 1 next week, XSET versus Parabellum.
Oh my God.
Wow. I mean, everything is good. Everything is good. I mean, it's always like the Beastcoast Mirage matches are like, all right, well, are they going to show some signs of life? Beastcoast definitely did today. We're still waiting on Mirage a little bit, but we're also still waiting to see a fully healthy, fully formed Mirage squad too. So they get a pass as well. But man, look at some of those other ones. Oxygen versus TSM is going to be great. DarkZero versus Soniqs, a chance for DarkZero to get back in the win column again. Going to be so much good stuff.
Talked about rival battles so far in week 1, and I feel like Auction TSM is another one. Those two teams that have been battling in the NAL for a very long time. You've got two fan favorites in that one, both drawing in a little bit of new blood. I think we can still classify a couple of these TSM players as new blood. I mean, Merc's still a baby to me.
What? That man's a world champion and you're calling him a new player?
Well, he's a little baby. He's a Merc.
Little Merc. And anyway, day 2.
The only person who calls him that is his girlfriend.
Well, make it 2.
This is
you say his mom, but anyway. XSET versus Beastcoast is our first match on day 2. OXG Sonic should be interesting. Astralis TSM. I'm looking forward to anything with TSM.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's stuff I've never said before in my life. DarkZero versus Parabellum, and then finally Spacestation takes on Mirage in our last game of the week. Next week, lots gonna happen.
So you're saying we have XSET Beastcoast again?
I'm down. I'm so down.
I have PTSD.
Okay.
That concerns me. But hopefully it'll be good. I mean, again,
it will be.
But a good game.
It's like I said yesterday. Find me a game that sucks. You can't. They're all going to be great.
It's very difficult too. And you know what else is kind of fun to look at? The prediction scores. The prediction scores are fairly entertaining to me. We're going to have those up in.
Mine took a real hit today.
A lot of them took a hit today. Let's see. I mean, the coin, is it exactly 50 cents or 50 cent?
Yeah.
50%.
There it is.
I'm ready for a nap.
What's your favorite 50-cent lyric? Go.
I don't know.
Okay.
I legit have no idea.
We gotta figure out what Sam's
up to. It wasn't a 90s alternative band. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sam still leads the way. Samuel Stokes, that is.
There
he was 100% today, and then
no, he was 100 yesterday.
Well, no, he was 100 up until
dropped him on the DarkZero match.
I was gonna say he was good up and then dropped 2 games today.
He had to have dropped 2. He probably dropped Parabellum Astralis as well, I would guess.
Production said corrected my ear, which means yes. In fact, he is correct.
50 Cent do that Boots with the Fur song? No. That was, I have no idea.
He's still on this trend.
I have no idea. Anyway.
I have no idea.
Let's, predictions. Yep, okay. Yeah, coin 50%. That is
Beaten Jacob.
I don't care.
Well, that's going to do it for this week here. Real quick, before we go, final thoughts.
Final thoughts, we're back with the NAL. I'm excited. I think the league has proven itself to be the best league, the most entertaining league in the world, even if we didn't have the best teams. The fact that we've got so much competition, the fact that anybody can seemingly win on any given day, I think makes the league so much fun, and it's nice to be back.
So, I made a YouTube video a long time ago, probably about 9 months ago, that said the NAL kind of sucks right now.
Wow.
And I referenced specifically that the competition in the league was not a good primer for when North American teams went to international competition. I would like to officially here on this broadcast pronounce that I was wrong, and I'm very, very happy that I was, because if this league continues to churn out teams like this, it means that not only are we jumping back into a hugely pivotal part of this Siege scene that needs us to be at the top, but it means that the way that we got there, the developmental system for international competition has gotten substantially better. So I am very happy to stand corrected on that statement, because look at what it's producing. This is the NAL. It's the best damn league in the world.
And Europe is the worst.
Yo, he said it, not me.
I can't disagree with any of those statements. That's going to do it for us. Thanks for watching, everybody. The Rainbow Six North American League is a ton of fun. Glad you enjoyed it, too. So until next week, stay safe, be good to each other. Play some Rainbow Six. See you later.